If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 26. Chapter 26. On a certain area in Helheim, a group of players is currently walking through a dark forest. The group was a combination of 2 demi-humans and 3 humanoids. They're all happily talking to each other when suddenly, one of them, a player that seems to be an elf, stopped walking while looking around the vicinity. Judging by his sudden behavior, it looks like he suddenly noticed something around, though their vicinity is pretty much empty. The action of the elf had immediately grabbed his colleagues' attention as they all stopped to and look at the elf. "What is it?" one of them asked the elf. "I think I found one," the elf answered while still doing his thing. "Where is it?" another one of them asked too. "Wait, gimme a second," the elf answered in a hurry, seemingly close to whatever he's trying to find. Hearing this, the group looks at each other's faces for a moment after that. Nobody needs to tell each other what to do as they all focus their attention on the elf. Though the context of what's happening may seem pretty vague for others, the group understood exactly what's happening since they have already done this for many times now. Moments after that, the elf finally stopped what he's doing. He looks towards his colleagues and says something with a satisfied tone. "Found it. Doug share." Immediately after that, the elf bursted out of his position and started running in a certain direction while the rest of the group followed behind him. It didn't take them long before they all stopped. The group crouched and hid behind a big boulder while looking in a certain direction. From a not so far distance, another player that everyone can identify as a slime is standing alone in an open field for an unknown reason. They all spy at the slime while hidden, seemingly to not reveal their presence. "Only one," someone in the group said with a bit of a disappointed tone. "Well, at least there's something," the elf said. "Sigh, I got my hopes up for nothing. I thought we'll finally have a feast," another one said. "Hey, at least that slime is packing." "Yeah, that slime has a decent level, so that'll do." The group pulls their attention away from the slime as they all discuss something within themselves. But as they're talking, the elf tapped one of his colleagues back to grab his attention. "Hey? What is it?" I think that slime is looking at us," the elf said in a bit confused tone. "Hey? There's no way," one of them was about to disagree, thinking that there's no way that they'll be detected. But when he looked at the slime, he also saw that the slime indeed is looking towards their direction. Being spotted isn't something to be surprised about since they didn't use any anti-detection spell in the first place. But they were spotted by a slime, a heteromorphic player, a player that's below them. For them, this is pretty unexpected. "Huh? Guess that slime is something, hey? Yeah. What should we do? Should we move now?" "Yeah, let's hey." They're discussing things with each other while looking at the slime, but as they're having their conversation, the slime in their plain sight suddenly disappeared. But they didn't even have time to react any further when they suddenly heard a voice behind them. "I know that I'm very pretty and very irresistible, but what you're doing right now is very creepy." This caught everyone's attention as they all look behind just to see the slime that they're looking at a second ago from afar, now standing close to them. This kind of scenario where unexpected things happen again and again might seem intimidating for others, but the current happenings seem to make the group feel the other way around. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" While looking at the slime, the group suddenly laughed out loud. For them, the current situation is so funny. "What's so funny?" the slime asked, clearly annoyed that she's being laughed at. After a couple of seconds, the group stopped laughing and faced the slime. "Sigh, instead of running away, you came to us. That's not how it works, you know." "Haha." One of the guys in the group said towards the slime. "Of course I will come to you guys. How can I beat the sh*t out of you from afar?" The slime spat back with her tiny cute voice that doesn't really match with the things she's saying. After hearing this, the group again bursted into laughter. "You got guts, I give you that. Well, you really are strong compared to other heteromorphics we've seen, but you're far from beating at least one of us. Are you that confident? Haha. That's cute. Yep, sorry. You're right, I can't beat you guys. I'm just a cute slime after all. The slime said with her cute and tiny voice. The group laughed for a moment, finding the slime funny, but after all that, they all sighed and looked at each other. All right, as planned, it's my turn now, right? Yeah. Go for it. Okay. After that, one of them stepped forward and drew out his sword. I'll be calling this one, Guy. Gosh, I'm so creative. Miss, you got a cute voice, I can spare you if you add me on Instagram. Said the guy as he approaches the slime. Unai-chan, are you telling the truth? The slime said in a cute voice. It's as if a little girl asked a question. Owa, being called Unai-chan makes me feel so great for some reason. Yeah, keep calling me that, haha. The guy said laughingly. Oh okay. But Unai-chan, judging from your voice, you sound ugly as f*ck. Hee. The slime said, which agitated the guy that's approaching her greatly. Oh really? Haha. Then prepare to die over and over again b*tch. Said the guy as he finally reached the slime. As he finished saying this, he raised his sword above him and ready himself to swing it down towards the slime. Seeing the sword that was about to befall unto her, the slime seemingly crouched and started to shake in fear. At least that's what she seems to be doing. Oh no, I'm so scared. Please don't do it, Unai-chan. Said the slime as she begged, though anyone can tell that she's just being sarcastic. Die b*tch. The guy shouted as he finally reached the end of his patience. But when he was about to slash his sword towards the slime stopped shaking as she suddenly looked towards him, which made the guy pause for a moment. I had fun. Now, die you piece of sh*ts. Said the slime in a completely different tone than her usual cute and tiny voice. But before the human could even react to it, the slime suddenly raised her supposed to be right hand. And from her hand, the guy saw that she was holding a small wooden doll. He knows what this item is, it's an exchange puppet. A chill suddenly runs through his spine after seeing this for some reason. He needs to stop the slime from using this, but unfortunately, he's too late to react as a terrifying face suddenly appeared right in front of his eyes. Are you ready to die now? Onii-chan. The face that suddenly appeared in front of him and replaced the pink slime was a face that he's familiar with. This is a face that every pikers know and do not want to see or even encounter ever. Of course, who could it be but Yuki? The guy was frozen due to a great emotional shock for a second. But the moment that he was pulled back to reality, he immediately swings down his sword towards Yuki. Swish! He managed to land the strike on Yuki and perform a slice from Yuki's left shoulder. Ha! Hey! But when he was about to celebrate, he suddenly noticed that Yuki's HP didn't even move. Which is weird. If this kind of strike was done to other normal player, it will surely be an instant kill. This isn't fair. How is that even possible? The guy said in a tone full of disbelief. Yuki, that looks like he wasn't even bothered by the attack he just received, put his right arm on the guy's left shoulder and sigh heavily. The trash gets picked up tomorrow. Be ready. Immediately after Yuki said that, the guy was suddenly pierced by a spear on his chest. It all happened so fast that the companions of the guy that is standing at the far back, was so surprised by the development in front of them. Yuki looks at the group of players in front of him and says with a smile. Now, who's next? I'll gently Unai-chan the sh*t out of you guys. I promise. 2 minutes after that, 2 players are to be seen walking away from the area where everything just happened. Of course, the one that has a humanoid characteristic but has a scary face is Yuki, and the odd-looking pink slime is Bukyubu Kagama. Kur. Those piece of sh*ts, they have no considerations. I already did my best to act cute, but they still wanted to kill me? We should have killed them all until they have nothing left. Said by Byakubuku Kagama. Isn't that the plan anyway? They're just prepared and used an escape item, that's why we didn't manage to do any of that. Said by Yuki towards Byakubuku Kagama as they continue to walk throughout the dark forest. It's already been a month since Byakubuku Kagama and Yuki made a party. Whenever they're both online, they will always play and hunt together. Yuki helped Byakubuku Kagama to gain EXP since she was still new to the game. And Byakubuku Kagama also helped Yuki on hunting some pikers by acting as bait, just like what she just did not so long ago. During this 1 month, Yuki and Byakubuku Kagama became really good friends. Yuki had more free time in real life, that's why he's always online, but Byakubuku Kagama had a job, that's why she can't play Yggdrasil as often as Yuki does. But they're always together whenever they had a chance. During this 1 month of playing Yggdrasil together, they already talked a lot of things about themselves. Obviously, Yuki already knows who Byakubuku Kagama is in real life. In real life, she is actually a famous voice actress. Yuki even knows what she looks like through the picture she has online. But Byakubuku Kagama didn't expect this since she just said to Yuki that she's a voice actress, not exactly who she is. Yuki also found out that Byakubuku Kagama's real-life appearance was a cute chubby-looking girl that loved wearing skirts, because almost all the clothes that she was wearing in her pictures online were all skirts. She also had a mainstream stage name, Kazuya Kumi. But her fans always call her Kaze-chin. Byakubuku Kagama was really embarrassed when she heard that Yuki found her online, and also discovered her exact job of being a voice actress for some eroge games or animes. And that she is specialized in lowly characters at that. But that only makes them both really good friends since they didn't need to be secretive towards each other anymore. Byakubuku Kagama also said that she had a little brother that is also playing Yggdrasil, and that he played the game much earlier than her. Though they don't play together since she's still weak and that'll damage her pride as the big sister. At least that's Kagama's reasoning. Yuki knows exactly who Byakubuku Kagama's little brother is since he's a pretty well-known character. It's Pararon Sino, one of the 41 supreme beings of Nazarick, and also the creator of Shaltir in the original story. Yuki was currently roaming around at the edges of the Helheim with Byakubuku Kagama. They always go around in this part of the world for many reasonable reasons. 1. It's because this is the appropriate level and place for the current Byakubuku Kagama. Even though Byakubuku Kagama had leveled up already during this 1 month of playing, it's still not enough for her to explore in the deep part of the world. Since not only the monsters are much stronger there, the terrains are also much worse, that which could danger any players if they didn't equip the appropriate equipment before going to those places. 2. Because this is where the majority of the heteromorphics are. All new and old heteromorphics are in this part of the area to grind EXP and level up. Since this is a place where many heteromorphic players stay, then that means, this is also a place where many pikers love to go. And everyone knows how Yuki loves pikers so much. Yuki still had a third reason for these actions of his, and that third is probably the main reason for being in this world. While they were walking along the area, Yuki suddenly saw someone walking in their direction. A fellow player. After seeing this, Yuki halted his footsteps and looked towards the incoming player. He also signaled Byakubuku Kagama to stop. After a moment, that particular player also noticed the two of them. Seeing that the two of them are looking at him directly, that player got intrigued about the deal of these two and decided to stop in front of them. The moment when that player arrived in front of them, it immediately scans Yuki and Buku and noticed that the weird slime are being somewhat wary of him. Which made him laugh for a bit. Haha. Relax, my fellow players. I'm also a heteromorphic like you, so please don't be too alarmed. He said towards the slime with a relaxed and calming voice. Don't worry, we're actually not. Yuki said passively. But actually, seeing the player in front of them, made Yuki smile in real life. "Yeah, if more, I'm just intrigued by your armor. You're like a knight in shining armor." "It looks cool," said by Byukyubuku Kagama as she turned her voice back to lowly mode again. Whenever she is talking with Yuki alone, she always uses her original voice, but whenever she is talking with someone, she turns her lowly voice back for some unknown reasons. Oh, I think that you should wear those kinds of armors too, Razelani-chan," Byukyubuku Kagama said. "Well, I have armors like that, though not a big fan of white and shining ones," said by Yuki as he dodges the question about cool-looking armors, since he loves to wear a crappy-looking light armors to bait the pikers of thinking he was a newbie player. "Oh, are you two siblings?" the player in front of them asked, since Buku called Yuki Nii-chan. "Ah, yes. He's my Unii-chan. He even promised to marry me once I grew up." Byukyubuku Kagama interrupted Yuki and clung onto him while saying that. Though the scene is a bit funny due to Chagama's slime body. I see. What a lovely bond you have. You seem pretty close to your little sister right here," the armored player said towards Yuki. "That's not it. Hey Chagama, stop that," Yuki said as he pushes Buku away. "Tch. What a bummer," Byukyubuku Kagama said as her voice turned back to normal. The armored player in front of them flinched a little bit while watching the scene unfold in front of him. After all that, the three of them had conversations about a bunch of stuff. The armored player in front of them asked them a couple of things, and they also did the same. They're exchanging questions for about a while. Yuki also asked plenty of questions about the armored player in front of him, but the truth is, Yuki knows already the identity of the man in front of him. Yuki decided to roam in the edges of Helheim mainly because of his called third reason, and a part of that reason is the man in front of them itself. After a while, they finally ended their discussions and they all somehow become friends. When the armored player discovered that the two of them were also trying to help the other heteromorphics that are being hunted, the man became really happy since he also have the same goal. To help his fellow heteromorphics. He came to this world to do just that, and right off the bat, he met two individuals that have the same goal as him. After all those discussions, Yuki suggested an idea to the armored player in front of them. He offered him to join their party and execute their goal together, which he happily accepted. It didn't take a while before the three of them became an official party group. I know that it's pretty obvious, but just for the sake of formalities, my full IGN is Catus Etrema de Razel. I know that it's pretty long, so you can just call me Razel instead. And this weird-looking slime right here is Byukyubuku Kagama," Yuki said as he introduced himself and Byukyubuku Kagama to the player in front of them. "It's really nice to meet you too. I'm really glad to meet some people inside the game who also liked helping those that are in need. I hope that we can work well together on implementing justice," the armored player said while shaking Yuki's hand. In return, Yuki just smiled and replied with a joyful tone. "Oh, you don't know how glad we are to finally meet someone like you, touch me, san." And with that, a large part of Yuki's third reason has been completed. Chapter 27, Chapter 27. In the middle of the woods, a certain player had suddenly appeared. His whole body was glowing, indicating that he just died not so long ago and got respawn in this area. That player didn't waste any time as he immediately ran away the moment he found out that he can freely move already. The way he ran away looks like he was running away from something. He's running fast like he's running for his dear life. He keeps running for a whole couple of minutes until suddenly, shing! His whole body suddenly glowed for some reason. He knows what's happening, and what's about to happen next, but he's too slow to react. Immediately after the light engulfed his whole body, he got paralyzed. Or at least that's what happened. He can't move a single limb. And since he was in the middle of running when it happened, he stumbled and falls to the ground miserably. The paralyzation didn't last that long and immediately wear off its effects. but it already did the job of stopping him from his tracks. Got some points? 2 more and I'll be able to change class. Hurry up and finish him. While lying down on the ground, he suddenly noticed that a group of individuals are approaching him from behind. Given by their distinctive figures, these fellows seem to be players too. Clearly, if someone were to look at this, they'll surely see the comparison in levels between him and the group of players. The group of players is equipped with some good pieces of equipment while he had nothing but a poor-looking robe. A freaking inhuman. You're disgusting. It looks like the group has an intention to harm him, and they don't want to waste any more time and do nothing but that immediately. Knowing what they plan to do, he looked back at the group, hoping that if he plead enough, they'll have a sudden change of hearts and just let him be free. But he immediately realized that that's impossible to happen because as he turned his head towards the group, he immediately saw that one of them, the guy that has a full black heavy armor, raised his two-handed axe and is about to swing it down towards him already. He just gave up on his ideas and silently accept another death. But suddenly, before anything could happen, slash, 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 the group of players was suddenly attacked by an unknown entity. The attack was so fast that none of them seems to realize it. Not only fast but strong too, since all it took to kill them all was only a single attack. The player that has a poor-looking robe, watches his supposed killers get annihilated in a matter of seconds with awe. After getting attacked and killed, the group of players disappeared on their spot, revealing what seems to be a fellow player too, who did all that. That player is wearing a full shining white armor, holding a one-handed shield on his left hand and a sword on the other hand. Why did you save me? A player you don't even know. And why is there a background music? The player with a poor-looking robe asked as he suddenly heard Wild West music in the background as the player in front of him appeared. Saving someone who is in trouble is common sense, said by the white-armored guy while doing a bunch of poses. Then a bold text that says, "Justice has arrived" had appeared behind him. He completely ignored the second question. The player that has a poor-looking robe was astonished by this as he just keeps looking at the man. To him, this guy seems to be some kind of superhero. But as he was in the middle of admiration, they suddenly heard some claps from a not-so-far distance. Clap! 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 Behind a certain tree at the back of the white-armored player, 2 other players were hiding, at least that seems to be what they're doing, while clapping towards their direction. One of them has a humanoid appearance and the other one has a figure that greatly resembles a slime. Who touch sand? That's so cool. I'm a big fan, said by the humanoid one that's wearing some shabby light armor and a smiling mask. Ki is so cool. I'm getting wet already, said by the slime one in a very childish voice. It's pretty obvious already that these two are Yuki and Byukyubuku Kagama. And since this is the case, then that makes the white-armored player no other than but Touch Me. They have been roaming the whole edges of Helheim in this past week. They helped some heteromorphic players and hunt down some PK parties everywhere. That includes the current happening. Sigh, you guys. Anyway, are you alright? Are being spammed kill? Touch Me ignored the two like he was so used to it already and just focuses on the player in front of him. Yes, thank you for saving me. Actually, it's my 3rd time already, and supposed to be the 4th if you hadn't come and saved me. Well, that's a good thing that we are near around the area when that happened. After all that, they talked for a moment about a lot of things. The player that the trio had to save was a newbie. He just started playing the game a week ago and immediately on his first day of playing Yggdrasil, he was constantly PK'd by a lot of pikers already. He also said that he's even thinking of just quitting the game since getting killed a lot is not really enjoyable. Though the trio seemed to have changed this thoughts of his for a bit. So given how kind Touch Me's character is, when he heard this, he immediately offered the player to join their party and help each other out. Of course, he asked Yuki's and Byakubu Kagama's opinion too, but all of them seems to be on the same page, so there's no any problem. The player with a poor-looking robe was so glad to hear this and immediately accepts the offer. Thank you so much Touch-me-san, Razel-san, and Chagama-chan. I'm really glad to meet the three of you here. Even though you didn't know me, you still decided to help me. Thank you very much, said the player with a poor-looking robe as he bows towards the three of them. Don't worry about it, we just did what's right, and that's to help all the people in need, said by Touch Me. Yeah, let's just do our best to fight off those mean guys that love to hurt our fellow heteromorphic players. Right Razel and chan, said by Byakubu Kagama. Why yeah, like what she said. Cough anyway, since they already used all the available cool lines about justice and stuff, and I can't seem to think about some good new ones on the spot. I'll just do the welcoming I guess, Yuki said as he walked towards the player with a poor-looking robe and stop in front of him. So, I officially welcome you to the team, Momonga-san. Let's do our best together, Yuki said with a smile emoji, which the player named Momonga positively responded. And with that, another member in their party of 3 has been successfully added. But no one seems to appreciate this fact more than Yuki has. For him, Momonga being on their team is like finally eating Oreos with milk after a long time. It just feels so complete. So with that, a massive part of Yuki's third reason has been completed. Now, he can finally roam the world freely. He doesn't need to find anyone anymore, at least that's how it is for now. He can finally play the game normally again. In these past months in Helheim, only a few selected PK groups feared Yuki's presence since Yuki can only do minimal work due to him focusing on his third reason, but now that his chains in Helheim got removed, and all of his goals, for now, has been completed, he can finally show why Niflheim back then was the most feared places. Now, Pikers in Helheim can finally experience the true weight of his presence. The Uno reverse card has been activated and it's now their time to feel how it is to run. How it is to be hunted. How it is to beg for your life. At the moment, Yuki can only lick his lips while thinking about the things he'll start tomorrow. But when the time comes, he'll surely make everyone in this world understand what being the world terror means. Let there be carnage. Ha ha ha. You who is he talking to? Momonga asked, seeing Razel laughing maniacally alone in a certain corner. Don't ask, just ignore him. Byakubu Kagama replied with a passive tone while she's operating something within her console. He's just like that sometimes. Touch Me said in a low tone as he leaned forward to Momonga. Oh, okay. Momonga agrees. Though deep down, he just don't know what's going on and he's greatly confused. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. It's already been a week since Yuki, Byakubu Kagama, Touch Me, and Momonga formed a party together. They have constantly played the game together, grind exps, finished some quests and missions, finding some dungeons, trashing every PK party they will encounter, and of course, playing some campaign together. The campaign is the original or main quest that Yggdrasil offers to every player. Through these quests, one will see the whole lore of the Yggdrasil itself. Its current story, origin, conflicts, purposes, secrets, places, and especially, what lies within it. The campaign has a lot of tasks and missions in it that all the players need to follow. And by completing it and following each mission that is given to them, based on which world they are in, will eventually lead them to some unique places, bosses, and most of all, the infamous world enemies. Things that can give anyone riches just by having the information about their location alone. All the missions on the campaign of Yggdrasil are connected to its lore. But even though it sounds easy, one can't just play the campaign as they please, since the majority of the missions or quests in it, will not be served in front of them like breakfast in the morning. One will need to get something or finish some of the conditions through a variety of means before they are given a hint about the next thing they needed to do. Which is not easily accomplished. This is the sole reason why informations in Yggdrasil are very valuable. The campaign missions might be easy at first, but they become more ridiculous as it goes on. According to the lore, back in the day, the world tree Yggdrasil had countless amounts of leaves, but then a giant monster appeared which devoured these leaves, causing them to fall one after the other until only 9 were left. These 9 leaves were the previous incarnations of the 9 worlds. However, the leaf-eating monster continued its advance to the point where it seeks to devour the remaining leaves. This was the backstory upon which the players adventured into their own world in order to protect it. This very thing is the main foundation of the campaign itself. Players would step out into the unknown and face dangers to protect their own world. As obvious and as redundant as it is, playing the campaign wasn't an easy task. Not only because of its difficulties but also because some of the missions or quests required a certain number of players in a certain group. Be it by a clan, party, or even a guild. Especially if you have come to the point of facing one of the world enemies in the game. A world enemy was described to be an immensely powerful, boss-level monster, hidden deep in the game. Following the campaign missions will eventually lead you to them. There were 32 of these extraordinary monsters in total, and one could infer the dev team's love of dragons from the number of draconic entities among them. At least that's what the rumors within the community said. Legends has it that even if 30 level 100 players work together, fully prepared and forewarned of the battle ahead, entering combat with any one of these world enemies, the outcome of the match would still be in doubt. If one of these monsters had appeared before them, it would be a threat, even with the full force of the current rank 1 guild. World enemies' attacks could bypass the racial resistances of heteromorphic monsters or any players. By Yggdrasil standard, despite a legion, composed of 6 parties of 6 players each, 36 players in total, they would still not have much of a chance against these unimaginably powerful creatures. While world enemies are level-breaking monsters, even the weakest one is estimated to be at least level 100, but most of them are higher. They were the first type of monsters confirmed to have a cap that is beyond level 100. If that is not enough for them to be considered as OP, well, they are also immune to the harmful abilities of world items like Longinus. But, even after 2 years, only 2 world enemy has been discovered yet. But funny enough, the very first player that made the first discovery is a pretty well-known player named Kadis Etrama de Razel. Yes. It's no other than Yuki. Though the community is not surprised when they heard this news for the very first time. All players' reaction at that time was more like, of course, it's gotta be him. The first discovery is back when Yuki's still in Niflheim. It's already a piece of known information that Yuki is the first player to explore the whole Niflheim. Through this process, he also became the sole king of Niflheim, which made his link to the world, that started to form when he became its world champion, stronger than ever. Things happened, yada yada, then somehow, he managed to gain access through the whole Niflheim. He got the ability to control, manage, and see some things within it. Meaning, he managed to see everything that world has to offer, and through heaven's luck, that also includes the secret place where one of the world enemies resides. What happened to the world enemy? Did anyone manage to successfully raid it? Actually, other than Yuki, no one knows. Yuki didn't even release the information about his discovery and it just got leaked within the community for some unknown reason. But no one knows what happened exactly or where is the exact location even. Only Yuki and Yuki alone know where is it and what did he do to it. Disclaimer. Though Yuki explored the whole Niflheim, it doesn't mean that the world has nothing to offer anymore for other players. Yuki is the only one that managed to see all of it, and for the others, everything is still fresh and a mystery. The second discovery is actually pretty recent. It was discovered, not so long ago before Yuki's party with Byukyubuku Kagama, Touch Me, and Momonga has been formed. It was publicly announced 1 week before their party was formed. It was discovered by a certain guild that is in the middle of a raid in a certain part of Midgard. They publicly announced it because they are asking for assistance since it's too impossible for them to take on the monster with their force alone. Many players have partaken in the event since for the Yggdrasil's community, this is their first world enemy class monster. At least the first one they that get to fight. This caused an uproar since a strong monster like that could have a really good reward if defeated. If defeated, that is, since up until now, the news of the first world enemy being defeated has yet to be announced. But for Yuki and the rest of the party, it doesn't matter at all. It's not like they don't want to participate in it, but more like, they simply just can't. Just like any other, that is also not interested in joining the event. They have so many things that are needed to be done. Given the classes, levels, the number they had, and the world where the event is happening, they just can't go even if they want to. Byukyubuku Kagama and Momonga was still a newbie and low-level players at this point. Even though Yuki keeps shoving them some 100% EXP boost on their throats, they still have a long way to go before reaching the minimum standards for that kind of raids. Not to mention that Touch Me and Yuki's World Champion classes are also in need of leveling up. Yuki's World Terror is already at level 4 and close to reaching the peak, but that's only because he's playing for almost every day, but since Touch Me had a real-life job, he can't play the game as often as Yuki does, that's why his World Champion class is still at an early level 2. A Void might complain why leveling up is so slow, and it's been a long time already since they got it. Well, that's because World Champion class is unique, therefore the conditions of leveling it up are also unique. And it just so happens that the uniqueness of this class is quite a B***tch. That's why even for an avid gamer like Yuki, it's still quite hard. So overall, it means that Yuki and his party can't do any better right now but grind exps and gain levels as much as they can. That's the only path they can take for the current them right now. As time passes by, they gained new members to their little party. It all adds up until it reached the number of 9 members. It all started with Byukyubuku Kagama's little brother and was followed by the rest of the people that were originally mentioned in the OG novel. A very fortunate thing to happen in Yuki's case. This is the list of the current 9 players that are in the group right now. Momonga, Touch Me, Kadis Etrama de Razel, Byukyubuku Kagama, Pararon Sino, Nishikienrei, Wish 3, Warrior Takemi Kazuchi, Amanama Hitosu. It is actually different compared to the first 9 original members of the 9's own goal in the original story. Since Byukyubuku Kagama and Pararon Sino weren't supposed to join the group this early. And some of the group that is in the original wasn't in here yet. Yuki was worried that it might slightly affect the future events that are supposed to happen, but after a quick brainstorming to himself, he just shrugged it off and decided to not worry about it too much. The moment that they reached the 9 members, Yuki suggested forming a clan already, which Touch Me and the rest agrees. And like in the original, their clan was named 9's own goal. Yuki didn't reject or oppose the idea about the name since it doesn't matter at all. Well, at least it's much better than the 9 lowly hunters that Pararong Kino proposed. While they are in the process of making the clan, they also choose between themselves on who they wanted to be the leader of the clan. Of course, when it comes to this part of the decision, there are only 2 choices to choose from. Either Yuki or Touch Me. Touch Me was known to be a very strong player by the rest of the group since they know that he was a high-tiered player, and they already witnessed his strength personally whenever they are engaged in battles. And they of course know that he was a world champion, which amazed them greatly. All of that combined with his unique sense of justice and good heart makes him a good leader. But Touch Me said that he didn't mind if Yuki took the position as the clan leader, which Yuki immediately refused. Yuki said that he didn't want any type of responsibility and headache. He also said that he was okay with the idea of Touch Me being the leader, and he just wanted to be in the shadows, like a secret weapon, because he thinks that it makes him even cooler. Like a hidden someone that stops the one in power in case they misuse their position. Yuki hugged the whole noblesse vibes on this one. The rest of the group laughed at the idea but agreed to it anyway since they know what Yuki is like. Touch Me is strong, but Yuki is just on a different level. They're aware of this very fact. After that, the group decided that Touch Me will be the leader of the newly profound clan. And thus, the Clan 9's own goal was officially established. It's already been a couple of months since the clan was created and they already gained some new members. They're not really picky on choosing new members for the clan yet, but there are not much of players who wanted to join. That's why the clan is really not that big. It's already been a couple of months, but from the original 9 members, they only managed to add 16 new members. All of them were mentioned in the OG story. Yuki knows them all except for one player that joined the clan. But since all the members of the clan other than Yuki had a job in real life, they can't play the game that much. Touch Me sets a particular day in a week when everyone in the group is free and needs to play the game so they can play the game all together. Its purpose was also just to not gather but information sharing as well. Since all of them are busy, of course, other than Yuki, they all played the game on separate days. They are in situation like, some are free on this day, some are not. In the 25 members of their clan, only 5 to 8 random members of the clan are to be seen online every day, of course, other than the day that Touch Me has set, the meeting day where everyone needs to attend. So the purpose of the weekly meeting was to share the information they all gathered throughout the week. It can be either a new place they found on the map, or new dungeons to raid, or a quest and event that they can do. They all do that for every single week that has passed. They didn't just stay in a single world, they jumped and go to another world as well. And they're also scattered sometimes. They multiplied themselves into 5 different teams, each team will go to different worlds or sometimes in the same world but a different part of that world. Their purpose of doing that is to explore and discover a new part of that world that has yet to explore and find things that no other player has discovered. Like a source of different kinds of materials like mines, or new dungeons to explore, or maybe world items since some of the world items are just scattered around the whole Yggdrasil, and maybe, find a new area to explore or enter. This kind of thing is the goal of the 9's own goal clan. To find a hidden place because it contains some high-value data crystals and drops, it might also have some treasures. But inside Yuki's mind, he already knows the very important place which will play the most important role in his whole plan. The Nazarick. He didn't need to explore the whole 9 world just to know where it is because it was mentioned already in the novel back in Yuki's old world when he was still reading the Overlord's franchise. But he knows that it was not the time yet as he still needs to do a lot of things before they all go to that place since that place is very dangerous, and they need to clear that whole dungeon in just a single attempt since it will give them a much better reward if they manage to clear it in just one attempt. That's why Yuki didn't need to rush things, but that doesn't mean that he can just sit everywhere and take his time. No. He needs to hurry up and do the things that he needed to do, since in the original, Nishikienrei is the one who found the place where Nazarick is, and if Nishikienrei manages to find it, it's not impossible for anyone to do the same. Since he was a being that is not supposed to be in this world, he might trigger some events that are not known to him. And since he already did, just like him winning the world champion, and changing the first 9 of the 9's own goal and many other things, he didn't want to mess with the timeline any more or any further than that since the butterfly effect of each action he did, might cause him greatly and result to some results that might break his original plans. He's in a situation where he doesn't need to rush things, but he can't also relax. Now, all he can do is pray that everything he wants to happen, happens. Latum. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. During the days that had passed, the intensity that every activity that the Clan 9's own goal had, have raised to a certain amount for various reasons. And of course, being a member of the same clan, Yuki had done the same things. Though unlike the others, he's not with any of his clan mates, more like, he doesn't have a group at all. No, it's not like no one wants to be grouped with him, actually, it was him that suggested doing everything alone. He wants to do the expedition solo since he believes that it is more faster and efficient if he does it this way. Things that are most unlikely to happen if he's together with someone. That or he just probably doesn't want any liability. Whatever the case is, his clanmates just let him do his own thing, thinking that he had his reasons, which they understand to some degree. Also, after 2 months of grinding, Yuki finally managed to max out his World Terror class. On the other hand, Touch Me still has a long way to go, but it won't be that long before he could also do the same. Given by their activeness as a clan, they're already starting to get recognized by many players. Though this should be a type of news that they should be happy about, it seems that throughout the whole members, Yuki is the only one who's so happy about this news. They're indeed recognized, but by the wrong set of players, and by being recognized means, being targeted by a lot. As they're climbing within the ranks as a clan, many players, or pikers in general, tried to pay a visit and ruin their little clan, though fortunate enough, no one seems to have been successful in doing such a thing. Since the clan was really active, and all the members are very enthusiastic, it became a clan that has a very solid foundation. Something that no player can break with such ease. But to grow even stronger, they need to be more active, which is what they're currently doing. They complete various missions and tasks. Gather some materials. Do some campaigns. Campaigning that will eventually lead them to some bosses and dungeons. Which, whenever it happens, they always take a break, call the rest of the clan, then do it all together. Days and months had passed and this kind of thing had always repeated itself. Explore, fights, raids, meetings, then repeat. It's what they do over and over again. This might not change anytime soon, if more, it might be just like this for a very long time. It's already been a year since the clan was formed. The clan had a total of 31 members now. Due to Yuki's chaotic presence that seemed to have jumbled the timeline for a bit, there's some members that he didn't recognize. Though thankfully, no one seems to be missing from the original members of the clan that's supposed to be here, there's just some bunch that has been added. But all of that didn't affect Yuki that much. Being with the members every day, all of them became Yuki's friends already. Especially for the first 9 members, since Yuki had been with them much longer than the others. Though during these past months, many events had happened within the clan. The majority of the clan members had already reached level 100, some of them have yet to achieve that, but they're already close, so there's not much of a difference. They also managed to acquire a lot of materials and items throughout their explorations. They also discovered a large mining spot somewhere in Nidavellir. Of course, finding such a gem, they immediately monopolized that mine as it became the main source of materials for their equipment and stuff. They managed to clean out the mine after a whole month. They're lucky that no one had found that place other than them, so they didn't encounter any sort of troubles. They really did gain a lot from that mine. Of course, it was equally distributed to all of them, since all of them really need a lot of resources and materials for the weapon, items, and pieces of equipment that they're planning to create or upgrade. Except for Yuki, that is. Of course, he has tons of kinds of equipment that need an upgrade or waiting for creation, but materials is the last thing he wants in this world. In fact, he needs more free time than that petty amount of materials. So when the clan gave Yuki's share to him, he just refused. He just told them that they needed more than him. Yuki isn't being considerate, though, for others, it might look like it. He simply just can't take it because the amount is too cute for him. It's like a kid giving pennies to a guy that likes to spend millions. They're giving a portion of what they got from a single mine when Yuki, in these past years, had been indulging in mining galore, milking the sh*t out of every mine in Niflheim, and still complaining about his gains. It's just too little for him to be content. So it's just like what Yuki said. Let the kids have their candies. So overall, other than Yuki, they're all happy with their gains. But whatever reason they have, materials are important for them, since the majority of them are still lacking on equipments that have good quality. At least, good quality in their own standards. But they all managed to overcome it all through teamwork and communication. They're a whole team after all. But even after all those teamwork and stuff, arguments among clansmen are inevitable. Conflicts within the clan members grow as days pass by. There's even a certain day when Touchme had a really huge disagreement with one of the members of the clan. According to the other members, they had a really heated up discussion which led the latter to suddenly leave the clan and quit playing the game as well. This resulted in a very bad atmosphere within the clan. During those days, some of the members have been in a very awkward and gloomy situation. The internal conflict within the clan back then had left a great scar on some of the members' hearts. Only Yuki seemed less affected about the whole situation, as he's the one who would sometimes calm his friends down and say some jokes just to lighten up the mood and break the ice between them. He would even go and talk to Momonga and Touchme sometimes, since both of them are the most affected by what happened. According to some of them, it felt like a stain on the glorious memories of a closely knit clan. Although the conflict was long over, Touchme developed some guilt over that past matter, feeling that the wrongdoing he had caused created friction with other clan members ever since. But even though the rest of the clan members had started to get over it, sometimes, Yuki would still see Touchme getting troubled by something. Even Momonga and Pararon Sino had noticed it. They would sometimes go and ask Touchme about it, but he's just brushing them off while saying to not worry about it. But after all that, everything came back to normal. The whole clan had gone back to their own businesses and continued to do the things they're doing every day before that ordeal. No one had ever mentioned the things that had happened on those days, and they all decided to just forget about it. Their clan as a whole possessed 2 world items: the Atlas and the Hygea's Chalice. Those 2 are founded by Wish 3 and Tabula while they're on their own explorations. But even though they found it, it was treated as a clan treasures. They all agreed that it was a part of the clan, and if ever someone wants to use it for something, they all should vote for it. Nobody within them has the right to just use them without any permission from the other members. Even Touchme himself. But during this, Yuki voiced out his opinion. Since Yuki and the clan were only using a rented base as their main base, and since Yuki knows that the safety of these world items isn't guaranteed here if they choose to keep them here, he chooses to act and propose the idea to them, that he should hold on to it until they finally have a much secure place. Though Yuki is friends with all the clan members, he's not that close in each and every one of them. So those who don't know Yuki well, especially the new members that joined their clan not so long ago, doubted Yuki. Which made Yuki laugh hysterically, confusing those who asked about his capabilities in protecting the world items. After that, Yuki immediately slapped them with a massive flex on their faces. I'm the strongest player in the whole Yggdrasil. The current rank 1. I can trash the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranked player with ease even if they were to come at me together. So if you believe that I can't protect these world items, then that means, no one can. Other than those who know Yuki very well, all of them had seemed to swallow their own tongue. Some of them, especially those who cannot believe it, looked towards Touchme as he is the current 3rd rank player. Someone that Yuki added in the players, that according to him, he can easily beat. Their gazes seemed to be saying, "Did you just hear what this B*TCH said? Aren't you going to say something about it?" Which Touchme replied, much to their disbelief, "Well, it's the truth though. Can't argue about that." After Touchme said that, Pararong followed up, as if to support Yuki's opinion earlier. In any case, it's already a well-known fact that Razel already holds multiple world items. And trusting these 2 in his hands seemed to be a good idea. After hearing these, the clan members that don't know about these facts about Yuki up until now, had been mind-blown beyond reach. He is carrying a bunch of world item around with him ever since? He is that 1st rank player? Then why isn't he the leader? Why do we not know this? Why did no one tell us about these? That we have the current rank 1 in our clan. These are the questions they had in their mind after all that. They don't know who Razel is exactly before after these happenings, they just know that he's a high rank player and an important part of the clan since he's a founding member, that's all. No other information other than his name is Razel. They don't know him, but they do know the famous rank 1. About his achievements, the greatness of that players, the issues he has, the weight of his name, all the titles he have, the merits he accumulated, and kinds of stuff like that. For them, as a fellow heteromorphic player, the rank 1 is their living idol in Yggdrasil. And that same player is with them all along? A void might ask. How did they not see Yuki's info if anyone in Yggdrasil can just check someone's basic info such as IGN's through their very own consoles? And why did no one tell anyone about Yuki's real information then? Why did they hide it from the others if they're just going to reveal it in the end like it is a well-known fact that everyone should have known already? Well, first of all, they didn't hide it, it is just that no one asked about it. Second, Yuki has an item that hides his basic information. The only thing that shows when someone checks him up is his health bar and the always depleted MP bar. He made it like this so pikers wouldn't run away so fast the moment they check his info. Lastly, no one really explained it so openly due to Yuki's role in the clan. Their secret weapon, or the fail-safe just in case something goes awry within their clan. A noblesse just how Yuki likes to call it. Anyway, after all those discussions, commotion, and a roller roster of emotions, Yuki finally managed to convince them all to let the world item stay with him. But actually, other than worrying about the world item's safety, he had another reason for insisting that he should take care of it. In the original timeline, Atlas was the first world item founded by Nine's own goal, but unfortunately, it was stolen away from them. That's what happened in the original timeline, but now, due to Yuki's butterfly effect, they found not only one, but 2 world items instead. Yuki didn't mind if the Atlas was stolen, but it is a different topic when it comes to Hygea's chalice. This item is really important. The effects of this world item will come in and play a big role in Yuki's future plans. Though he doesn't plan to monopolize it, not now at least. But another void might ask again. Why he doesn't care about Atlas? That he doesn't even care if it was stolen by the others from their clan just like how it happened in the original. Well, it's not like Yuki doesn't actually care about it, it's just that he also had another reason for this. A theory. This is a theory that Yuki made when he connected the dots from the moment he saw what can the Atlas do, up to the fact that it was stolen in the original timeline. Well, his theory is that it's probably meant to be stolen. The ability of the Atlas is like a world shaper. By using it, one can literally change the form, landscape, or anything you see within the 9 worlds as you like it to be. Easy to say, it was like, you can freely customize a certain world to your liking if you use Atlas. But if you do something like that, it will surely be one of the major events in the whole Yggdrasil. Something like that will surely be stated prior to it being stolen. But there's not even a record of a player doing that or even using that in Yggdrasil back in the original timeline. But when Yuki remembered the picture of the map of the new world that he saw in his past life, he realized something. The map of the new world resembles the Middle East by a lot. And Yuki, being none the wiser, didn't want to think that it's just a pure coincidence. So, easy to say, the Atlas made it to the new world. Yuki theorized that the player who stole the Atlas from the original timeline, or if not, to whoever it was passed to, is one of the first players to be transmigrated in the NW after the server shut down. Those players who have the Atlas had probably used it to change the whole new world into the new world he knows. Even though Yuki knows that this is just a theory of his, he didn't want to take his chances and just decided to follow the same route since if his theory was correct, it'll be his advantage, and if not, it'll be something that he'll greatly regret. Because the very last thing that Yuki would want, is him, jumping into the new world, only to find out that the new world he got into, is not the same new world he used to know. Chapter 30, Chapter 30. Yggdrasil's players' death count. Cadiz Etrama 0. Yuki currently holds the record of the player that has the least death in the whole Yggdrasil. The number of his recorded death ever since he played the game, was only, none. Meaning, ever since he played the game on day 1 till now, he never died. Which is pretty mind-blowing given the nature of the game, since dying in this game is pretty much normal for all the players of Yggdrasil. Fighting a lot of monsters. Exploring the vast unknown and hazardous lands of every 9 worlds. Raiding dungeons. And also, fighting your fellow players. This event is what happens in the everyday lives of every player in Yggdrasil. With this kind of event, it is really not weird to have at least a 100 death count and above after playing the game for 3 years. But Yuki's number on that criteria is pretty empty. Many players might or have to ask Yuki, how and why? It's already given that Yuki is a strong player, so being killed easily by any normal monsters is pretty much unlikely. He was a known world champion. A high-ranking player. Obviously, a much stronger player compared to the players that have the same level as him. Or in all players in general. It was recorded that he can even fight 10 level 100 players at the same time. Alone. And still win, of course. So unless he was hunted down by a legion of level 100 players and forced to fight them all with no means of escape, then no one can pretty much beat him. And there's still his sealed stats and MP. No one can also ignore the fact that unlike others that have a cap in their growth, Yuki has none. He only grows stronger as days go by. As long as he plays, his strength and utilities keep getting stacked. Though throughout the year that Yuki played Yggdrasil, he didn't even have a single moment where he can finally unleash all his sealed stuff and go crazy. In short, he doesn't know how it feels to go all out. One might say that if that's the case, how about fighting top-ranked players? Surely they'll offer a good fight. Well, at first, Yuki thought the same thing, but he realized that in his perspective, everyone only has 2 types of distinction. The very weak ones, and the less weak ones. For reference, one can use the comical scene that Yuki made at the finals of the World Champion Tournament. The magic caster that he managed to defeat, or more like, trashed over, is the current 3rd rank player at that time. Speaking of that magic caster that Yuki fought in the finals. That player's rank right now was just below 50. How? Well, due to how furious he was at Yuki. A couple of days after the World's tournament, he set up a party and hunted Yuki down at his lovely home, Niflheim. He planned to hunt down Yuki and strip him off till nothing is left anymore. This is his supposed to be way of getting back at Yuki to what he had done to him on the finals of the World Tournament. He really hugged the whole young master troupe on this one. But what happened after that was completely opposite to his plan, and just plainly embarrassing. First of all, no one knows this piece of information, but fighting Yuki in his own turf is probably the worst thing that any hunters could even think of. Plus to that was Yuki's overall strength at that time. It was a really poor decision for the magic caster's side, since he should have known that after gaining the world champion class, Yuki will be more stronger compared to the Yuki he fought at the finals, where he still got trashed nonetheless. So what the magic caster planned to do to Yuki, about stripping him off clean, was done to him instead. Well, at that time, it was pretty much a ritual for Yuki to strip every pikers and hunter he came across. But probably, the most unfortunate and sad part about all of this is that, the magic caster has a world item in hand. It's called, the Cryas Glyph. It was a sealing type of world item. It almost had the same effect as the world item, depiction of nature and society. But this item can literally isolate or trap any chosen player in a dimension-like space as much as the caster wants. The player that had been targeted by this, can only be released if the caster wills it or the current caster's player data have been removed. Which is only possible if it was done by using another world item Longinus, or that particular player, caster, had quit and stopped playing the game. Yes. This very item was used on Yuki by the magic caster out of desperation. But since Yuki had a world champion class, he had the skill to deflect the effects of this kind of world item. Although it requires great accuracy and game sense to successfully do, which is not a problem for Yuki. His accuracy in game and game sense is so high, he can dodge attacks and hit someone even if his eyes are closed. That's a skill Yuki developed in real life due to him, gaming for almost every day in this past 4 years. So basically, he pretty much deflected the world items effect with ease. A Void might say that for a guy that is pretty paranoid about his safety, he's pretty calm about the fact that if he failed to deflect that, he is pretty much doomed for good. To answer that, well, that's the point. He is a paranoid guy that he wouldn't be doing this kind of stuff if he wasn't sure of his outcome in the first place. Even if he failed to deflect it and the world item reached him, Yuki still had a bunch of hidden trump cards and fail-safes just in case this kind of thing happens. But actually, Yuki can protect himself in the first place. He can apply a certain barrier to himself that'll protect him from being reached by the world items effect. But given by Yuki's edginess, deflecting something that is supposed to be the most powerful thing in the whole Yggdrasil with a flick of his arm will certainly make him look cool as f***ck. At least that's his own opinion. But since he successfully deflected the skill, he doesn't have to worry about those things anymore. So in the end, to make the story short, the magic caster's party, which he assembled just to hunt Yuki down, and consisted of high-ranking players at that, was trashed horribly by Yuki. The happenings after that were pretty much obvious already. The magic caster and his friends were stripped off clean until they had nothing left. Yuki plundered all their items, of course, including the world item as well. Though the Cryas glyph is a bit tricky. It's like Momonga's red orb back in the original story. It was named and can only be used by its first user, meaning, the magic caster. It could be problematic for others, but not for Yuki. By using a certain item, Yuki managed to change the ownership of the world and take it for himself. After all that, Yuki didn't see the magic caster anymore. Yuki thought at first that he will come back again to take revenge and try to take back the world item that he stole from him, but it's been a year now and even a shadow of that magic caster has yet to appear before Yuki. Well, going back to the question about Yuki's death count. How? Well, if one were to look at his alignment of skills and the majority of the item he had, they'll surely notice that it was all to prevent him from dying easily. Just to give anyone a peek at, what does it take if someone wants to kill Yuki, for good? Welp, to start off, Yuki had a certain skill that if activated, it would turn all his status back to normal. And by normal means, the state when everything is literally unscathed. Even if he only had a remaining 1 HP and 0 MP. If he activated this skill, all will be back to being how it was before the fight started. He also has a bunch of self-healing spells and skills. It was a variety of active and passive types. The active isn't much, but the passive ones, which is the majority of Yuki's arsenal in these criteria, are what made killing Yuki a loophole of a nightmare. He also has a ring that has a passive effect of increasing all of his self-healing spells and skills by 50%. Which is like a cherry on top. Just for a reference. 3 seconds after receiving a damage, Yuki's HP will start regenerating. From 1 HP, Yuki will only need 6 seconds before his HP's back to full again. Not to mention that this is just the work of his passives. Speaking of rings, Yuki has so much of it, and the majority of those rings have something to do with the same criteria of survivability. One of those is a ring that activates whenever Yuki's HP reaches down to 0. The effects of it once activated are pretty simple and straightforward, unlike the other rings on Yuki's hand. What is it? Well, it just immediately restore Yuki's HP back to 100%. Simple, right? There's still more to where these things came from. But all of these are already enough to make the job of everyone that wants to kill Yuki like hell. So in a nutshell, Yuki had a lot of ways to prevent himself from dying. He has a lot of items, spells, skills, etc., to support himself from doing all that. I think that they finally found it. Hey. Yuki is currently walking in the waiting area. He is going to a place where his clanmates are supposed to be. Today, Yuki received a message from Touch Me that they will have a meeting. Touch Me also said that Nishikienrei found something. Oi, Razel. "We're here." Pararon Sino waved towards him to catch his attention. Yuki saw his clan mates, gathering in some corner. He walks towards them and greets them. A couple of minutes after that, they rented a private room and proceed to have their weekly clan sharing information. The majority of them have not much to tell since this week, there's not much that had happened. Or more like, there are no new things to tell, everything they did is being done over and over again anyway. Alright, now that's settled. Nishikienrei, can you tell the others about the thing that you discovered? Touch Me said as he signaled for Nishikienrei to go in front. Yeah, of course. Nishikienrei agreed as he stood up from his seat and walked towards the front to face all his clan mates. He seemed to take a deep breath before speaking slowly with a hint of excitement in his tone. I discovered a new dungeon. And of course, it's still fresh. What do y'all think? Amazing, right? This could be our chance, said by Nishikienrei enthusiastically. The whole clan was truly amazed by this as they all voiced out their excitement. Alright, where did you find it? Touch Me asked eagerly. Around Helheim. About 100 meters away from the piercing crystal plains. The place where it's in is called Grenbera Swamp. After that, the whole clan discussed about this. After an hour of discussions, they finally made their decisions. Alright, it's settled. We'll investigate later, said by Touch Me as he stands up from the chair he's sitting on. The whole clan was about to burst in excitement but pause when they suddenly heard Touch Me say something again. But before that, I have something else to say. The whole clan members faced Touch Me as they all noticed the change in his voice and the air of seriousness around him. Though Touch Me said that he wants to say something, he didn't say anything for a couple of moments. The others can't say anything too given by the weird tension they feel around them. Clears throat. After a moment of silence, Touch Me seems ready to finally speak as he clears his throat and raises his head to meet the gaze of his clan members that are starting to worry. With a seemingly passive tone, he speaks. I'm thinking of dissolving the clan. Chapter 31, Chapter 31. I'm dissolving the clan. After Touch Me said that in front of his whole clansmen, a sudden outburst had followed. Wait. This is too sudden. What? Why? What's happening? Hey Touch-san, calm down. Let's just talk about this for a second. Yeah, no need to rush things. All of them had immediately questioned Touch Me's sudden decision of dissolving the clan. Like they can't believe it. A moment ago, they're just planning to do a raid and now he suddenly thought of dissolving the clan. What? Oh. Wait. Everyone. I think that you got it all wrong. When Touch Me realized that his clansmen have completely misunderstood his intentions, he immediately spoke up to explain and clear out the misunderstandings. He explained that at this point, they can hardly be called a clan any longer. So what he's planning is, he wants to upgrade themselves by creating a guild of their own. The time is quite good too, since if they're successful with their upcoming raid, then they will gain their very own guild base immediately. So that's why I wanted to dissolve the clan, so we can create a guild. Everyone. What do you think about that? Touch Me ended his explanation as he asks his clanmates' opinion about his idea. The whole clan sighed in relief after that. All of them, except for Yuki that is, since he already knows about this development. After the misunderstanding had been cleared up, everyone immediately agreed to Touch Me's idea, which surprised the man himself as they all agreed so fast. Actually, the creation of a guild is already a heated discussion among the members for a long time, but they're relieved that Touch Me brought it up himself. So no wonder about why they agreed so fast, since all of them are waiting for this very moment anyway. So after that, they immediately planned and discussed about the guild they were about to create. Yuki didn't reject or oppose any idea and opinions of his friends about the guild. Except for one thing. Being the leader. Yuki rejected the idea of being the leader. His reasons? Well, still the same as when he rejected the idea when they first created their clan. He just wants to be the secret weapon, a power in the shadows. He just loves the idea of being a noblesse like the original Razel. For him, being the leader sounds stressful, plain, and lame. Something that will hold him back. He's not the type of player that just sits there and order or plan things for others. He's the one that does the action. Not to mention that there are still a lot of unchecked things in his to-do list, so being held back is the last thing he would want. But of course, that doesn't mean that Yuki will not be cooperative in the group. He was still a part of the whole team. He knows what teamwork is. He will do everything he was tasked with if it's reasonable and won't get in the way of his own goals. For example, on raids. If the whole team had planned something, he will stick to the plan and not be a jackass that does whatever he wants. But that doesn't mean that someone can just order him around and force him to do some things he doesn't want to do. He is a founding member of the group. His words still hold some weight. So overall, Yuki doesn't want the leadership because it is stressful, and it will be even more once he finally reach the new world, where all things become real. As Yuki likes to say, why become the leader if there's someone who can become one for you? Since Yuki rejected the leadership, and Touch Me said that he will not be the leader anymore because of what happened in the past, they became confused about, who will they assign as the leader for the guild then? After a moment of pondering, Touch Me suddenly suggested his friend, Momanga. Momanga was taken aback by this as he suddenly tried to refuse. But Touch Me insisted and Yuki also supported the idea. Chattering. After a couple of minutes, they have finally come to a decision that Momanga will be the new leader of the new guild they are planning to create. This decision is supported by all of them, as no one refused the idea. Momanga is also a founding member anyway. Their discussions about the guild have ended in a couple of minutes after that. And just like in the original timeline, they all agreed to name their not yet created guild as Insoulgaun. The rules they had set for their guild are still similar to what they set on their clan back then. They had yet to include the rule that every new member that wanted to join must have a job, since it was only created in the original timeline so that everyone can give financial support to the guild and for themselves. So to make the story short, their guild was finally created and Momanga became the leader. Touch Me became the second leader for a moment just to support Momanga. Then Yuki's role is still the same. Though his role isn't an official role or part of the system itself, but for all of them, it was. Well, for Yuki, being unofficial is much better since being official kills the point of his role's secrecy. The other members might not see the point of his role, since it's not like someone will go rouge to some extent, or if that happens, would Yuki's role really matter? But little did anyone know, that there is a certain time in the future, where everything, or more like, almost everyone within their guild will become a ticking time bomb. Beings that can be a threat to everything they have created so far. When that time comes, Yuki's role as the noblesse will surely shine the most. A few minutes more after that, Touch Me had ended their meeting and proceeded to leave the waiting room as they all dive inside the official gaming server of Yggdrasil. They all choose to go to Helheim and proceed to go to the place where the new dungeon was discovered. For the rest of the day, they didn't do anything other than scouting and investigating the whole dungeon. As they investigate, they discovered a few things about this dungeon. This dungeon is called the Great Tomb of Nazarick. It was also a high-tiered dungeon that one must be at least level 80 before raiding this tomb. This dungeon is also big. It is composed of 6 floors going down below. Every floor has a pretty unique texture, which can put any one of them into disadvantages if not prepared. It also contains a lot of monsters and bosses than any normal dungeons, which is pretty obvious since it was a high-tiered one. After doing their investigation/scouting/observation throughout the whole interior of the tomb, they finally end the day there and decided to go back to their base, rented, and have their second meeting for that day. Now that all of them have the basic pieces of information about the dungeon they were planning to raid, they talk about the things they needed to do and have in this upcoming raid. Their meeting lasted for an hour before they finally settled down. They plan to do the raid 2 days from now as they still need time to prepare, both in-game and in real life. Since all of them have a job, except for Yuki of course, their schedule is pretty full. So to make up for the upcoming raid, they all decided to file a day off in their job tomorrow and do everything the next day after that. Yeah, all this effort just so they can play a game. And about the guild, they're planning to create. Touch Me said that he will do it tomorrow since creating a guild in Yggdrasil isn't just about clicking a button and boom, the guild was created. It needed a lot of things first before it can be officially called a guild. After that, Touch Me opened up his console and goes towards the clan feature. He clicked some things and after all that, a window popped in front of him that all of them can see. Are you sure you want to delete the 9's own goal, clan? Yes/no. Touch Me look at it for a moment before clicking the yes option. Zweeing. After that, all of their clan statuses, features, option, have disappeared. Touch Me stands in front of his former clansman and spoke. And with that, the 9's own goal has been officially dissolved. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. 559. Snore. In a certain apartment, Yuki can be seen sleeping inside his unlit bedroom while drooling over himself. He stayed up so late last night due to a particular in-game event that he need to finish as quickly as possible. Quickly as other players that is, since it doesn't really need to be finished that fast actually. Yuki is just too paranoid of it having a secret bonus for the player that managed to finish it first. Though he didn't get one so he just kinda tired himself up for nothing. So because of this, he got drained so hard. He's so tired that he didn't even take a shower or change clothes before going to bed, he just straight up crash on his bed then sleep after logging out on Yggdrasil. Tut. 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 Asterisk FBI. Open up. Boom. Asterisk, alarm clock SFX. But while he's in the middle of enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by hundreds of anime titties, a loud noise had suddenly rung close to him, startling the heck out of him, thus pulling him out of his imaginary bubble. Who dares? As fast as Yuki can, he suddenly jumps out of the bed and puts a fighting stance while looking in every direction of his room. While looking around, one can see from Yuki's face that half of his soul is still in the dream realm as he looks like a drunken man. After a moment of realization, Yuki dropped down his hand while sighing heavily. Why did I ever think that putting that in the alarm is a good idea? Isekai'd. Click. After ruffling his hair in annoyance and turning off the alarm, he closes his eyes again and slams his body back on the bed. Right now, Yuki wants to do nothing but sleep and see hundreds of naked Oni-san engulfing his whole vision, and for him, nothing in this world can make him stop doing that right now. Or so he thought, cause before he could even re-enter his dream realm again, a gale of wind together with a sudden realization of today's activities had caused for his eyes to forcibly open again. Sigh right, today is the day. After remembering the reason why he set up his alarm in the first place, though extremely annoyed, Yuki slowly stands up from the bed and proceeds to go out of the bedroom. He actually didn't want to wake up yet, heck he will choose that 100% if today is just your everyday normal sad day, but he simply has no choice since he has an important thing to do today. So he lazily drags himself inside the bathroom and splashed his face with some cold water to wake up his sleeping soul. After he did that, finally awake, albeit looking half asleep, he finally walked outside the bathroom, ready to do the things he always does in the morning. His everyday routine after waking up. Masturb preparing breakfast for himself. After that, his morning shower routine. Then, he proceeds to eat his breakfast while watching some anime. And last but not least, going towards his balcony to taste some fresh and slightly polluted air in the morning. Just to relax his mind, making it ready for the stress it'll take for the rest of the day. Only after all that, is when he can finally enter his gaming room and start the real deal. Alright, it's time. He picked up the VR helmet and put it in his head. Next, he lays down on his neuroterminal and picks up the neural cord, then aligns it towards his neural port. Unlike the first time he did it, the hesitation is not there anymore as he pushes it all inside in one motion. Though the slight moaning is still there. The VR helmet glowed and his vision suddenly changed after that. He scrolls all the windows of apps in front of him and stopped in a certain icon where the displayed logo is the Yggdrasil's logo. He slowly clicks it and a login screen appears in front of him. Login. Immediately after saying that, everything around him turned black. At the piercing crystal plains, a place in Helheim, a group of players is to be seen. This group of rowdy players is, of course, the members of the newly formed guild, Ins Olgaun. Yesterday, Touch Me had finished setting up the whole guild thing, and today is their first mission as a guild. That's why failure is not on their to-do list, as they need to give it with all they got. That's also the reason why they are all fully equipped with their main equipment, since this dungeon that they will about to raid is not an easy one. In preparation for their raid on the newly discovered dungeon, the Great Tomb of Nazarick, 30 guild members are currently present. Though they're still missing one member to be fully complete. Touch-san, have you messaged Razel already? He's still not here. Momonga walks towards Touch Me and asks him about Yuki. Oh, yeah. I already contacted him and he said that he just did something and he's already on his way here. Touch Me replies to Momonga. Oh, okay. Thanks. Momonga said as he noticed his 3 guild members approaching him. A moment ago, Momonga asked Nubo, Flatfoot and Nishikienrei to scout and check the surroundings to make sure that no one is spying on them. And the 3 agreed. After a couple of minutes after that, the 3 of them came back and reported that no one is spying on them and that the surroundings are clear of enemies. After that, Momonga announced to his whole guildmates that they should do their final equipment preparations, since they're just waiting for Yuki to arrive and they will immediately proceed towards the Grenbera swamp after that. They all did what Momonga said, but not long after that, a gate suddenly appeared near them all, startling some of the guild members. From the gate, Yuki stepped out, fully equipped with a new set of black armor. An armor that's new to all of them. The armor. Yo! Yuki simply greets his guildmates and vice versa. They all discussed a few things after that before they finally begin their march towards the Grenbera swamp, the location of their targeted place. While on their way, the guild encounters several obstacles but manages to bypass everything with ease and without anyone getting harmed. It didn't take them that long before they finally arrived in front of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, though they didn't step any closer to it yet as they might trigger the whole place. They all scouted the vicinity again after that to make sure that no one other than them is here right now. Finding no general threats, Blue Planet conjures a makeshift base for the guild to plan their next course of action. Even though they already planned this several times already, they still need to make things clear about what everyone should do inside the tomb, since the plan they made yesterday isn't that solid yet. There's still some part of their plan that is yet to be addressed, for example, the group which everyone should be belonged to. Since there are only a few powerhouses within their guild, and that some of the members are not compatible to be within the same group. Like how some of them lack of magic casters or tanks, or fighters, etc. Or if not within that, they just lack someone who'll carry them. Like for sure, they're complete in terms of classes, but all of them are pretty average. They still need a powerhouse within them that'll carry them through the floors so they won't be trashed by some bosses. They need a balanced team. Punidomo suggested to them that all of them should have different parties for the dungeon expedition. However, Tabula argues against him, alongside some other members believing to stay in their current parties. The same one they had whenever they're doing expeditions. The decision is given to Momonga, but since he doesn't want to come out as someone that favors a certain side more than the other, he decided to just hold a vote then. Though in the end, Tabula and the others' decision came out victorious. They stick with their current parties. When it comes to their strategy, they also stick to their usual strategy for raiding. They split themselves into different teams and spread throughout the dungeons. That's what they always do, believing that they can conquer the dungeon fast by doing it this way. So given by their plan, and since the Tomb of Nazarick is composed of 6 floors, they all group themselves into 4 teams with 6 members each. But since they stick with their current parties, that means Yuki is alone by himself on this raid too. Since the whole guild knows how Yuki loves to do some soloing, they all agreed to leave the first floor to him. Not just because they believed in his strength as a player, because they also love to see him fail and if possible, die. Since they know how confident Yuki is when he said that he wanted to solo the first floor, they all thought that it will be hilarious if he fails. They wanted to see what kind of expressions the great and undefeated Yuki will make after the raid if that ever happens. Since Yuki loves to troll them all by scaring the sh*t out of them by suddenly appearing in front of them with his scary avatar, they just all wanted to get back at him somehow. And if Yuki actually failed the first floor, then they can all just go to it and finish it by themselves. Though there's no harm in their decision as they're not actually doing this on purpose to get Yuki killed. It's all for the sake of fun in their perspectives. They don't know Yuki's penalty for dying in the first place. Actually, if they know it, they'll be the one that will stop Yuki from being a solo player in the first place. But still, some of them tried to argue about this decision, clearly worried about him, but the majority agreed and Yuki insisted anyway, so no one can say about it anymore. Razel. It's not like I'm doubting you or anything, but, even for you, going alone and soloing the first floor is still. Pararon Sino said to Yuki as he was still worried about him. He's aware of how important and valuable Yuki's items are, so if he dies, he will surely lose some of it, especially now that Yuki finally equipped his main ones, so the losses for him will surely be big. Though still unchanging, Yuki just assured Pararon Kino that he will be fine and he should just worry about himself and his own team instead. To which he complies with a heavy sigh. They ended up their meeting after a couple more discussions and made one final swoop around the area. They all leave the makeshift base that Blue Planet had created and go back in front of the tomb, finally ready to start their raid. "Alright everyone, here we go. Touch me who's in front," shouted to his whole guildmates as they all march forward towards the great tomb of Nazarick. And just as everyone expected, upon getting closer into the tomb, their presence initiates the dungeon's defenses. Which led to the beginning of their raid. Here's the actual armor, hehe. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. I don't know how Christmas works, so. Happy birthday Santa. JK. Merry Christmas to y'all. Alright everyone, here we go. Touch me, who's standing in front, shouted to his whole guildmates as they all marched towards the great tomb of Nazarick. Upon going deeper into the tomb, their presence initiates the dungeon's defenses, which is the indicator that their raid has begun. As they move closer towards the tomb, they've been welcomed by a lot of undead immediately. Skeleton, zombies, lesser vampires, ghouls, etc. Though greatly outnumbered, such a thing can hardly be a problem for all of them. Actually, a single player's work is already enough to sort the obstacle they're facing on. So, with all that, they all managed to pass through it with little to no effort and finally enter inside dungeon. Since the tomb has 6 floors, it also means that it has 6 levels. Just like they planned, Yuki will take on the first floor alone, and the rest of the floors will be handled by the rest of them. As they all step in on the first floor, a bunch of enthusiastic undead had welcomed their presence. They all run madly towards them, wanting to do nothing but rip their lives out. Though just like the situation before, this can hardly be a problem for them given by their overall strength as a guild. Actually, having them all to sort these kinds of situations is pretty much an overkill already. But just as they thought, this raid is not going to be an easy one. That what they just experienced so far is nothing but a taste of what's about to come, because it hasn't been that long since they had gone inside, and yet, they're starting to notice the difficulty spiking up already. Like, the wave of undead they have faced earlier, can't be compared to what they faced just now. The sudden spike of difficulty that this place has is just too absurd even for a high-tiered dungeon. Multiple waves of undead kept coming towards them in every direction. At first, dealing with them is not a problem, but as time goes by, it starts to annoy them. Sometimes, for a straight couple of minutes, they're doing nothing but be stuck in a certain place while fending off against a large number of undead that keeps pouring out of God knows where. The undead is not a problem, but their numbers are just too great that it's starting to become one. It always takes them some time before they can finally manage to clear out the whole waves of undead and finally have some breather for themselves. Alright, we can't waste any more time since another wave might come again. Just as we planned, we'll leave this floor now to you, Razel-san, please be careful. Momonga said as he pulls something out from his inventory. Yeah, sure. Yuki said nonchalantly. Alright everyone. Here we go. Momonga said as he raises the item he just brought out above him. Use item. The item that Momonga holds suddenly cracked and immediately shattered like a glass after that. All of them except for Yuki, have their bodies engulfed in white light, outlining their shapes, after the item in Momonga's hand disappeared. Good luck! Said by Pararon Sino towards Yuki before he and the rest of the guild, except for Yuki obviously, vanished in thin air, leaving only some light particles where they previously stood. So, Yuki was now left alone. What just transpired is a work of a certain item. A cache item to be exact. With the help of it, the guild managed to scatter themselves in different floors of the tomb without the need to clear each floor one by one. Hey, what are they even worried about? Yuki said laughingly as he gazed from a far distance, seeing another batch of undead had spawned, and just when that happened, all of it started running in Yuki's direction. Rustle. While looking towards the incoming horde in a far distance, Yuki also heard some sort of commotion coming from behind, grabbing his attention. Yuki turns around just to see another horde, running madly towards him. Just like his previous scenarios with his guild mates, he was again surrounded by a bunch of undead, but this time, he's alone. Alright. Now that they're gone, I can finally go wild. Yuki said in a sharp tone while reaching out for his inventory. Simultaneously, he threw the current spear he's using back to his inventory while pulling out a new one. This one is pretty new, so be glad that you guys can do the first drive. Pulling out the new spear, Yuki said as he brandished it while looking at the incoming horde. The spear. Now, let's start the fun. Suddenly, Yuki raised the spear above him. Though the way he holds his spear, compared to how he usually does it, is very strange. He's holding the spear with no proper stance at all, a proper spearman stance that is. He's holding it with just one hand, right arm, and his stance is that of a guy that's not holding a spear, it's more like, he's holding some sort of blunt weapon. Asterisk gray aaa. Asterisk. The moment when Yuki raised his spear, the wave of undead is actually near already. Like 10 meters close and still closing at a fast pace as moments go by. Yuki stomped hard on the ground as he put more force on his upper body while leaning backward. Asterisk. Gray AA. Asterisk. The undead are already close, too close, both in front and behind. Some of it that are already close to Yuki by a short distance, pounced towards him, readying to tackle him towards the ground. But before all of it could happen, sudden impact. Yuki, before any of the undead could reach him, suddenly swings his now glowing spear down towards the ground. When the spear made contact with the ground, it was buried deeply due to how hard Yuki swung it. But what comes after that is an eerie silence. Everything around Yuki became standstill. Like all stopped moving, including the rowdy horde of undead. Everything became quiet for a second before. On the second floor of Nazarick, Momonga's party that is consisted of Ulbert Elaine Odal, warrior Takemi Kazuchi, Byukyubuku Kagama, Yamaiko, and Nishiki Enrei have arrived. Wow, this floor looks massive. Look at this big lake. Ulbert said as he stares at the massive lake in front of them. Due to the construct of this floor, the whole second floor seems to be a giant lake. The vibes that this floor has are completely different to the first floor," Yamaiko said as she walks forward towards the lake. "Yet, I even thought that we got transported in a different place for a second," Nishikienrei said as he agreed with Yamaiko's remarks, since the difference between the first floor, which looks like a graveyard, to the current floor they're in, a giant lake, is massive. But still, something my Momonga was about to say something, but he was suddenly interrupted by a loud sound of an explosion, from somewhere above them. Boom! A small and short earthquake that seemed to have shaken the whole floor they're in, no, not just the floor but the whole place, followed. They're all confused as to what is that explosion. It's not that loud, in their perspective, but they know that it was a strong one since they still heard it, even though it's pretty obvious that it happened from a far distance. They all looked towards the sky-like ceiling where the explosion seemed to have originated. They're all thinking, what is the cause of that, all of them except for a certain one. Someone's having fun," Byukyubuku Kagama said while having a smirk on her virtual face, which was expressed by using an emoji. "Hey? What do you mean? Who's having fun?" Momonga asked Buku Buku about her remarks. Actually, the rest of the party had the same question. Chagama seems to be the only one that managed to understand the situation. To which she replied by pointing towards the sky by using her blob of a hand and say, "That's the first floor, did you forget?" With a multiple "Oh!" coming from them, they all seemed to finally get it. "Hey, watch out!" But their moment of realization was cut short when warrior Takemikazuchi shouted towards them. Looking towards where Takemikazuchi's gaze is, they all saw some spawned creatures from a not so far distance that already running in their direction. "Alright guys. Talk later, let's finish this first." Just like the usual. "C formation!" Albert shouted, to which all of them agree. They all changed positioned without flaw, like all of it has been done in one swift motion. They're supposed to be formation C is a formation that places Momonga and Albert in the center of the group, while the others are surrounding them. They always do this kind of formation whenever they are fighting some aggressive enemies. "Alright, let's do this." Byukyubuku Kagama released her supposed to be battle cry before the group of spawned creatures pounced towards their direction. A half of an hour after that, on the first floor of Nazarick, Yuki can be seen running around the whole catacombs. He's been roaming around the first floor ever since. He's just running around, killing everything that gets in his way. For the undead, he's like a moving disaster. There's no spawned undead on this floor that has yet to halt Yuki from his speed-running massacre. Every swing of his spear, a loud screech, and scattered body parts, flying in mid-air, followed. Be it a strong, weak, or even a boss-level undead, they all met the same fate. If someone were to look at this, they might think that Yuki was just speed-running the whole floor. He is even ignoring the drop loots of the undead he had killed so far. He never stopped and picked some of it, he's just literally running around, slashing everything and everyone on his way. Other than the walls, of course. Well, no one can be blamed for thinking like that, but actually, that's not really the case here. How can Yuki, the guy that values everything, from the trashiest item to the godly ones, leaves a certain drop behind? That's very unlikely to happen. So whatever he's doing right now, he surely has a reason for it. So after all that madness, Yuki was currently spinning his weapon, turning all the undead around him into a streak of light that was immediately absorbed by his body for some reason. The undead creatures here might be strong, but it's not that strong for Yuki. Although they landed a couple of hits and spells towards Yuki, it's way too weak. Not even worthy of his attention. Didn't even make his HP or his armor's durability tingle. Though if a normal player heard these remarks, they'll surely cry out of envy. The level of undead that Yuki's facing right now is no joke for a normal player. Just imagine the faces of every player when they find out that Yuki is just tanking every attack that every undead here throws at him, while if they were in his position, they'll surely die in no time. Yet, at this point, just like how the community likes to describe him, Yuki is like a cockroach. Well, a cockroach that has armor and can regenerate, that is. And can also blow you up into smithereens. So going back to Yuki at the catacombs of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. The first floor, in other words. Yuki finally stopped his rampage. Though not because he's tired already or something like that. It's just that, he finally reached the goal. Throughout this time that Yuki's here on the first floor, Yuki's doing nothing but a running marathon. The massacre is just a part of that. And since it's a marathon, there is a goal, obviously. That very thing is now in front of Yuki. Looks like I finally found the final boss room. Yuki said as he stared at the huge and menacing door in front of him. Rustle. But while appreciating the door, Yuki suddenly heard something or someone behind him. He looks behind to see the one that caused the rustling sound. Though unlike the usual, Yuki's guard was not up. It's as if he already knows who's making a fuss behind him, and whoever that is, it's harmless. Yuki saw a humanoid silhouette, running along the dark hallways of the catacombs, going in his direction. But it is stopping momentarily to pick something on the ground and run towards Yuki again, and stop again to pick something on the ground, and run again. Repeat. Yuki knows who this is, or more like, what it is. This someone that is currently on its way towards Yuki, but keeps getting distracted by something on the ground, is not an undead, nor a player, it's actually an NPC. A custom NPC to be exact. A void might question. How did he have a custom NPC even though custom NPCs are only obtainable if you have your own castle already? Well, to answer that. Obviously, through an item, of course. Not just any normal item, but a world item actually. This item is called, the Thesis. Yuki managed to get this one through a certain event a year ago. And actually, throughout the world items that Yuki has, this is his most favorite. No matter how OP, destructive, or game changer his other world items are, this item is placed in Yuki's top 1. Why is that? Well, simply because this world item will let Yuki create an NPC of his own. The NPC that's currently running towards him is one of that. But the creation is not for free, of course. It will just let him create an NPC, since creating an NPC without a castle or a guild base is impossible. The only way to have an NPC outside without a guild is by hiring or buying a mercenary NPC. But custom NPC and mercenary NPC are completely different. Custom NPC will let you create your own NPC freely. It means you can do whatever the hell you want with it. But mercenary NPC is fixed. You can't do anything about it other than commanding it. That's why Yuki liked this item the most. But the sad part of this item is, it has a limit. It will only let him create a certain number of NPCs, since this item only had a 2000 level to be distributed. Meaning, he can either create 2000 of level 1 NPCs, or 20 level 100 NPCs. It is also a bit costly to create some NPCs, since all the pieces of equipment and finances of it will be Yuki's responsibility. Which is not a problem for him actually. Though the amount of 2000 is actually a lot already, that is if someone were to compare it in some guild bases that offered its players less. But the thing is, this is not a world item if it doesn't have any game-breaking effect. This effect is the thing that makes Yuki happy the most. It's that, the NPCs that are created by this world item, cannot die. Well, actually, they still die if their HP bar reaches down the very bottom, but whenever they die, their data will be sent back in the world item, and once that happens, Yuki can just resummon them again or customize them to make them stronger. Yeah, it's OP. It's super OP. And on this very day, is the first day that Yuki used it and summoned one of his already designed NPC that he had long created. Yuki created a lot of NPC already, he just saved it inside that item. He was just waiting for the right time to summon them all, since he doesn't have any moment where he feels the need of it, other than now. Yuki only summoned one, and it is just so someone can pick up the drop item and materials for him while he can focus on his rampage. But even though this NPC is just doing nothing but picking up some drops, this NPC is a strong NPC. A level 100. A guardian level. Plus to that is the pieces of equipment it had right now are items that came from Yuki, meaning, it's all overpowered. Other than touch me, when it comes to raw status, this NPC is much stronger than any of his guild mates. But all of those stats are not important right now since Yuki is just using her to pick up some drops. The NPC finally arrives in front of Yuki. It did nothing but stare at Yuki's face. Good work. Stay. Yuki ordered the NPC to stay still as he brought out his console to check all the items that his NPC managed to collect. Since Yuki is doing nothing but hit and run, she, the NPC, did the picking for him. Considering that this is the first floor, some of the drops are not good. But at least there's decent enough. Oh well, at least there is something good. Yuki said as he closes his console and looks towards the huge door ahead of him. Alright, we're going in. Follow. He ordered the NPC to follow him as they both walked towards the huge door. Crying. Yuki pushed it open and it produced a loud creaking sound. Inside it is a dark room. Even Yuki that has a night vision can't see what's inside. Looks like it was not programmed to see what's inside. But as he said that, the torches at the corners of the massive room had suddenly lit up, illuminating the whole room in the process. Yuki can now see the whole room, and what he saw was a room full of skulls. The ceiling was made of skulls, and the walls too, even some of the pillars are the same, but luckily the floor isn't. It was made of some black marbles. Yuki, not caring about all of this, walks inside the room. The NPC did so. Dugs. The door behind them closed itself as both of them walked deeper inside the room. But Yuki didn't even bother looking at it as he saw this happen 100 times already throughout the dungeons he had been. All of a sudden, immediately after the door closes, a big black magic circle appears on the other side of the room. These caught Yuki's attention as he knows that the true boss of the first floor is about to show up already. Slowly, something is surfacing from the big black magic circle. So that's the Azura. Yuki said as he scans the ascending boss in a not so far distance from them. What appears from the magic circle is the final boss of this floor. The Azura. The boss resembled a wrathful Neo. It stood 5 meters tall, it has 6 arms, and its body is covered by an exquisite armor. 3 of its arms hold a different kind of weapon. A spear, an axe, and a club. The rest are empty. Seeing the number of weapons that the Azura has in hand, Yuki smiled as he pondered to himself. I guess they already cleared 3 of the floors. But while Yuki is in the middle of his thoughts, a voice had suddenly erupted that echoed throughout the whole room. O foolish one who challenged us, know the might of those who become stronger with every layer of binding removed from us. It was the Azura that's talking to Yuki, but obviously, it's just a dialogue that was programmed for it to say. To it. Suddenly after that, the signal for the fight to start had rung. This is going to be a hard fight. Nethel, what do you think? Yuki said as he looked towards his NPC, which only looked towards him upon hearing her supposed to be name. Yet. I also thought the same thing. Yuki said as he looked back at the Azura who's already preparing to launch an attack towards them. Alright. Nethel. Activate battle mode, Yuki said towards the NPC, to which, the NPC responded by bringing out a large and heavy gun-like weapon. The moment Yuki said those commands, the innocence on her face disappeared and was instantly replaced by a battle-hardened expression. Alright, let's start this **T. Engage. And with that, the battle between the two and the Azura began. The NPC. Chapter 34, Chapter 34. I wonder what should I eat for dinner. In Yuki's apartment, Yuki can be seen sitting on the couch while watching some anime. He just logged out an hour ago from Yggdrasil. Today is an uneventful day for Yuki, be it in-game or in real life. And since that was the case, Yuki decided to log out early and relax since he felt that he played enough for today, and there's no need to stick in-game for much longer. There's no event. There's no one he could play with. He's bored. The vicinity he's currently at in Yggdrasil is already cleared of monsters. No quests or missions he can finish or do. So pretty much, no reason to play today. Asterisk message. Asterisk, ringtone. Suddenly, while Yuki was wondering about his dinner, his phone rang. Who could it be? Yuki said as he picked up his phone to see who sent him a message. It's his friend and guildmate, Pararon Sino. He found some new stuff. When he opened up his email, he saw that Pararon Sino messaged him and sent him a bunch of images. He clicked some of the pictures, looking forward to seeing some naked Oni-san, but all he saw is a bunch of pictures of him and his guildmates. Them in Yggdrasil, of course. Though greatly disappointed, he's still happy to see all of this. He scrolls throughout the whole album and sees various images. He even saw some pictures of Momonga sitting on some big throne while acting like a king, but not just Momonga, but all of them have the same pictures on that particular throne. Pararon Sino had sent him a lot of pictures. There are a total of 238 images inside the mail. Though actually, all these pictures that were sent to him were no ordinary photos, since all of these are taken inside the tomb of Nazarick after they finished conquering it. Yes. They managed to defeat all the bosses and clear out all the floors. It's already been 3 days since then. After they cleared up all the floors, they have been rewarded with a lot of extremely good things, and one of those is the whole Nazarick itself. They spend their days inside the tomb, doing a lot of things and exploring the part of the tomb that they haven't explored yet. And also, since they managed to clear the whole Nazarick on their first try, it was considered an achievement. And since it was considered an achievement, they have been rewarded for it. One of them is a world item called Throne of the Kings. It is the same throne that Momonga was sitting on in one of the pictures that Yuki saw earlier. Here. They celebrated after all that and officially make the Great Tomb of Nazarick as their main guild base. The whole guild had become more excited about their new guild base and can't wait anymore to do the things they wanted to do in it, and of course, including Yuki, since this is the moment that he was waiting for, ever since he started playing Yggdrasil. The moment where he can finally lay out everything that's hidden within him. Everything he's constructing so far, can finally take shape and form. And no one knows how much shaping and forming Yuki's planning to do. God can only cower in fear. First part, floors. 5 months had already passed. For that whole 5 months, the majority of the members of the Inzoulgaun Guild did nothing but spend the rest of their days inside the Nazarick to do what they're planning or doing in it. Some of them had an ongoing project inside the tomb, some are still planning to do something, so whenever they have the time to play the game, the majority of it is just them, being inside the Nazarick. They go outside sometimes to hunt and find some materials, but most of it is just for the sake of them being inside the Nazarick again. Prior to them conquering this whole dungeon, the Great Tomb of Nazarick that was originally set to have only 6 floors, had been reconstructed and stretched to a whopping 13 floors. They also get rid of the stairs that connect each floor, as they all see it as boring and lame. So, to travel between floors, they made specific points on each floor, where there are open gates that allow magical transit. One needs to take these gates at specific locations to go level by level if they want to go from a lower floor to an upper floor. In the original timeline, Nazarick was only reconstructed from 6 floors to 10 floors. But due to Yuki's presence, it was changed. But Yuki didn't touch or change anything on the original floors, as it was managed by his guild mates, and there's no practical reason to do that. The whole floors right now are like this. 1 St3rd floors, grave. 4th floor, underground lake. 5th floor, glacier. 6th floor, jungle. 7th floor, lava. 8th floor, Wilderness. 9th 10th floor, Citadel. 11th floor, Royal Suite. 12th floor, Throne Room. 13th floor, Acropolis. They also made a treasury, but it's not accessible by any normal means. In their early days of renovating the whole Nazarick, the treasury is the first thing they created, since they needed a room where they can place their whole valuable items, safely. Yuki also helped when it comes to the defense, since he knows about the event where the whole Nazarick is attacked and raided by thousands of players. That's why he increased the level of defense they have, just in case it happens in time that he was not expecting it to happen. As obvious as it seems, 3 of the floors in Nazarick that do not belong in the original 10 floors of the original timeline, the Citadel and the Acropolis, are created by Yuki himself. These floors belong to him. He created it all by himself. Actually, these days, he is not even going outside anymore. During these 5 months, Yuki spends all of his time inside the Nazarick, doing nothing but customizing and constructing his floors. Yuki only focused on the 9th and 10th floor in these 5 months. He didn't do anything yet on his other floor, the 13th floor, since he wanted to finish these floors first before going towards the 13th, since that is the most practical way. The 9th and 10th floors that Yuki's creating serve as the last line of defense of the whole Nazarick. But this floor is not an ordinary floor that's just meant for defense. Cause if people heard the word floor that's supposed to be the very last line of defense, people would immediately think about a floor that's filled with barriers, traps, guardians, and many other more, but no. It has all of that, but this floor is not specifically made to contain all of those. But Yuki did make sure to create this floor with the last line of defense as the main intent of these 2 floors. Yuki even said to his guildmates that these floors are so unpassable that even if all the guild members were to step in here, they wouldn't last for long. Yuki took 5 months just to completely finish these 2 floors. For the whole 5 months, he didn't let any of his guildmates to enter these floors. He locked the whole floor so that no one will be able to sneak in. If they were suddenly attacked by an outside party, the intruders from the 8th floor will be immediately redirected to the 11th floor if they access the teleportation portal there, completely skipping the first 2 floors. That's how dedicated Yuki is to his secrecy regarding these floors. Only Yuki can have access to it. Even by the use of the Ring of Inzoul gown, they wouldn't be able to go inside it. But after 5 months of dedicated hard work, Yuki finally invited his guildmates to check his newly created masterpiece. Yuki even challenged them all by saying that if someone manages to pass the 2 floors he created, he will reward them a world item. They exaggerated about it, but Yuki just said that that's just how confident he was about his creation. They all accepted it and think that Yuki is just giving away his world items, since it will be pretty easy for them to pass only 2 floors. They already conquered these once, how different could it be? They all entered the first floor of the Citadel, the 9th floor, and what welcomed them is a white room. The room was 4-dimensional. Inside, they saw nothing but 4 metal doors on each side. They actually raised their defenses since they thought that there would be traps everywhere. But after a minute of making sure that the room they're currently in is practically safe, they all proceed to go towards the door. They also checked if they can destroy anything in here using some spells or skills, but they only found that their spells, for some reason, are not working. Having no choice but to walk on the path that was laid to them by the oh-so-great Yuki, they all decided to go towards one of the doors. The door was surprisingly plain. If one were described it, they'll surely say that it's a metal door. That's how uncharacteristic it was. Touch Me is the one who volunteered to open the door. Believing that he's the toughest one, that he'll be able to take whatever kinds of trap that Yuki set on the other side. So slowly, he opened the door, and once it's fully open, just then, they finally see what's on the other side. The scene they all saw on the other side of the door had sent chills to their spine. Anyone can recognize what's on the other side. A hallway of an hospital. An abandoned, dark, messy, and where lights are flickering type of hospital. They're all staring at the hallway, weighing their options on whether to go out or not. But while they're in the middle of their thoughts, at the end of the hallway they're looking at, a silhouette of what seemed to be human, appeared. The human is walking slowly, passing across the hallway. But all of a sudden, it stopped, and slowly turned towards their direction. They all stared at it, and that human stared at them too. Though they can't see its features, they can tell that it is looking at them. Slowly, that human's whole body turned and without any qualms of hesitation, started running towards their direction. Boom! Without asking any question, the metal door was suddenly shut by Chagama. After that, she looks at the ceiling and shouts at the top of her lungs. Yuki! What the f***ck is this? After this, as if to respond to Chagama's outburst, Yuki's voice echoed throughout the room. Easy there, darling. Don't ruin the fun. Hee hee. Though they can only hear Yuki's voice, everyone in the room can already see Yuki having a sadistic smile on his face while saying this. Grr. I swear, once I get out here, you better get yourself ready, Yuki. You hear me? Argh. And with that, their journey through the peaceful land of the 9th floor continues. And the second part of this will come again in the form of side story, Citadel's Journey, and will only be available on my Patreon. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. And, where the f***ck is the right button at the web novel app. Why did they replaces it with a huge f***ing sale? Erg. Second part, NPCs. NPC. A word that is not common in the whole Nazarick itself. The Insoulgaun Guild is pretty much known for having an enormous amount of NPC. Wherever a certain someone goes inside the Nazarick, he or she will surely see a lot of NPCs. Be it a spawned NPC or a custom NPC. No surprise to that, since when the whole guild had recreated the whole Nazarick, NPCs are the ones where they focused their attention by a lot. They even made a lot of in-game purchases just to expand and stretch the max data storage just for the sake of having more of them. But out of all the members of Insoulgaun, there's one of them that holds the record for creating and having a huge amount of NPC in Nazarick. This player is actually the sole reason why they even need to expand the max data in the first place, due to him, almost consuming the entire available data for his creations alone. That's right, Avoid guessed it. It's no other than Yuki himself. Due to this weird habit of his own guildmates had even started to call him an NPC maniac. Well, calling Yuki an NPC maniac is actually not an exaggeration on their part, because the number of NPC that Yuki had created is actually much greater than what they had created so far, even if they were to combine their whole results. Yep, that just shows how obsessed Yuki is when it comes to creating NPCs. But weirdly enough, the majority of NPCs that Yuki had created is yet to be seen by his guildmates. Even though he created a lot, not all of it has been seen by anyone. Yuki's close friends within the guild are not even an exemption. The only thing they knew is that Yuki created a lot, since they can see it in the records of the whole guild, but up until now, if someone were to estimate how many NPC they have seen yet on Yuki's creation through a percentage, then they only yet to see 30% of Yuki's overall creations. Everything other than that is pretty much a mystery. But Yuki's records are still increasing even in the current day. Meaning, the madness is still ongoing. But no one stop him from doing all that, since, why would they? First, Yuki's creating all his NPCs with his own resources. Meaning, he didn't take a single gold coin or data crystals in the treasury for all of his creations. It was all on him. Second, in the end of the day, what Yuki's doing is for the sake of their guild anyway. All the NPC he created is not just for his floors but for others as well. He even helped his guildmates when it comes to the creation of their own NPCs. Whenever they ask Yuki's help, he's always happy to assist. So why would they stop him? So what they can only do is watch what he's doing in silence and be thankful. That's the only way they can express their appreciation for him, or at least, that's what Yuki asked them to do. To just let him work in silence, and just simply leave him be. Floor Guardians of Nazarick. Floor Guardians are a group of specialized and unique NPCs who manage the defense of their given floors and have the highest authority throughout all the NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. If someone were to do a comparison, then Floor Guardians' roles were similar to that of a boss in every dungeon. The Azura, the raid boss for the Great Tomb of Nazarick, is a great example of that. 1st2nd 3rd floor, grave. On a certain room inside the 11th floor, the royal suite, Pararon Sino and Yuki can be seen sitting on a couch together. Though unlike their usual attitude whenever they're alone together, their atmosphere right now is somewhat serious, like they're so immersed in what they're doing that they can hardly give a damn about each other. In front of the two is a big transparent screen that has a lot of things going on in it. An everyday normie might not be able to recognize what type of window console is floating in front of them due to the complexity of its appearance. But anyone that plays Yggdrasil or any MMO can know what screen they keep fidgeting on. A character customization console. That right, currently, both of them are creating or crafting their own custom NPCs, or the supposed to be floor guardians in Nazarick. Pararon Sino is the one who is tasked to create the floor guardian on the first floors. But since Yuki and Pararon Sino are somewhat of a close friends, they decided to create their very own guardians together since Yuki too is assigned to create some. Yuki owned 3 floors in Nazarick, therefore, it is his job to create and bestow guardians upon it. Earlier, Pararon Sino and Yuki discussed the NPC they wanted to make. Both of them just have a wide variety of ideas, so wide they can't seem to decide what to implement in their creations. But thankfully, their thoughts are somewhat aligned with each other, so, as their conversation goes on, they finally realize the NPC/floor guardian they both wanted to create. As a great quote once said, "Great minds think alike. A little bit here and there, and there. This is pretty much the layout of it. What do you think?" Pararon Sino said, then asked Yuki, who excitedly looked at his screen, for his opinion. Overall, it's fine. Though I think you should decrease this part a little bit and make this part more white. Also, I think you should make this a little bit short too since it's too distracting. The dress is better to be less bulky too. The simple it looks, the better it is. Then for the colors of that. Yuki keeps spitting his opinion for a straight minute before he finally stopped, seemingly finished to all the things he wanted to say. After hearing Yuki's suggestions and opinions, Pararon Sino pondered and think for a moment, then face Yuki again. "I think what you said is really good. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks." Pararon Sino agreed to Yuki's ideas because for him, it really sounds like it'll make things much better compared to the one he has now. Actually, at first, he kinda disagrees because he thought that it will make his current creation a whole lot different from what he's planning to do, but after considering Yuki's idea for a whole minute, he finally sympathized with his friend's idea, for some better reasons. And he can't hate the idea in the first place because all of it is up to his taste. Degree. Both of them got back to what they're doing. They started getting busy again, but all of a sudden, in the middle of their business, Yuki looked towards Pararon Kino. "Hey! Are you going to make her, flat? Yet? Something's wrong with that." Pararon Kino said with a serious tone, a bit offended that Yuki seemed to be questioning his tastes. Pararon Kino is a firm believer of flat is justice, though he likes it big too. He is currently leaning a bit in the flat side for some reason. Noticing the piercing gaze that Pararon Kino's giving him, Yuki shook his hand to diffuse the situation. "Don't get me wrong, all right? I think it's good and nothing's wrong with that. Hey, look at my creation, they're pretty much the same in your current aspects. But, I think that you shouldn't make them that flat. Make it at least grabbable. Get what I'm saying?" Degree, Yuki said to Pararon Sino, which made the other party's eyes lit up like he just got enlightened. "Oh. Ho, yeah, you're right. I knew that you're a good comrade. Pararon Sino agreed with what Yuki said as he sent a thumbs-up emoji toward Yuki. Yuki also did the same. After all that fuss, they both go back to their own businesses. Anyway, it's already been hours since that conversation happened and both of them are still doing the same thing. Pinning their asses on the sofa while continuously fidgeting with the screen in front of them. Wah! Finally! Oh my god! That was f***ing tiring. But after a couple more hours, together with a sudden outburst, both of them dropped their backs on the sofa and lay down more comfortably. An indication that they seemed to have finished what they were doing already. Hey, let me see yours, Pararon Sino said to Yuki as he leaned forward towards him to see his screen that displays the final results of his floor guardian. Here. Pretty good, right? Yuki replied as he tilted his screen so he can give Pararon Sino a better view of what he had done. Ooh, it sure is. That's really good. Is that the guardian for this floor? Pararon Sino asked Yuki enthusiastically. Yeah. Now, hurry, let me see yours. Yuki replied as he hurriedly asked Pararon Kino to show his, since he's probably the most excited to see what the others had made. Sure, here. Pararon Sino brings up the screen and shows it to Yuki. Yeah, that's good. See? Now that's much better. Yuki said with an excited tone. But hey, I just noticed this now, but these two are pretty much alike, aren't they? I mean, they both have silver hair, and they also have the same racial class. They're like two sides of a coin. Yuki said. Yeah, they're like a bit identical, like a relative. Like sisters. Pararon Sino jolts up after he said that, like he suddenly thought of something good. Sisters, hey. Yuki also did the same. Yeah, sisters. Pararon Sino said. Sisters, degree, dot. Yuki. Repeated. Hee, sisters, degree, dot. Pararon Sino replied. Alright, let's do this. Both of them said at the same time. And with that, they both decided that they will make the two NPC related to each other. And thus, that day, the floor guardian of the first level of Nazarick had been born. Both of them decided to come up with the name together since what they made are practically relatives. So for Pararon Kino's creation, they settled with the name. Obviously. Shaltir Blood Fallen. Yuki is the one who suggested the name actually, and Pararon Sino loved it then immediately agreed to it. Well, why would he not? It was him who originally come up with that name in the first place anyway. Yuki's just making the process faster. But Yuki, while looking at the image of the Shaltir they had created, can't help but think to himself. Shaltir will surely thank me for this. Haha. And, so, Shaltir now ended up looking like this. 4th floor, underground lake. The floor guardian of this floor is already set. It's a part of the bonus when they managed to conquer the whole Nazarick. It's called the Strategic Siege Golem, Gargantua. Gargantua is an ultra-large, stone golem with a height of over 30 m. This golem looks like a two-armed, two-legged colossus that seemed to be carved out of stone. Its arms and legs are chunky, so it may look cute if one disregards its size. While so, its round eye sockets and for this part, are glowing with red lines that permeate from its chest, like a heart. But since Gargantua is a part of the system, it's not one of the custom NPCs that is made in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Therefore, it is not able to freely move without being commanded to do so. 5th floor, Glacier. The very first created floor guardian was for this floor. Of course, excluding the 4th floor. The name of the set floor guardian for this floor is goddammit. His creator is warrior Takemi Kazuchi. And since warrior Takemi Kazuchi is into some warrior stuff, he of course set goddammit to become a full-fledged warrior, a being with a warrior's heart, and a warrior's soul, and a warrior's dick and a lot more warrior's stuff. 6th floor, Jungle. To be continued. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. I won't put that much of an explanation on the information that you guys surely know already. 6th floor, jungle. The one who is tasked with the creation of the floor guardian on this floor was Bukyubuku Kagama. But what she created is not just a floor guardian, but floor guardians, since she made 2 entities for the role. A twin to be exact. A girl and a boy. She named those 2 as, Ora Bella Fiora, for the girl, and Mare Bello Fiori, for the trap. 7th floor, lava. The floor guardian here was called Demiurge. He was created by Ulbert Elaine Odell. There's not much of a difference if someone were to compare this Demiurge to the original one since Yuki didn't meddle with his creation. 8th floor, wilderness. The one who is assigned to create the floor guardian for this floor is Ancient One. Actually, Ancient One just accepted the task out of pure excitement, but at that time, immediately after he accepted it, he suddenly realized that currently, he has some circumstances. So he just made an excuse that he won't be able to do the creation right away since he need to do something first. Actually, he even thought that he should just refuse the guardian creation, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Not after he excitedly accepted the task. But Yuki, seeing through Ancient One, knowing that there's a lot more to his excuse, had immediately grabbed the opportunity to talk to him and volunteer himself to create the guardian for the 8th floor. At first, Ancient One tried to refuse since he already knows that Yuki had done a lot of things already inside their guild, and that he was also tasked to create the floor guardians on multiple floors. He was hesitant to accept Yuki's offer since he felt like he is taking advantage of Yuki's goodwill. But in the end, due to Yuki's non-stop persuasion, acting like a devil whispering in his ears, he finally gave up. He just let Yuki do his supposed-to-be job while wondering, why does he want it so bad? Do he really want to create floor guardians that much? But in the end, he left these questions be, since he already knows that, there's just no way for him to see the exact answers. But after all those events, Yuki immediately started the creation for that certain NPC/floor guardian. In the original timeline, the assigned floor guardian for this floor is named Victim. Though Yuki can understand this NPC's usefulness, he's just really not a fan of it and finds the idea lame. Victim is surely strong, Yuki can't deny that, since he has an ability that can stop an advancement of 1,500 players when Nazarick got invaded in the original timeline. But Yuki is sure that he can do or create much better than that. And that's exactly what he tried to do, and why he's so adamant to be the one to create the guardian here. So for the creation, it took Yuki a whole 2 days before he finally finished creating the supposed-to-be floor guardian. He spent a lot of money, time, effort, and materials just to create this thing that he can consider already as a masterpiece. But he doesn't have a single regret for this decision. So the masterpiece that he created is obviously a female. But unlike the others, this NPC isn't heteromorphic, nor a demi-human. What he created is a human. A very surprising fact. Actually, this creation of his is the very first human entity in the whole Nazarick. But overall, this NPC is not just a normal human, but an immortal human. And to make things better, out of all the current floor guardians in Nazarick, this NPC is arguably the second strongest. Yuki named this floor guardian Sakura. Well, Yuki thought that the name he chose is so fitting since he made the NPC reside on the Cherry Blossom Sanctuary. A place where there's a lot of sakura trees. Here's how she looks like. So after Yuki created her, he immediately sets her role and sends her to the 8th floor so she can finally begin her duty as the floor guardian. 9th-10th floor, Citadel. This is Yuki's floor, so of course, Yuki is the one who will create the floor guardian for this floor. Though it is not like someone told him to do so. In fact, his guildmates even said that they should be the ones to create the NPC for this floor already, since Yuki created the floor itself. But Yuki, being the NPC maniac that he is, strongly refused their goodwill. He's like a hissing cat from his friend's perspective. Seeing Yuki's reaction to them, his guildmates just let it be since it's his own floor anyway. They're just offering their help to lessen Yuki's burden. And besides, they already know that Yuki's rich anyway. They don't know how rich he is exactly, but seeing how much money he spends inside the game and somehow, still doing so, they all thought that he might be a son of some billionaire. That or he has sugar mommy. So overall, Yuki is the one who created the floor guardian on this floor. But actually, unlike his other creations, Yuki's created NPC/floor guardian for this floor is somewhat different than the others. If someone were to look at his created NPC, they'll surely notice that all the NPC that Yuki created so far are all women. All his friends or guildmates cannot guess why is that or what's the reason for that. Is the female stronger than the male? *T. Does the female NPC a meta now? Unlikely. Are there any hidden effects or rewards if someone were to create a certain number of female NPCs? No one knows. But they all doubt that and just think that Yuki loves or preferred to create female NPCs rather than the male ones for some unknown reasons that only he knows. So what made his created NPC/floor guardian for the 9th and 10th floor different from the others is, he didn't make a female NPC, nor a male one, or any monster-looking NPCs. What he created looks like a chicken. The Void heard it right. A normal-looking white chicken. The reaction of being surprised about this is pretty normal, as Yuki's guildmates, when they saw it, was also the same. Pararong-Kino's reaction. Razel. There you are. I've been looking for you, you know. Last night, I found some good western pork. Wait, what's up with the chicken? Said by Pararong-Sino as he was telling Yuki about his great discovery, but was suddenly interrupted when he saw the chicken that's sitting on Yuki's head. Oh, this? It's the new floor guardian I created for the Citadel. Pfft, that's funny. Neutral face. Wait, you're serious? Pararong-Sino followed up as he saw Razel's piercing gaze. Yet. At this point, Pararong-Kino is trying to understand what Yuki's thoughts are. He's trying to figure out why did Yuki create a chicken when all he does is either lowly NPCs, or Oni-san NPCs. Rarely, some MILF. But no chicken or any animals. But after a minute of pondering, Pararong-Kino exclaimed, looking like he finally realized Yuki's intention for this one. Oh, I see. So a beast now at? Smirking face. Well, personally I like Nico's more, but if you're into chickens, I respect that. Relieved face said by Pararong-Sino while nodding his head in approval. Yuh, no. It doesn't transform. Yuki said passively, freezing the smile on Pararong-Kino's face. It doesn't. Yet. It's just a chicken. No human form. All of a sudden, an eerie silence had erupted between the two as they both stare at each other. Then all of a sudden. Who are you? Pararong-Kino suddenly asked Yuki a strange question. What? Yuki replied while sounding confused. What did you do to my friend, you fake? Who are you? And though every guild member that also saw the supposed to be guardian of the 9th and 10th floor, was greatly surprised too. But their reason for being surprised is much different from Pararong-Kino's reaction. All of them had already been in the Citadel once, and they definitely don't want to be there ever again, so they find it surprising and a bit funny that a chicken will manage a place like that. Imagine being in a place full of horrors and hardships, then you suddenly find yourself facing against a white chicken for the boss battle. It's just weird and hilarious in some way. But even though the appearance of this floor guardian is just a normal-looking chicken, the creation process for this NPC/floor guardian is nowhere near normal at all. And small it may be, this chicken is literally the strongest being in the whole Nazarick. As in whole Nazarick. Yuki included. That's right, Yuki created something that's much stronger than him. And since that's the case, saying that the chicken is the strongest being in the whole Nazarick, is not wrong. Well, to others, this might come as a surprise, but given by the process of its creation, this should be an expected outcome already, since a world item came into play. 3 of Yuki's world items to be exact. Well, a void might ask why Yuki did this, as he should know that this move is already a pretty risky move? Well, to answer that. First, Yuki already knows the circumstances of his strength. That he'll run out of juice someday and be weak. So when that time comes, when he doesn't have the power to defend Nazarick, he needs someone to depend on. Someone that's benefiting to be Nazarick's last line of defense. At least until Yuki gains strength again to do all that. Lastly, even though the chicken is much stronger, Yuki programmed it just to be a simple chicken. To act just like a normal, gullible, cute chicken. In short, Yuki's pet. Though it may sound complicated, Yuki actually made the chicken much faster than any custom NPC he had created so far. Actually, he felt that it's even harder to decide on the name than the creation itself. Since Yuki's naming sense is not that great, he had a bit of a hard time thinking of a really great name that will fit the chicken. But after running out of any cool names, he just settled with the simplest name he could ever think of. Frankenstein. Trivia: the 3 world item that's used to create Frankenstein is like a synergy type of world item. Meaning, one is used to another so the other can be used for the other one so that the other one can be used to combine them all into one and be used to that specific item, so this unique effect will be created that leads to the creation of Frankenstein. Get it? 11th floor, Royal Suite. To be continued. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. 11th floor, Royal Suite. If someone were to describe this floor, then they'll surely say that it doesn't fit at all and it's kinda out of place. A void might ask why? Well, it doesn't look like a place that anyone would find in Yggdrasil, or in a place like Nazarick to be exact. Unlike the other floors, which are specifically made for defenses, this floor was made for entertainment and non-security purposes. Basically, a floor where they, the guild members, can do or create whatever they want. This floor as of now, contains various of things. Personal rooms, communal baths, cafeterias, beauty salons, clothing stores, grocery stores, fitness salons, nail salons, and many other more. Basically, the whole floor became like a mall. A place that no one will expect to see inside a tomb. Though these facilities were just for decorations, and doesn't serve any purpose at all, in-game that is. They still did it nonetheless, just for the sake of having fun. But the one who actually proposed the idea for this floor is Yuki himself. That's also the reason why Yuki is the one who's been tasked to create the floor guardian of this floor too. No, not tasked. More like, volunteered. Yuki insisted, and of course, his guildmates didn't stop him from doing so, since they know that he'll just do it anyway no matter what they say. They just can't understand why he is so obsessed on NPCs. Basically, at this point, 70% of all the NPC in Nazarick are Yuki's creation, and that percentage are still growing. Not to mention that the majority of them has a high level and equipped with a set of high-class equipments. Just hearing about this can make anyone go crazy. They just can't comprehend how he's managing to afford all this stuff. But of course, none of them voiced that question out, since they already know what Yuki would say if they do. "'Cause I'm rich." Going back to the contents of the floor. Though Yuki created the floor guardian, that doesn't mean all the contents of the floor too. Everything that this floor has, was built by each and every guild members. This was their so-called entertainment floor anyway. They just can't let Yuki do all the fun stuff. Of course, Yuki built many things here too. Actually, he built a lot of things that it came to the point where there's no more space to build stuff, and this thing happened when not even half of his guildmates had yet to touch the floor. That's how fast he had eaten the whole floor for his own stuff. So being the culprit of the situation, and not wanting to make his guildmates hate him, Yuki made an in-game purchase to expand the whole floor itself just so he can make up for the spaces he devoured. Well, due to that happenings, Yuki accidentally made this floor, the second biggest floor in the whole Nazarick. Second to the 13th floor that, funny enough, Yuki also owned. A weird pattern is starting to arise. Well, even though all of this served no purpose at all, they all are still so passionate about it. But unlike the others who only see this as an eye candy, Yuki sees this place differently. Although this place serves no purpose at all, he knows that it will be different soon. But even though this place is described or made for a non-security purpose, that doesn't mean that this is just a resting floor for the possible invaders. No. Just having Yuki's presence on this floor, made that very thing, unlikely. Even though this floor doesn't have any traps that can hinder the invaders, it has something similar at least. It's called lockdown. What that does is basically locking down the whole floor, preventing anyone from using any type of teleportation spells or skills. Once activated, it also erases all the teleportation gate that leads to the throne room throughout the floor, making the stairs on the other side of the 11th floor's entrance, the only way to go forward. To others, that kind of function might sound lame compared to others, but one must not forget that this house has the largest number of NPCs. Though they are all made-looking NPCs, all of them are capable in combat since the majority of them are created by Yuki. But honestly, this serves nothing but to hinder the invaders, not to stop them. Why? Because what could this floor do if the citadel, which serves as the last line of Nazarick's defense, got passed through by the invaders? Yuki did all the stuff on this floor while knowing all that. Even so, he still created a floor guardian in this place cause, why not? In the original timeline, this floor doesn't have a floor guardian, but why would Yuki not do it? An extra layer of defense, small it may be, is still beneficial for all of them. Though what Yuki created for this floor is not a floor guardian exactly, but more of a manager. Or it can be both. A floor guardian and a manager of the royal suite. Well, the floor guardian of this floor is actually the same NPC that Yuki created when he's with Pararon Sino. He created this NPC/floor guardian at the same time as Pararon Sino's creation of Shaltir. And it's the exact character that's supposed to be Shaltir's sister. Yuki named this one, Nona Bloodfallen. Here's what she looks like. Obviously, Yuki took a reference from an anime character he watched in his past life. He just thought that the very characteristics of this character fits the concept of the 11th floor itself. Nona and Shaltir are somewhat the same, but also not at the same time. They have a lot of similarities, but they also have a lot of differences in some parts. For example, Yuki made Nona as the elder sister, so he programmed her to act more mature and more dominant to Shaltir, and Shaltir to her, vice versa. She also doesn't have the same level of lewdness or fetishes that Shaltir has, but of course, she still has some, because Pararon Sino insisted that it's supposed to run within the family. Other than all of that, Shaltir and Nona also don't share the same kind of classes other than the true vampire class. That means, unlike Shaltir, she won't go on a rampage and transform into a hideous thing when some conditions are met, etc. But, even though the floor she was set to guard isn't a floor that's actually meant for defense, doesn't mean she is weaker than the others. Yuki made her, so she's obviously strong to some degree. A void might ask, how strong exactly? Well, it depends on the circumstances. Though she is stronger than the majority of NPCs or certain floor and area guardians in Nazarick, status-wise, she can still be beaten in some cases. All NPCs have unique traits that makes them strong in their own aspects. Not all of them are relatively weak compared to the others, it's just that, some of them are much stronger or much weaker in some aspects, but all of them are still equally the same. Even Gargantua that has the most higher stats in the whole Nazarick is not much of a different from the others. Though. I smell BS. This might be what Yuki's guildmates would say if they hear those lines about NPCs. They stopped believing about those facts for a long time already, because they knew that if it was created by a guy named Yuki, then it's surely absurd and overflowing with a money aura. So for them, that kind of thing is almost unbelievable. 12th floor, throne. This floor is where the throne is, obviously. The throne where the guild master would sit on. Though Momonga only sits there occasionally. He would not do that for no reason at all, unless he want to be teased or made fun of by some of his friends for looking so edgy as hell. The floor guardian of this floor is of course the guardian overseer, the one and only, best girl Albedo. And, do I really need to explain who she is? 13th floor, Acropolis. Everything about this floor is pretty much a mystery to the rest of the whole guild. No one knows or even entered this floor other than Yuki himself. The information about to this floor is not known to others. The only thing that they know is that this floor has a floor guardian too. Knowing Yuki, everyone knows that it's gotta be a female one. How strong she was? No one knows, probably even Yuki himself. Though up until now, no one has yet to know what Yuki did on this floor exactly. But judging from the time and effort that Yuki gave just to create this floor, everyone, even when they are standing from afar, can already smell the thick scent of money overflowing from it. That's why they already stopped imagining what could it be, because it's surely something that even their tiny and poor imagination couldn't comprehend. Area Guardians. Yuki didn't manage to touch this area that much, since Yuki has been so busy on his own matters. Besides, just like how some of them are tasked with the creation of the floor guardians, the area guardians were also tasked on the other guild members too. Yuki just doesn't have an extra time to pursue this part any longer. That's why if someone were to compare the area guardians that the current Nazarick has, in the original timeline, not much had changed. All the original area guardians are still there, but the areas that some of them guards, are now slightly different. For example, Oriole Omega. In the OG timeline, she is the leader of the Pleiades Seven Sisters and the area guardian of the Cherry Blossom Sanctuary. She also controls all the teleportation gates in Nazarick, so if an intruder attempts to enter through it, she will use some sort of unknown portal to teleport or divert the intruders into the isolation area of her choice. Right now, she still does all that, but since Sakura, Yuki's creation, occupied the Cherry Blossom Sanctuary first, she was now stationed in a different area instead. But it was still on the 8th floor, just on a different part. It's also the same for the others, still there, but some of their original positions had changed due to Yuki's work and presence. Even Albedo's two sisters, Nigredu and Rubedu, still have the same roles, but different locations. Though Rubedu, the strongest entity in Nazarick, in the original timeline that is obviously not the strongest anymore, since Frankenstein took the spot. So overall, area guardians are still somewhat the same and nothing too absurd has been changed. Guild weapon. Description. The staff of Owl gown takes on traits similar to that of the Greek god Hermes Caduceus. It is entwined by 7 serpents, and in each of the squirming serpents' mouths hold a jewel of a different color. Its grip has a transparent quality like crystal and emits a bluish-white light. When touched, it spews a dark red aura. Sometimes, the faces of humans in agony would appear and crumble away, dance on its surface. Such an effect from the staff is so vivid that it felt as though one could hear their voices of pain. Nothing much to be mentioned, it was still the same. Yuki didn't put his interest that much in the guild weapon because he has so many items that are much better than their current created guild weapon. What Yuki invested in is the place where their guild weapon is to be kept. Since their guild weapon is a type of item that symbolizes their guild itself, it must be highly protected at all cost, because the destruction of the guild weapon is the time where the dissolution of their guild happens. So Yuki did his best to hide this guild weapon. And where would be the best place to keep it and make it as secure as possible? Yes, on the 13th floor, of course. Why there? Simple, it's because not only do the invaders need to pass through 12 high defensive floors where they need to fight a lot of entities and traps, which is almost impossible, they also need to break through the 13th floor, which by no means easy. Not to mention that they also need to face whatever abomination Yuki created there. The end of the Nazarik's overall summarization. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. On a certain day in Yggdrasil, a certain limited, super rare, divine class item was released. It's called Shooting Star. Shooting Star is a special rare, gachapon item. That means, it can only be obtained in store. The description for this item is that, it's a simple looking ring that has no kinds of decorations whatsoever. Engraved upon it are 3 shooting stars that emitted a silver light. This super rare item allows the user to use the super tier spell Wish upon a star 3 times. The super tier spell is imbued within the ring. Once used, the ring/spell will consume a percentage of the user's experience points to randomly generate an option for a wish. The number of possible wishes that appeared would be proportional to the amount of consumed experience. This meant that activating the ring/spell in exchange for 10% of the user's total experience points would present a single choice, whereas consuming 50% would give 5 possible choices. There were quite a few wishes to choose from. According to a strategy website's statistics, there were allegedly over 200 of them. Additionally, there were some wishes which appeared more easily, and wishes which did not appear so easily, therefore it was horrifying magic where any carelessness could make the user waste a lot of experience. Also, magic casters who wanted to learn this super tier magic had to reach level 95 first. Even in Yggdrasil where it was easy to level up, reaching this level would still require a considerable amount of experience, therefore people hesitated whether or not to gamble their experience points on such a spell. The wishes one could make when casting Wish upon a star from the ring were randomly generated, much like the original spell. However, through this ring, one was more likely to get useful selections and fewer joke selections. From a certain point of view, one might say this ring was a better version of the original super tier spell which is learned. For instance, by sacrificing 5 levels that amount to 500% of the user's experience points, one could grant even greater wishes. Also, the maximum amount of wishes which would appear was 10 which the user can pick from, and the magic had no casting time. In other words, when the user makes a wish, a smaller wish that consumes fewer levels or experience points were more likely to come true than a bigger one that requires more. However, if the wish failed, the experience would be burned and that would be the end of it. But still, this item is undoubtedly the most powerful cash item so far. And right now, many players in the whole Yggdrasil are dying just to get this item. But since this item can only get in the gachapon, not all players are so lucky enough to draw this item before their money runs out. But unlike them, there's a certain player in a certain place, that right now, keeps pressing the gachapon roll button with no care about losing his money whatsoever. Inside the Nazarik, Momonga was to be seen being gloomy in some secluded part of the throne room, while Pararon Sino is behind him, tapping his back, as if to sympathize with him. But as this is happening, Yuki suddenly entered the room with a boom, startling the two. Yuki, who saw his 2 friends curling together in one corner, walks towards them and asks Pararon Sino about the situation. Well, you see, Pararon Kino then explained to Yuki what happened. An hour earlier, Momonga tried to draw at the gachapon just to get the item he was aiming for, the shooting star. Since he is a magic caster, this item is a must to get for him. Ins gambled his entire year-end bonus just to obtain it, and thankfully he did get it. But not until wasting almost all his money. But nevertheless, for him, it's all worth it. But a couple of minutes after that, he saw that Yamaiko, one of his guild mates, is about to draw in the gachapon too, hoping to get the shooting star, just like him earlier. Hey, you're trying to draw too, Yamaiko-san? Momonga walks toward her and asked the obvious. Oh, yeah. You know, he just trying my luck. Yamaiko answered Momonga. Well, good luck to you. I hope you manage to get it on your first try, cause it actually cost me a lot just to get this. Momonga says while flexing his newly acquired shooting star that's already equipped in his fingers. Ooh, you actually managed to get it, that's so cool. Yamaiko said as she saw the ring on Momonga's bony fingers. Momonga feels somewhat flattered by this. Alright, I'm going to do this. Wish me luck, Yamaiko said as she clasped both her hands for a second, then slowly pressed the button on the gachapon screen. Good luck. Momonga cheered for her. Tut. Yamaiko pressed the gachapon button and it started to do its thing. Not long after that, from the gachapon, a certain item had been picked out and got shown on her screen. Momonga, while also looking at her screen, suddenly paused. Like something got stuck in his throat. Ooh! Look, Momonga-san! I managed to get it on my first try. Haha! I can't believe this! Yamaiko said enthusiastically. Why yet, haha, you really do! Momonga said, though the tone of his voice sounded weird compared to how it was a couple of seconds ago. Hey? What happened to you? Yamaiko said as she also noticed the sudden change of tone on Momonga's voice. Ah, and nothing, haha. Well, I still have something to do, so, please excuse me. Momonga said as he turns his back and walks away. Yamaiko said no more as she just waved him goodbye. I wonder what happened to him. Yamaiko pondered to himself as he looked at Momonga's back. And that's what happened. Pararon Sino finished explaining. PFF, you mean, Momonga almost spent all his money just to get the shooting star while Yamaiko managed to get it on her first try? Wahaha! Yuki laughed. Stop laughing. It's not funny. Momonga said towards Yuki, sounding a bit annoyed. Ha ha ha. Sorry. It's just too funny, you know, haha. Yuki said to ease the annoyed Momonga, though he said it laughingly, which annoyed Momonga even more. But seeing that Momonga is still sulking, Yuki decided to make him feel better, but this time, seriously, as he walks closer towards him. Come on, it's all right. You know, I also tried to get that item, though I get it in the end, I too spent a lot of my money just to get it. See, you're not the one. I was also unlucky. Yuki said towards Momonga with a calm and sympathizing tone. Really? Momonga said as he is starting to feel a bit better due to what Yuki said just now. Yuki, after hearing Momonga's response, nodded slowly with a smile as he slowly brought out his panel. Yeah, I mean. Look at this, it took me a lot just to get all of this. Yuki said as he opened up his inventory and show it to Pararankino and Momonga. Shooting star, times 23. You see, I was actually planning to stop until I get 30 pieces of it, but I was so unlucky. The player Momonga has logged out. Yuki didn't manage to finish what he was saying as he saw Momonga suddenly log out from the game. Pararon Sino and Yuki looked towards each other. Sai, do you need to do that? Pararon Sino asked. What are you talking about? I did nothing. Yuki shrugs and wash his hands clean. Sadistic B****. Pararon Sino said as Yuki avoided his piercing gaze. Right, you said you found something good last night? Yuki said, shifting the conversation like a pro. F***ck yet. I found some good ones last night. Let's go downstairs, I'll show it to you, Pararon Sino said to Yuki with yet again, releasing another sigh before walking away. Aight then. Let's go. Yuki said as both of them hurriedly leaves the throne room. Chapter 39, Chapter 39. Currently, at a certain place in some of the deepest parts in Muspelheim, solid ice and frozen structures or landscapes are to be seen, scattered within a vicinity. For a world that has the word hot and fire as its main concept, this is a weird thing to see. This kind of scenario is more fitting and usually seen in Niflheim. Of course, since this is an impossible thing to happen in Muspelheim, the only possible reason for this to happen is if someone caused this all. Rustling. Talk about the cause of this. In a near area where all this thing happened, a player can be seen fighting a horde of flaming monsters. That player is wearing black armor and wielding a glowing spear. That's right, who could this be but Yuki himself? He is currently doing an exploration, or in players' terms, mapping. Mapping is when a certain player goes towards the unexplored areas of a certain world and journeys through it. Whenever someone looks at an unexplored area in their map, they'll only see an outline of that area, but they won't see anything other than that. Unless they go to that certain area themselves or buy a shared map info of someone that has been there already, then they won't be able to see what is in that area. That's right, Yuki is currently doing this very thing, but not to only map some place in his map, no. He's doing this with an intent to push towards the center of Muspelheim. And yes, he's doing all of this alone. He didn't bring anyone since, like how it is usually, he flies solo. Well, it's not like Yuki thought that he can do all that alone. Actually, he was even thinking that this will be so hard to do if he's not with someone else. A void might ask. So why do it anyway? Well, Yuki is still known to be the hoarder. He's going to an area where no one has yet to explore, so given by Yuki's nature, it's not like he's going to share that new stuff with someone else. If he managed to discover something new, it's gotta be him and him alone. Yes, he thinks that this is going to be a hard trip, but his selfishness wouldn't tolerate that. But actually, throughout Yuki's journey so far, he noticed that something is weird. Since in the middle of his exploration, for some reason, he was already being greeted by a large number of mobs. Which is pretty normal actually, but not in the area he's in. This very thing is unusual since he's still in an area that is supposed to be a mapped area already. Meaning, there shouldn't be any large amount of mobs here, and if there is, he should have known it already. Though mobs are still mobs. Yuki wouldn't have a hard time defeating them all, even though some of those are boss-level monsters. It's all a trivial matter. But still, if someone were to see Yuki's current situation, they'll surely think otherwise. Why? Well, that's because Yuki's currently running away. Yes, he's running away from the mobs. But what's happening here is not how it looks like. He's running away indeed, but not for his life. He's just doing this because he was too annoyed and tired of dealing with the mobs already. The mobs that he's encountering so far are not much of a problem, but their quantity annoys Yuki so much. He's putting so much work into slaying all of them, just for nothing. Not to mention that they just keep pouring out of God knows where. So after a certain amount of time of mindlessly swinging his spear around, Yuki finally decided that there's no point in doing what he was doing and that he should just run away. *T. There's no end to them. Is this how a celebrity feels whenever they are being chased and annoyed by their fans? Yuki grunted as he sprint away as fast as he can, hoping that he loses his pursuers. Yuki ran away like that for a couple of minutes before finally stopping when he saw that no one was chasing him anymore. Persistent bastards! Yuki said with a huge sigh. A sigh of relief that he is finally free from his pursuers. Though, he has yet to know that his thought that there's nothing to annoy him anymore, is completely wrong. Because when he turned around to check his vicinity, given that he's already in an unmapped area, the moment he made a single step forward, under his foot, a circular light that looks like a magic circle suddenly appears. Hey? What's is? He didn't even have time to react, or finish what he was about to say, as he suddenly vanished from the area. No glowing effects, no light particles, nothing whatsoever. He just snapped, then he's gone. Just like that. This. Yuki said with a weird tone because while he was saying this, he saw that his surroundings changed, which clogged his throat for a bit. It only took an instant for everything within Yuki's vision to change. Even the spell teleportation isn't that fast. Though greatly confused, as this kind of thing occurred to Yuki for the first time, he looked around the vicinity to check the situation he's currently in. Where is this? Yuki said as the place he's currently in is not familiar to him. He already know that he was forcefully teleported a couple of seconds ago. He knows that he's still in Muspelheim though, just not where exactly. Finding no answer around him, Yuki opened up his system console, then check his position on the map. Though what he sees there is nothing but an empty space. The map of the 9 worlds, if someone were to look at it when they just started the game, is originally black. Some of the parts will only turn green and add stuff in it if they already explored the said area. So right now, what Yuki only sees is that, other than the place where he's supposed to be standing currently, are all black. Now he's even more confused. Now what to do? Yuki said while looking around again. He wanted to process his situation more, he want to consider his options, whether he should run, or stay here for a bit. The fact that this seems to be an unknown area, makes this situation more tempting for Yuki, but he's also aware that that makes this more dangerous. Isekai'd. Whatever. I'll just find this place again later. Yuki said in an annoyed tone. After a minute of carefully thinking about his situation, he finally decided to just back off for now. Indeed, Yuki is more curious about this place, but he isn't a reckless person. Safety is more important for him, given the fact that death is not a thing he should experience. Not to mention that in Yuki's vision, the place he's in screams of red flags. Molten rocks. Hot floor. A pool of lava. Magma coming out of nowhere all of a sudden. Many volcanoes. Humongous volcanoes. These are the few things that Yuki can see around him. And this is the first time that Yuki saw all of this stuff in one place. Yuki thought that wherever he is right now, it must be pretty deep inside the Muspelheim. One of the few reasons why he needs to get out of this place immediately. So with all of that thought in mind, Yuki immediately brought forward his hands and start casting a teleportation spell. His destination? Far from this place surely. Yuki prepared to cast the highest teleportation spell, the gate, since he thought that the chance of teleportation mishaps happening, if he use only greater teleportation spell or any other ones, might be huge since he's going for a very far distance. Gate. And so, he cast it. But much to his surprise, nothing happened. And instead, a window with a text in it, together with the loud noise of notification alert, appeared in front of him. The usage of any within the area are marked, prohibited. What? Yuki muttered in a confused tone. He is very confused as to why this is happening. After reading the notice, he's extremely annoyed and stressed. He has so many questions. But as much as he want to ask those out loud for no one to hear, something suddenly grabbed his attention, causing for his attention to switch. Yuki squinted his virtual eyes as he tries to zoom in his vision at a far distance as he noticed that some noticeable low noises can be heard from there. And it only took him an instant after he did that to see what's causing the noises. A bunch of mobs. Oh, damn. But one can surely notice that the current mobs that stood in Yuki's vision are not your everyday mobs. Yuki even exclaimed when he sees them all in full glory. Yuki's detection spell managed to detect a total of 47 mobs within the area, all of those are currently approaching his position, clearly wanting to get at least a piece of him. But their numbers aren't the one that made Yuki exclaim, it's the fact that the weakest one of these 47 mobs, is comparable to the strongest boss class mob he had faced before he got transported here. No, it's probably much stronger than that. That only means that each and every one of the mobs here, are very very strong. Not to mention that there's also 3 towering boss class within these 46 mobs that make the other ones like kids if compared. Yeah, it just turned 46 now. Yuki just blasted one right into heaven as he's in the middle of thinking about these kinds of stuff. This is going to be messy. Yuki said with a heavy sigh as he crouched and brought forward his spear. He readied himself as he saw that the mobs are starting to get closer already. He knows that this is not going to be an easy fight. That the outcome of his current situation is not predictable. He might come out victorious and get out of this place, or just simply die. He doesn't know. But he's not the strongest player for nothing, and he'll prove that right now to whoever put him in this situation. Yes, Yuki believed that someone sabotaged him and did this to him. That what's happening to him right now is just too good to be a chain of coincidences. He knows that sometimes he's unlucky, but he refuses to believe that he's this unlucky. So either someone set him up for this, or the earth will explode tomorrow. So with all his thoughts sorted it, he breathed in heavily and faced the mobs that are already in front of him. Alright *tch, let's do this. And with that, Yuki didn't wait anymore as he chose to make the first move. He brought forward his hand, then hurriedly pressed the logout button on his console. The player Codis Etrama de Razel has logged out. Chapter 40, Chapter 40. Divided by start of the call divided by. Yo. Hey, what's up? Nothing much. Just wasting your time. I'm surprised you're not playing right now. That's new. Well, gotta be active in the real world at least once in a while, you know? You never know, one day, once I take off the gear, I might find myself floating in space cause the Earth just exploded without me knowing. True. So, stop the BS already. Why did you call? Sheesh. Can't I just call my good friend without any hidden intent? Just spit it out or I'm hanging up. It's my working hours, I'm busy. Fine. I encountered some problemos in game and I think I will need your great assistance. Again. See? I already know that you only call me whenever you want something from me. Can we just deal with this at another time? No hidden intent my ass. Hey. You already know that we're both always busy, right? So I have an excuse. You? Busy? To what? Wasting money in your life? Excuse me. It's not wasting. I like to call it investments. Bullsh***. Sigh, you just don't understand. Whatever. I'm done arguing. So, how serious is this problem? Well, really serious. Make sure it's serious enough that it is worth wasting my precious time for. Oh, no worries. You're gonna love what I have for you. Yeah, whatever. Just tell me what happened. Well, it's a bit complicated since even I don't know my exact situation. But I'm pretty sure that you'll understand it if you trace my account and see where I'm currently located in-game. Well, that's easy. Give me a minute. Divided by few seconds later divided by. What the how the f***ck did you get in this stage? Welp. For some reason, I got teleport there. Teleport? That's impossible to happen. Well, apparently, that's what happened. I just got teleport there, period. Sigh. Well, first of all, let me explain your situation so you can understand how absurd this is. Alright, have your way. Okay, the stage you're in right now is apparently called Hell's Paradise, and that's a thing that any player in the current phase of the game should reach any moment by now. In fact, no one is anywhere close to reaching this stage. How deep am I in the world then? Well, you're not in a normal place, I called it a stage for a reason. It's a hidden stage to be exact. But if I were to measure it by how deep you need to be to reach this stage in the first place, then, you are pretty deep considering that this is one of the final stages in this world. Well. **t. Ah yes. At this point, you are indeed in a deep **t. Wow. Keep up the motivation, I'm feeling assured now. Hey. In my defense, I'm just stating facts. Cause believe me or not, the stage you're in right now, is just too much, even for you. As ironic as it is, in this stage, you're weak. Weak? So, I needed to be what? Level 500 before challenging this stage? Snicker, I'm being sarcastic if you don't know. Idiot, I'm not talking about that kind of weakness. There's a reason why this is in the later part of the game, since all the things that you needed to do before reaching this stage is an essential for beating it. Skipping all those stuff and going straight for this stage is not a good idea, no matter how capable you are, status-wise. Gosh, I'm not stupid. I get it. I know that much at least. I'm just f***ing with you, haha. Sigh, goddammit. Evil laugh. Anyway, earlier, you said you were teleported to this stage? Can you tell me how exactly? Oh yeah. Earlier, while I'm doing some mapping, I stumbled upon this glowing thingy that I suspected to be a trap. So that trap teleported me on the stage you keep saying. Simple as that. A trap? I don't remember having that kind of trap feature in game. I mean, some can forcefully teleport someone to a different place. But that far away? And in a secret stage at that? That's impossible, especially since to set something like that, they need to be where you are right now first, which other than you, like I said, none has yet to set their foot on. Then I have no idea. It is what it is. Anyways, you need to get out of that place once you logged back in. I know that the possible contents of an advanced place like that are pretty tempting, but it's pretty dangerous and risky. No **T Sherlock. Get out of that place? I thought you just said that that stage is still too much for me, so how do you expect me to do that? The f*** are you talking about? Are you a noob? Just teleport out of there. Use a gate or something. Hey? Hey? I'm so confused. About what? You don't know what a teleport is? You gotta be kidding me. Brew. I can't **use a teleport. The system says that any teleportation spells are prohibited in the area I'm in. Are you on drugs or something? What? Prohibited? Yeah. But it's not. What? I'm currently looking at the details of the stage you're in, and it doesn't include any prohibition in regards to teleportation spells. In fact, you can get in and get out of that place at will. At least that's the supposed to be setting of that stage. I'm pretty sure that I willed pretty hard to get the f*** out of there earlier. You don't even know what's happening. Useless. There's a reason why there's a lot of admin in this game, dumb ***. Right. Right. Still useless. This is pretty weird. How did you get teleported there in the first place anyway? Yeah, ask me, surely I'll know. I'm thinking out loud. Shut the f*** up. Well, no offense, but the idea of someone sabotaging me is pretty high. I mean, just think about it. You already said it yourself, the idea of me being teleported there is pretty impossible, in a normal circumstance that is. Weirdly enough, I'm thinking of the same thing. Sigh, but there's still some part I'm not quite sure. Well. What now? I think that I need to look into this matter more. I'll just check the records myself, see what actually happened to you. Call me back in an hour. I think this will take some time. Alright. I'ma have my lunch already anyway, so good luck. K. Divided by 25 minutes later divided by. Sub. That wasn't an hour. I'm just about to have some dessert. I found the cause. Oh nice. Fill me in then. Yup. Our guess was correct. Someone came into play. Though I don't know who exactly, but it's gotta be in out circle. Your circle? You mean an admin? Yeah. Cause there's no way a moderator or below can pull off something like this without being noticed. Ooh, that's great then. Since my situation turns out to be an unnatural one, and someone set me up, then you can just fix this mess with a single button, you know, like an admin would do. Maybe start by getting me out of the sh*t hole I got dragged on. Well, that's possible and easy to do. But there's a problem. Whoever did this, probably wants to assure your death. That's interesting. Well, you see, in my perspective, for me to do something to you, I need to get your whole data first, since everything about you in-game is your sack of data. But there's a problem. Your data was embedded and deeply rooted within the stage you're in. Simply to say, I can't get a hold of it. So, you can't help me? TCH. Useless. This I didn't say I can't, it's just that, it's very tricky and complicated. But still doable. It just requires something on your side. Sigh, I get it, I get it. What's my part on this? You see, the other complicated stuff that prevents you from leaving that place is pretty manageable, but the problematic one that I can't deal with right now is about your data sack itself. To make it simple, your sack of data right now is in a sea full of data. Due to that happening, I'm having a hard time of finding it. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. And like I said earlier, I need to grasp your data sack first before I could start working on your corrupted data. So, what I need you to do is to just simply make your data active. To do that, you just need to log in back in the game and play. That's all? Yeah. That's all. 'Cause by doing that, it'll make your data stand out, since the data's around your data sack is pretty much inactive and passive, making my job of finding it easier and less impossible. You thought I have to do some math for a second? 'Cause I rather die. On second thought, that's not actually all of it. There's another thing that you must know. Oh no. Is it actually math? Nah. You see, before you logged out earlier, it seems that you attracted a good amount of mobs. So I just want to say that, once you hop back in game, you'll be seeing a welcome party for you, since all those said mobs decided to camp your spawn point. Meh, making me nervous for such trivial matter. Trivial matter, hey? Oh well, I just gave you a heads up anyway. Yeah, sure. But when do we start? Well, we could start now. I mean, if you're ready, that is. *tch I was born ready. Is that so? Then go. Alright then. I'ma roll out. See you in a minute. Alright. Oh wait, I forgot to say that I won't be able to. Divided by end of the call divided by. Chapter 41, Chapter 41. Ever since Yuki started playing Yggdrasil, he always played meticulously. It may sound unbelievable to others, but Yuki has yet to put himself in a dangerous and dire situation throughout the time he plays Yggdrasil. That's because he doesn't go overboard with whatever he does, or at least not too much. To others, he might seem reckless, but if they were to observe Yuki, every single day inside the game, if ever that's possible, they'll surely change their opinion. Though no one can blame someone for thinking that Yuki is a very reckless person, 'cause in fact, sometimes, he really is wild to the point of recklessness. But when it comes to Yuki, recklessness is not a good sign for anyone who has an enemy sign above their head. If anyone believes that having a reckless enemy is a good sign of victory, then that would not be the case if Yuki is that enemy. Because if somebody sees Yuki in that state, going wild that is, then that only means, whoever that someone is so weak that Yuki doesn't even need to be wary of him. He or she is not even on Yuki's radar. Though normally, this isn't the case, since he only goes ultra wild with no care, whenever he's in front of the players he hunts for obvious reasons. At least he was only seen in that kind of state whenever he does that. Also, the probable reason why a lot thinks that Yuki is a reckless one in the first place is that it was the side of him that every other player always sees whenever they meet or fight him. Though that may be the case for others, the actual truth is that there are many more instances where Yuki is always serious and wary of his surroundings. But surprisingly, these instances only happen whenever Yuki goes for a world exploration, mapping, dungeon raids, quests, campaigning, etc. Basically, anything that has nothing to do with any players. Well, he's the strongest player, so this wouldn't be a weird fact really. But even with all these amazing facts, the current Yuki can't help but still think to himself, where the f*ck did I go wrong? While dodging multiple fire beams heading into his way. Kaboom! It's already been 2 hours since Yuki logged back in inside the game. It was after calling his friend Satoshi about the current problem he has. But that also means that Yuki has been simultaneously fighting and venturing this hell of a place for about 2 hours now. f*ck. Yuki cursed as he sits down and hide behind a massive boulder in an attempt to delay being found by his pursuers. Pursuers that he managed to lose just now. Yuki is currently super stressed and a bit exhausted, mentally. Everything that had happened so far in these past 2 hours is not according to his expectations at all. What's taking him so long? Where the f*ck is he? Yuki grumbled as he operates his console. Before logging inside the game, Yuki talked with his friend Satoshi. They formed up a plan to take him out of the hellhole he's currently in. But even though Yuki's only part in the plan is to just go inside the game and wait for Satoshi to do the thing, he didn't expect that everything is going to be easy. But he also didn't expect that it'll be this hard. First of all, ever since Yuki logged back in, up until now, he has yet to hear or read a single word coming from Satoshi. Which is weird and extremely annoying for him. He doesn't know if their plan is still ongoing, or if there's a problem that occurred. He's very clueless about the current situation while being forced to do a single thing he doesn't know if it's the right thing to do in the first place. Actually, he wants to log out so bad already and ask Satoshi what the hell is happening, but since he doesn't know sh*t, he thought that if he does that, he might disturb what Satoshi is doing and make everything worse, if it is not already. So currently, he has no choice but to have faith in his friend. To believe that he's still in the middle of fixing him up and that he just needs some more time, and while he's doing that, he too needs to hold on and survive as much as he can. But doing that thing is becoming more difficult as time goes by because there are so many factors that make Yuki's life in this place so damn hard. First, the whole stage itself. The first time that Yuki got in this stage, he didn't notice it, but as he stays here for a good amount of time, he realized that the name of this stage, Hell's Paradise, is really good and fitting. Since everything about this is literally hell. First of all, the mobs. The mobs here are hella strong for a mob. It's so strong that if a player who's not Yuki is here, then they'll surely think that this place is being swarmed with nothing but bosses. If that's not enough, there's also the fact that any player in this stage will continuously receive a certain amount of damage just by existing in this stage alone. The amount of damage that one will receive becomes great the deeper he gets on the stage. There's also a lot of fiery traps, scattered around the whole place. No one knows when will the spot they're standing on becomes a fountain of oozing magma, or a mini erupting volcano. Everything about this place is almost unpredictable. Not to mention that here, healing potion, healing spells, and healing skills are also not as useful as they are usually, since the burning effect of this stage doesn't only give anyone continuous damage, but also an anti-healing debuff. As if everything that has been said so far wasn't enough. Plus to all that was a problematic and a weird fact that Yuki can only stay in a certain area for a short amount of time. After being in this place for some time now, Yuki started to notice that this place has some sort of feature that no matter where he is, mobs will eventually find him. No matter what. It's like a rule. No matter where he is, how carefully he hides, he will be found. Speaking of mobs, Yuki also noticed that the number of mobs that are being spawned in this stage is at a crazy level of amount. Not to mention the places where he passes through. Cause for some reason, whenever Yuki wants to go back to where he came from, seemingly to take a rest, the number of mobs that he will encounter on his way is suddenly spiking up, ridiculously. Spiking up to the point where he's starting to feel like his situation, at that time, is the same as the MCS of every horror film he had watched in the past. The same moment where the leading characters are being surrounded by a horde of zombies. Yes, Yuki's situation is like that. Yuki's situation right now is so far from his original plan. It's supposed to be, to stay still in the spot where he first landed when he got forcefully teleported in this stage, and just slay all the mobs that will come for him. Simple as that. But due to the facts that made that plan almost impossible, he was forced to create a decision. It's either he stays and lets himself be swarmed by a never-ending amount of mobs, or he moves forward. Obviously, he chooses the latter. Which, coming from his friend Satoshi, is a thing he shouldn't do actually. But what can he do? The only choices he got right now are both bad choices. It's just that the other one is a little worse than the other. So overall, as obvious as it is, if any other player is here, switched in Yuki's place, then they will surely die without even knowing what this place is about. That statement wasn't even an exaggeration. Yuki, being the one who's currently experiencing this very stage, can already agree with Satoshi's opinion, about this place being too advanced for anyone, including him if some matters are taken out of the frame. The current level of players, within the community of Yggdrasil, is just too weak to be in this place. It's too early for everyone. They still need to develop greatly first before even thinking of stepping here. Though Avoid might ask out of curiosity. How did Yuki manage himself in this stage? Well, first of all, about the mobs. For Yuki's level, they all are somewhat manageable. If he handled them correctly, that is. Though Yuki himself can admit that he got a hard time at first, but it becomes more manageable as it goes by. How? Well, because Yuki is very adaptable. Strong they might be, but in the end, the mobs here are still classified as monsters. Something he's very compatible with. Yuki adapts better with their nature the more he kills, making the fight with each and every one of them easier for him. Given enough time, they'll just turn into nothing but a walking foods for him to consume. Next, about the traps. Those were indeed dangerous, if it hit anyone, that is. They might be a bit tricky to deal with due to their unpredictability, but Yuki, who has high agility, and a lot of defensive spells and skills, wouldn't be hit by these traps so easily. Lastly, about the continuous damage of the stage and the anti-healing debuff. Well, these two are actually the most problematic factors for Yuki, but like the first one, it becomes more manageable in the mid-run. The burning effect wasn't that much of a problem for Yuki's HP. Due to his health regeneration spells, skills, and items, the continuous damage he keeps receiving was put in a manageable state. Sure, there's the anti-healing debuff, but it wasn't strong enough to debuff all the outrageous amount of Yuki's healing spells, skills, and items. A single ant might be weak and tiny, but a colony of it can be overwhelming, even for a human. Even if the anti-healing effect debuffed the effectiveness of Yuki's healing spells, skills, and items to a whopping 1%, then he'll still have an overall total of 104% healing effectiveness from all of his spells, skills, and items. And that's just the passive ones, active ones are excluded yet. Though the burning effect might not affect Yuki that much, he can't say the same to his lovely equipment. That's because not only him, but his equipment too are receiving continuous damage, causing each of its durability to drop. And the most saddening part was that Yuki has no counter for this one. But he has a way to lessen the effect. So, leave with no choice, Yuki was forced to bring out and equip an armor from his overpowered series. His most heavy-duty armor. I made a digital art of it, but it got deleted sadly. So just imagine it to look like this but less spiky and has no tail. It also has the same element that the stage has, so the burning effect was lessened. It might still be receiving damages, but this armor won't go down even if Yuki stays here for a whole week. That's just how durable this armor is. So overall, these are all the things that made Yuki's survival in this stage possible. Crockle. Crockle. Suddenly, while Yuki is in the middle of fidgeting his communication console, seemingly trying to contact his friend Satoshi, which looks to be impossible still, and constantly trying to teleport out of the area too, which is also impossible, he heard a rustling followed by weird sizzling noises from a not-so-far area. Sigh these F***ers. Glancing towards the source of the noises, knowing what it is already, Yuki found his good OL buddies that likes to accompany him throughout his journey in this hell of a place. The never-ending mobs. After seeing the mobs that are approaching him, doing what they had always done for this past 2 hours, Yuki didn't waste any more time as he closed the opened consoles in front of him and bring out his spear back. Hub. After that, Yuki immediately bursted forward, rocketing himself towards the mobs that appeared in his sight. And with that, Yuki's struggles continues. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. A door. That's right. In front of Yuki is a massive and grandiose-looking door. Yuki has been fighting and exploring some new areas in the place he is in for some time now. He was originally against in this idea, but since he has no other choice, he decided to just go ahead and try to get out of this place all on his own. Well, it's not like he can depend on his chances or ask anyone for help right now, given the fact that any type of communication is currently blocked by the system. And not to mention that the only person that could help him, Satoshi, has yet to contact him even though a long time had passed already. Oh well, back to the door. He found the humongous door a couple of minutes ago. The first time he saw it, he immediately knew what's behind it. Surely, a boss room. That piece of information is practically a no-brainer. Any player could have made that guess. Though what kind of boss is it? Is it an area boss? Or a final boss? He just doesn't know. Either way, he's been in this place for a good amount of time, and he already fought some area bosses on his way here. So the chances that he might encounter a final boss this time is pretty big. Actually, Yuki's been standing in front of the door for some time now, thinking about all the choices he could make or paths he could probably take. Even though he himself knew pretty well that there's just no such thing at the moment. He's just making some self-excuses in order to make himself feel productive while wasting his time, standing in front of the unusual-looking door. What can he do? He just doesn't want to enter it. If it turns out that he'll really face a final boss inside, which he'll most likely do, then he's practically doomed. Strong he might be, there's still a lot of things in this game that he can't do alone, and Yuki himself are pretty much aware of this fact. Not to mention that his equipments are already close to being tattered. He also can't just turn back to where he came from. He'll just be welcomed by an infinite amount of mobs. The door in front of him is also the only path he could take. Other than the door, there's just no other way to move past his current location. **T. Life's an actual B***TCH. Keeps effing me in my goddamn back for every effing time. Arg. Yuki cursed out loud as he moved closer towards the door while venting his frustration on the poor innocent boulder near him. Crying. Reaching the door, Yuki breathed a huge amount of virtual air, probably to relax his still frustrated mind, before finally pushing it open. Thud. As the door opens completely, Yuki can now see the whole room behind it. Wait, what? Yuki muttered with a confused tone as he scans the entirety of the boss room. There's a huge amount of reasons why this stage is called Hell's Paradise. Not only the difficulty is hell, and the mobs here are hella annoying, for Yuki that is, the whole stage looks literally like hell as well. So expecting to see a room that has a floor made out of lava, a molten ceiling that drips magma every now and then, and probably a boss that probably looks like Heat Blast from Ben 10, should be the normal thought process. So with these facts, anyone can probably understand why Yuki is surprised by the room that lays behind the door. Everything about the room didn't even come close to his wildest expectation. Dirt. The floor is made of dirt. There are also some bodies of water in a certain corner. A thing that is impossible to see in a place like this. The sky too is different. Although it looks dark, it's not burning like how it is outside. The temperature inside looks pretty fine too, given the fact that there's some greenery in the vicinity. So basically, the room behind the door is literally another place. Like the door is probably connected to another realm such as Alfheim or Midgard, cause it gives off that kind of vibes. Sigh, alright, whatever. Let's just get this over with. After being mesmerized by this, Yuki finally started walking inside of what seemed to be the boss room with a heavy sigh. Dugs. And like always, the door behind him closed itself as he walks deeper inside. Come on, just show yourself. Yuki said as he looks around, waiting and searching for the supposed to be final boss of this stage. Gray A. Asterisk. And speak of the devil, just as Yuki looks for it, a roar suddenly rang from above, grabbing his full attention. Thud. Though it seems that he doesn't need to actually look above just to see the owner of the roar, cause just after he heard it, the perpetrator landed in Yuki's far front. All of this occurred too fast, one after another. Crazy. Yuki said in a tone full of disbelief as he checks out what seems to be the boss, that just appeared from above. If someone were to see the boss, and has no knowledge or at least has little knowledge about the mythological creatures, then they'll surely describe it as a weird and edgier version of a Japanese dragon. It's a giant snake with legs and wings. It's a worm dragon. Honestly, the boss can be described in many ways. Though its looks are undeniably intimidating, this isn't the reason for Yuki's disbelief. A world enemy? Are you kidding me? Yuki expressed his inner thoughts as he slowly backs off. That's right. The boss in front of Yuki, and the only obstacle that prevents him from going outside, turns out to be a world enemy. One of the hailed, strongest beings in Yggdrasil. Everything just became too problematic. What should I do? Think. Yuki hurriedly said as he looked around the vicinity, hoping that he could spot something that'll increase his odds. He's undeniably panicking. Well, in his defense, who wouldn't? These are beings that were said to be almost unbeatable. Even a legion of 100 level players, teamed up together to fight it, the odds are still tilted. Now he has to fight that kind of being, in an isolated place with no means of escape, and all by himself. Thinking about it is just frustrating from Yuki's perspective. *TUUT. But just like rubbing salt in the wound, as much as Yuki wants more time to analyze his situation, the sound that indicates for the fight to start, rang. *Swungug. *T. Yuki cursed as he narrowly dodged the attack of the boss. Unlike Yuki, the boss is like a hunter looking on its prey, ready to pounce at him at any given time. So the moment that their fight started, it immediately rocketed itself towards Yuki, looking like a hungry predator wanting to bite the *T out of him. Of course, Yuki, fortunately, dodged the attack and gained some distance again. Though unlike how usually it is, he didn't even think of testing the waters. Well, it's not like he needs to know how strong the boss's attacks are. It's a freaking world enemy, surely it'll hurt like a B*TCH. Fine. Having fed up with his helplessness, and seeing that he's going nowhere with it, he decided to just go ahead and face the boss head on. Yes. He knows that there's a big chance that he'll finally have his first death for doing that, but at least he won't die while continuously **ing about his non-existential luck. Having made his decision, Yuki grips his weapon harder while watching the boss recover from its previous attack. With a hardened look, if someone were to see his real expression, that is, Yuki jumped back a couple of times to create more space between him and the boss. Yuki knows that right now, he can't take this fight lightheartedly. So, how did he plan to approach this fight, you ask? Well, it's pretty simple actually. Attack less, observe more, and most importantly, no holding back. Use item full status release. Right now, Yuki just released his overall sealed stats. This is the first time he ever did this throughout the time that he played Yggdrasil. *GRAA. Finally recovered, the boss once again, suddenly launched an attack towards Yuki with the same type of attack. But unlike earlier, Yuki didn't prepare himself to dodge right away. Just as he planned, he needs to observe more. If he just gets out of the way without observing his overall situation, then he'll just achieve nothing. First, I need to gauge how effective my attack is first. Teleportation. Yuki thought to himself while looking at the incoming worm before vanishing from his spot and reappearing at the top of it. Ha! Swoosh! With all his might, Yuki swung his empowered blade at the back of the boss, just below where he stands. Given that all of this happened in almost an instant, the boss didn't manage to react and Yuki's attack landed cleanly. HUP. After making the attack, Yuki immediately jumps off the boss and distances himself. Probably to avoid it just in case it lashed out. Alright. How much did that do? Yuki muttered as he looked at the boss's HP bar on his console, probably to check how much damage he made. He did this so he'll know what he has in hand and know how to work in this fight. Even though he's not expecting that much, since the subject is a world enemy, he's hoping that he managed to do something noticeable at least. Well. At that, he did something very noticeable. What? Yuki muttered with a dumbfounded tone while looking at the boss's HP bar. Actually, there's nothing to look at anymore because right now, it's already clean empty for some reason. Greatly confused, Yuki glanced in the boss's direction just to see it slowly disintegrating into light particles, together with what seems to be the victory music. He didn't know what just happened. This is too bizarre. Too unrealistic. Something that only exists in his wildest dream. One shooting a world enemy. *to it. Suddenly, while Yuki is in the middle of staring in an open space, processing all the sudden happenings, multiple windows appeared in front of him, showing all the rewards, achievements, and stuffs he got for not only defeating the final boss, but for officially clearing the whole stage called Hell's Paradise. At this moment, all Yuki's suspicions are gone. The system said it already, so it can't be a bug or a fake boss. He finally did it. He finally cleared the stage. He can finally go outside and leave this hell hole. But, although extremely happy and proud of his achievements, Yuki is just staring still at the windows of notification in front of him. Again. He just can't believe it. Right now, he keeps asking himself. What even happened? While all of this are occurring, another window popped up in front of him. Right after that, Yuki heard someone speak from that same window. Speaker, ah. Hello dear player. Just to make sure, can you hear me? Surely you can, right? Yuki knows what is this very well, this isn't the first time he see this window. AGM call. A feature that can allow any players to communicate the admins of Yggdrasil. Of course, it can also be the other way around, just like what's happening. This bastard. Yuki muttered to himself as, even though the window doesn't tell him the identity of the speaker, he can already tell who it is just from the voice. It's his friend Satoshi. Oi bastard! Did I misunderstand something? I thought that after I log in, you'll immediately get me. Yuki, who's understandably frustrated with his friend for a bunch of reasons, was about lash out at him, but before he could continue his words, a series of coughing can be heard from the other line. Clearly, the purpose is to interrupt him. GM, it seems that you can hear me clearly. Don't worry, this won't be long. Now, first things first. I would like to apologize for this happening and all the troubles you had gone through. Please do understand that what happened to you is also unexpected even on our part. Did something happen? Yuki thought to himself because, for some reason, he can feel that there's something going on. Just from the boss alone, and as to why Satoshi called him through the GM call function even though they have a private channel, and why he only contacted him now. Either way, he decided to just get along for now with this facade. He's not that stupid to not notice the weird nature within his friend's tone. GM, but worry not, as we will investigate this thoroughly to know what's the cause of it and avoid it from happening ever again to other players. GM, anyways, our team will still look into this matter first before we could make some clear decisions. We will contact you again after we finalized our talk, so before that, please don't play this account in the meantime until we give you further notice. GM, that's all, I hope you understand. Have a nice day. And with that, the call ended. Yuki didn't even get a say about it. What aren't they supposed to ask my permission for this? Isekai'd. Yuki said in a frustrated tone as he ruffled his imaginary hair. Sai, you better explain this to me once I go outside. Yuki said with an exhausted voice before he closes all the windows of achievements in front of him. He didn't even read the contents of all those windows as he just closed them down. Sure, he seemed to get a lot of things from this adventure of his, but right now, he's just so mentally drained already. He's been playing Yggdrasil for a total of 13 hours today. Besides, he can just check them out once he logged back in again. So with that thought, he opened up his console, navigate the logout button, and with a last heavy sigh, he disappeared within the vicinity. With that, Yuki is finally done for today. IGN, Catus Etrema de Razel. Gender, male. Race, undead/heteromorphic. Alignment, neutral evil -350. Level, 100. HP, 569. MP, 346,870 plus. PHYATK, 452. PHYDEF, 459. Agility, 415. MAG-ATK, 430. MAG-DEF, 477. Resist, 400. Special, 600. Total stats, 350,677. Vampire, 10. Arch-Vampire, 5. Origin, 5. Weapon Saint, 5. Blood Drinker, 10. World Terror, 5. World Disaster, 5. Progenitor, 5. Eternity, 5. Silencer, 5. Monarch, 5. Prince of Darkness, 10. Armored Mage, 10. King of Niflheim, 5. High Cleric, 10. Chapter 43, Chapter 43. Start of the call. Yuki, yo, bastard. What's up? Satoshi, Sai, okay, let me explain first. Yuki, oh, so you know what you've done, hey? Good, good. Satoshi, hey. In my defense, it's not like I meant to do all of this intentionally out of nowhere. In fact, wow. Yuki, alright. You can stop now. I just wanna hear your pathetic excuse. Go ahead, enlighten me. Satoshi, Sai, alright. You see, there will be a huge problem. Yuki. Satoshi. Yuki, and? Why are you silent? Satoshi, hey? Yuki, did you expect me to understand what's going on with just that? What do you think I am? ***ing prophet? Go, continue. Elaborate. Satoshi, why yet, I just thought that you'll react heavily to what I just said. Geez, calm down. Yuki, eat ***t. Satoshi, anyway, as I said, we have a problem, and by that I mean, if we do what we originally planned to do, that is. Yuki, well, first things first. How big of a problem is this? Satoshi, yoh. A massive one. Yuki, like, A mountain massive? Or just a building massive? Satoshi, this problem could potentially end our whole career, regarding about Yggdrasil. Me losing my job and you, getting your account deleted. That level of massiveness. Yuki, oh. I see. Satoshi, yeah. It's a f***ing jinner mouse of a problem. Yuki, Satoshi, anyway, as I said earlier, this all starts within our original plan. You know, me getting you out of that stage forcibly by manipulating the system itself. Yuki. Satoshi, well, you see. Remember when I said to you that you won't be able to clear the stage? That it is still too much for you? Yuki, that BS? Yeah, I do remember it. Satoshi, well, turns out that, you'll be able to actually do it. Yeah, I just realized that while I was doing my thing at that stage. Yuki, Thinking about it now, I actually thought that you were just trolling at that time, since it's not like you didn't know about my kits and status. So it's weird for you to misjudge my capabilities. Satoshi, don't get me wrong. I didn't misjudge you. Don't tell me that you didn't sweat while fighting all those mobs you encountered. Yuki, well. I admit. I did sweat, for a little bit. Satoshi, man, those are just mobs we're talking about. This wasn't a normal case for you, to be sweating with this level of enemies. These are your lowly mobs for f***ck sake. Normally, you'd just run around while slapping these things out of their existence. Yuki. Satoshi, sigh what I just want to say, if this is a normal scenario, this would be an impossible run. But thankfully for you, it wasn't. Yuki, I'm listening. Satoshi, you see, at first, I really am trying to get you out of that stage. But as I'm doing my thing, I accidentally found out what kind of final boss this stage has. Yup, and that's where my gears shifted. I immediately surmised that you would be able to clear this stage actually. Yuki, hey? You're an admin but you didn't know what's the final boss for that stage? Satoshi, yeah, I would know every boss of every dungeon and stage within the game. I'm being sarcastic if you can't tell. Yuki, the final boss is a, quote-unquote, world enemy. A major existence within the game? Didn't you put some effort and love while you guys are creating those things? You should be able to remember where you put those things in-game at least. Like when you first heard this stage, you should be going, oh right, this is where we put one of the big boys in. Satoshi, first of all, years had passed already, it's not like we're constantly checking those things in the first place. Second, I'm a very busy man. Yuki, sigh excuses, but whatever. Anyways, I actually planned to ask you about that final boss when I made this call, but now that you mentioned it, is it really that weak? Satoshi, well, it's not weak actually. Like what you said, we give those guys some love while we were creating them back then, so there's no way we made any of them that weak. In fact, that world enemy you faced, is one of the strongest ones. But like I said, this whole run of yours is abnormal so. Yuki, that world enemy is one of the strongest? Well I'll be damn. Satoshi, well, raw status is not its strongest point, but its extreme flexibility and adaptability. But honestly, in your situation, that guy's strongest points, became its ultimate weakness. Yuki, Satoshi, you see, that guy is supposed to be classified as one of the lords of the 7 deadly sins. Are you familiar with that phrase? Yuki, yeah. The cliché trope of pride, greed, lust, etc. Satoshi, exactly. And within all of that, that guy has the role of envy. So, to make matters short, we give that guy the ability to copy its opponent's overall stats. You know, to give off the vibes of enviousness. Yuki, so you're saying that, it has my stats when I fought it earlier? Satoshi, well. Yes, and no. You see, there are 3 things I had in mind when I surmised that you can probably clear Hell's Paradise. First is that, you can surely reach the boss room. Second, is the fact that the final boss has this weird trait. And lastly, and probably the most important part, is that you're an overly cautious person. Yuki, hey? How did my cautiousness get in there? Satoshi, well, it's 50/50ths actually. You see, back then, when you arrived at the boss room, I was actually hoping that you'll stay cautious and go in as you are at that moment. And that you did, fortunately. Yuki, hey? Satoshi, well, the final boss can copy its opponent's overall status, right? That's why the moment you get in on the boss room, it immediately did its thing and copied your stats. But since your stats are sealed, it only managed to copy the status you had at that time. Yuki, But since I unsealed my status mid-fight, I managed to overpower it through raw stats? Satoshi, exactly. That's why you managed to one-shot it, cause it has your old stats. Your status that will only pale in comparison if it was compared to the overall status you have right now. Yuki, wait, so its ability to copy my stats is only applicable once? Satoshi, no. Not really. Yuki, so why it didn't just copy my stats when I did the unsealing then? Satoshi, well, it's not like it can copy its opponent's status instantly. It will still need a couple of seconds to do that, you know. And since everything happened, from you unsealing your stats, to you striking that guy, almost instantly, then there's no way that could even happen. Yuki, then that ability sucks. Satoshi, sucks? Brew, that only sucks because the odds are on your side. Imagine if you became impatient from the very beginning and release your overall stats all the way. Then that would have been a different story, no? Yuki, well, the odds are on my side like you said, so I couldn't care less. Satoshi, tch. Yuki, anyways, I could see why that world enemy could be one of the strongest. I mean, I kinda get that the stage I've been in is not meant to be challenged by one player. Like I could imagine a legion going in there, just to meet a world enemy that has a status, equal to their whole overall status. That would have been a mess. Satoshi, yeah, that's why you are so lucky with your situation back then. Yuki, right. So, what's the humongous problem you're talking about then? Satoshi, right. So, with all those reasons, and given the fact that I am such a good friend, and know that this is a very beneficial thing for you, I just let you do the whole run, knowing that you have a high chance of success for it. But if you were to do this, I immediately realized that a huge problem will occur. Yuki, and that is? Satoshi, the others will notice it. Yuki, hey? Satoshi, you know that any form of contact or a connection between a player and an official of the game, inside the game, is forbidden, right? Yuki, yeah. Satoshi, so if the others find out that I have been in contact with you, let alone doing some favors for you inside the game, we're both finished, no matter what, since that's in the terms and conditions. Yuki, but, did they? Satoshi, fortunately, up until now, no. But if I contacted you during your trip on that stage, then I'll surely be questioned about it. All the favors I did for you are hidden, the others won't be able to see it in plain sight. But if they were to commit themselves, they'll surely find all the things I did for you, and I don't need to tell you that it'll all be traced back to me. Yuki, right. So how is it connected to me, clearing the stage? Satoshi, well, cause the stage you're in is supposed to be an advanced stage. A stage that belongs to the later development of the campaign quests. Something that can't be reached by any player at the current stage of the game, no matter what. So just imagine the heads it'll raise if we found out that the 90th quest has already been cleared when the 10th has yet to even be found. Surely you know already what we're going to do about it, right? Yuki, you guys will investigate how it happened. Satoshi, right. So how would I explain myself if they saw me contacting you throughout your run? I won't be able to. That's why I held myself back from making any contacts since it'll be problematic. There's also the fact that throughout this way, we'll surely know who's behind all of this. Earlier, when I said to you that we'll investigate this thoroughly, I meant it. Yuki, I see. Now it all makes sense. Satoshi, right? Everything is basically killing two birds with one stone. You get to clear the stage, and know who's behind all of this mess. I'm such a genius, right? Yuki, yeah, though greatly annoying from my perspective, that's indeed a smart move. I give you that. Satoshi, now you finally realize, haha. Anyways, there's another tiny problem too. Though it's not exactly a problem, just a thing that even I am not sure of. Yuki, what is it? Satoshi, it's about the rewards you got for clearing the stage. I'm not sure if you'll be able to keep all of it once we sort all of this. Yuki, what? Hey, I earned all of THA. Satoshi, I get it. Trust me, I do. But place yourself in our shoes. The rewards for that stage are far too advanced, given the fact that it is an advanced and hidden stage. There are some items that are included in the rewards that are yet to be seen in-game, or at least, supposed to not appear yet. Would we really let a certain player have that kind of privilege? Unlikely. That would be unfair for the other players, you know? Yuki, man, I do understand, but that's so annoying. I also sacrificed some important things just to clear that damn stage and I'm not getting anything from it. Satoshi, well, you'll still get something. Surely you'll be compensated since technically, this is our mess, and you just got dragged in. Yuki, alright, whatever. But that compensation must be something, you hear me? That's gotta be something. Satoshi, haha, I'll see what I can do. But for now, just relax while we do our thing in this matter. We actually have an upcoming meeting regarding about this. The others really took this thing seriously when they find out about this happening. Yuki, yeah sure. I need some short break from the game anyway. Satoshi, yeah, you definitely need that. Anyways, that's probably all I can say for now. Cause currently, there's no definite answer to some of your possible questions yet, since even I was not sure of anything until we finally discuss about it and be on the same page. Yuki, oh that's fine. Just fill me up later on when you guys finally decide on what to do. Satoshi, yeah. Oh, wait a second, background noises, they're calling for me already. Man, they sure are eager for this meeting, hey? Anyways, I gotta go now. Yuki, alright. Catch you later. Satoshi, yeah. Bye. Chapter 44, Chapter 44. It's been a month already since the past conflict within Yuki's life happened. Though if someone were to ask Yuki, that said conflict, the moment when he got trapped in that particular stage, is more of a blessing rather than a problem. Well, at first, he also has the same opinion about it, but during the aftermaths of it, he immediately changed his mind. Actually, it's the compensation that made him switch sides really. The admins of the game treated Yuki's situation so seriously, just like how Satoshi said they would do. Ever since the game launched, up until the current day, no bugs or glitches had occurred or been reported yet. That's how careful the admins are when it comes to this topic. So the moment they knew about Yuki's situation, they went sicko mode. A certain player was suddenly teleported to another place while doing something completely unrelated to that. This is what the reports are like. So when the admins first heard of it, they immediately thought that it was probably a bug or a glitch. Of course, as they investigate what happened, they found out that neither of that was at play, and it's just a snitch all along. So, fixing the situation is so easy for them since there's almost nothing to fix in the first place. They just need to teleport the said player out of the stage and reset the stage itself to its untouched form. Well, they felt the need to reset the stage since Yuki managed to complete it. Given the fact that it is an important stage for the later part of the game, they can't just leave it as it is, cause eventually, players will surely find it. And a stage/quest that has been completed already when the stage/quest before it has yet to be even touched, is pretty odd to hear. Not to mention that one has to go through the stages in order, so this kind of thing shouldn't happen in the first place. But, with all of these happenings, of course, no one did forget about the main subject of this event. Yuki himself. Of course, even though they're resetting the stage, they can't just forget Yuki's achievements through it, given the fact that he managed to clear it. Which is very impressive from the admin's point of view. So, to sort it all out, they gave Yuki some compensations right after they fixed everything. This said compensation includes a huge amount of gold, some unique items that Yuki has yet to own, a new unique job classes, a bunch of high-quality data crystals, the return of every item that Yuki lost while on the stage, and probably the most eye-catching part, a single wish. They offered Yuki a privilege to ask them a certain, already existing item, he would want, and they'll simply give it to him. Though there's a catch. He needs to be very specific about it, like, he should know exactly what that particular item is, or they won't give it to him. And also, a world-class item is out of the question. And it has to be on the spot. He can't reserve the wish. Yup, that's all of it. Normally, if another player is in Yuki's position, they would be jumping in joy and won't hesitate to receive this stuff. But Yuki is not your everyday player. Gold? Gold is the last thing he would want in Yggdrasil, he has tons of these. He can literally drown a city with the amount of gold he has currently. Unique items? That could be a good thing. If they're not offering the items that he'll supposed to get when he beats the whole stage, that is. He would have gotten those in the first place anyway, if they didn't get in his way. Let's not even talk about the data crystals. This has the same scenario on Yuki's gold. Though the unique job classes are good, it is not good enough to be included in this category as a major point. Besides, with Yuki's current status regarding about job classes, he couldn't see where he'll put these things in anymore. Next, about the wish. The wish sucks. Other than the world-class items, is there any other item that Yuki would want? He's literally buying every new item that would pop up in store, ever since day one. So meaning, the admins can't offer him anything other than the new stuff they would release in the future, which he would just buy anyway. So to make everything short, the compensation is very sh*tty from Yuki's point of view. All of the stuff he was offered is generally good, but he will not benefit from it. He wants something else. He wants more. And Yuki knows that they can give more, it's just that, they're treating him cheap. They want to give him stuff, but they're also making sure that he will benefit from it, as little as possible. Which in a normal scenario, would be fine, but Yuki made some extreme effort along the way, so for him, all this sh*t sucks and is very unfair. At first, Yuki planned to go on with their standard compensation. He wanted to milk this situation so bad, but he kind of felt bad for the admins too, since they did nothing wrong anyway, and just like him, they just got dragged into this. And also the fact that they will thoroughly investigate and find the culprit for all of this is already considered to be a reward for Yuki. But knowing that they're thinking of him to be this cheap, that these things are already enough to make Yuki's tails wag. Well, the tables are flipped. Yggdrasil is known throughout the public as the perfect game, so if somehow, the information about Yuki's situation got leaked, everyone will surely make a big deal out of it. That'll make Yggdrasil's reputation shattered. And the admins don't want that. And of course, Yuki knows this very well. So, holding with that kind of fact, Yuki calmly asked the admins for more compensation. And surprisingly, after some careful thinking, the admins agreed and add more. Add everything that Yuki asked, that is. Though Yuki didn't go overboard and only asked for 2 things. These are a complete detailed map that can be used for the whole 9 worlds, and his original rewards for clearing the Hell's Paradise. He also added the phrase, "This is enough to shut me up and make me erase the records of my gameplay," just to solidify his intent with this matter. Of course, Yuki knows that the stuff he asked for is a bit hard to achieve completely. Especially for Yuki's first demand. That's just ridiculous. Even Yuki himself can agree that there's no way they'll agree to this. But for Yuki, it's all mind games. Because him demanding this kind of stuff is him setting up his standards to them. It's like selling an item that is worth 500 yen as a 1000 yen, then suddenly lowering it to 500 yen to make it look like a steal for the buyer. So, just like dancing on Yuki's palm, the admins said that a map for the whole 9 worlds is too much. But if it's just for a single world, then that's doable. Which Yuki immediately accepts. Since that's pretty much what he wanted in the first place. Though, unfortunately, the admins said that they will choose the world themselves. And he has no say for this matter, and again, since this is already an extreme privilege. And that this kind of item is already comparable to some low-tier world-class items. Well, salty admins will still be a salty admins till the very end, just like what Yuki said. So until Yuki got his hands on the said map, he won't know what kind of map it is, or what world is it for. Yuki knows when to step back, so he just accepted that without saying anything. Generally, that's practically better than getting nothing at all. Now for Yuki's second demand, well, fortunately, the admin didn't contemplate too much about it. They agreed on it, but they told Yuki that they can't give him anything that can be used as proof that he actually managed to beat the said stage, Hell's Paradise. Though other than that, Yuki can have everything. And of course, Yuki accepted that too. He couldn't care less about the titles regarding about the completion of the stage anyway. Though about his second demand, when Yuki asked for this, he didn't know what he got in those said rewards since he didn't even look at it in the first place. When he got those rewards, he just closed everything and immediately logged out. So the only reason why he included this in his demands is because of his friend Satoshi. He's the one that told Yuki to demand this, saying that he'll surely like what he'll get from it. And he wasn't wrong. Yuki did like what he got, actually no, more like, he freaking loved it. Why? Well, Yuki did get a lot of things from the rewards, even though the admins removed some of the things that are originally there. To sum it all up, it will be a total of 56 rewards. Varying from currency rewards, item rewards, quest completion rewards, stage completions rewards, personal achievement rewards, racial achievement rewards, and job achievement rewards. There are a lot of true eye-catching things on Yuki's list of rewards, though if someone were to look at the list, anyone can see that one of those things greatly outshines the others. It's like a shining diamond in the middle of a desert. It's really hard to not notice it. What is it? Well, a particular class of item. A world-class item. That's right. The world enemy that Yuki killed dropped a world-class item right after the fight ended, and got included as one of the rewards after the stage completion. The world-class item is called the Eyes of Thought and Wisdom. It's a consumable type of world item. A parasitic one. An item that once consumes, it's almost impossible to remove. Well, it's not like Yuki will have a problem with that, since after reading the capabilities of the said world-class item, he immediately consumes it on the spot. An indication that he liked what the world-class item can do. Some might say that Yuki is pretty hasty with this action of his, and it might come back to bite his own ass in the future. And he can agree. He knows that he's a bit hasty with his decisions. But did he regret doing it? In this question, Yuki can only say one thing. Of course not. Why? Simply because he doesn't give a f***ck. It's a world item. Beggars can't be choosers. Eyes of thought and wisdom. The kin use the skill all-seeing eyes. The kin use the skill encapsulated vision. The is immune to any kind of abnormal status that hinders the sight, such as blindness, paranoia, etc. The kin use the skill true sight. Every time they uses the eye's abilities, the meter will rise up. The meter rises up, depending on the amount of the eye's usage. Once the meter reaches the 100%, the will lose the ability to use the eyes and will be throughout the given duration. 0%. 288 hours. Removed. Class, world item. Type, parasitic/consumable. Condition, CURSED, removed. Chapter 45, Chapter 45. Menu. Status. Inventory. Character. Artifact class, 384. Low class, 543. Middle class, 247. High class, 522. Legacy class, 632. Relic class, 324. Legendary class, 471. Divine class, 876. World Champion class, 1. 36. Maps. Quests. Cash shop. Settings. Book of Thoth. Description: a massive tome, as large as an ordinary man's torso, and in its cover, are a bunch of indescribable rune-like writings. This book is a collation of knowledge, and its pages are filled with dense writing. Contained within this book lies the knowledge to cast each and every spell that exists, ignoring the limitation of the class requirements. In game terms, studying the book will let you learn one spell. The exact duration of time that one needs to study varies from each spell they're trying to learn. Each spell has a unique set of learning duration. However, only one spell can be learned per day, and the spell that the user will learn are completely randomized. You wouldn't be able to know what you're learning until you finished studying that specific spell. While studying, the user will be put in an invulnerable state too throughout the whole studying duration. So, whoever wants to study, needs to be in a safe and secure area first before doing the deed. Symbol of order and tyranny. Description: a black stone obelisk, has 4 faces on which the user can write in a law. In addition to the obelisk, is a crimson orb, which serves as a remote terminal that lets the user modify the laws without being next to the item. The obelisk is a prize WCI given by the developers similar to the Throne of Kings. Likewise, the obelisk can only be placed in a certain place. The obelisk has 2 main functions. First is the lawmaking function. There is no true limit to the contents of the law, there is however a range limit. It cannot affect anything outside a 10 km radius centered around it. For lore reference, don't use recovery items/spells above tier 7, lance-type weapons are automatically unequipped, don't go down the ladder to your right, etc. Though this item doesn't modify the game world, instead places limitations, so no. Gareth Killer 098 must spontaneously explode. Unless he actually does have a suicide skill. However, the law is impartial, because even you and your allies will be subject to the power of the obelisk. The second function the obelisk has is establishing a kingdom within the same 10 km radius. Within the kingdom, all naturally spawning monsters will be treated as pop monsters for your base. In addition, you and your allies will not receive terrain damage while in the kingdom. Temple of the Foundation of Heaven and Earth. Description: a tower with a ritual altar at the very top. When activated, it doubles the stats/abilities of the one using it, allowing him/her to potentially have multiple limit-breaking stats. Unlike other world items, this one must be built by collecting 132 large puzzle blocks scattered around the 9 worlds. Luckily, they are not difficult to obtain, just hard to distinguish from ordinary rocks. When all the pieces are brought together, the blocks will assemble themselves into a tower. It can only be built in an outdoor location. Although the tower is structurally sound, it can easily be destroyed by a few weak attacks. If destroyed, the user of the altar is reduced to LV.1, loses all the gained stats, and is banished from whichever world the tower was built on for a certain amount of time. Once destroyed, the tower will also return to its original puzzle pieces form, and be scattered throughout the 9 worlds again. Note that the usage of this WCI is available for multiple users. Bringer of Dreams. Description: a simple-looking pouch. The pouch contains golden dust, that when thrown, forcefully logs a player out of Yggdrasil and they wouldn't be able to log back in after 24 hours. Eyes of Thought and Wisdom. Description: a pair of eyes in a bottle. The Eyes of Thought and Wisdom have 3 main functions. First, true sight. This ability can allow the user to see anything within his/her vision. Be it a camouflaged or an invisible target, someone who's hiding, someone who's in something, etc. As long as it enters the user's line of sight, it will be seen. How this works is literally like having a wall hack. Second, encapsulated vision. This ability can allow the user to see the surroundings by revealing anything in a single pulse of a wave. This ability works similarly to a modern radar. However, this ability can only reveal anything that is within the 100-meter radius centered around the user. And this can only reveal anything that is only visible in plain sight. But, if the user wills it, the encapsulated vision can be cast simultaneously to true sight, so anything, literally anything within the 100-meter radius, will be revealed. None will be spared. Third, all-seeing eyes. An ability that allows the user to see everything happening inside the game/across the whole world. The effect is similar to the mirror of remote viewing, except there is no penalty or limitation to where the user can see. All-seeing eyes can also be synergized with the true sight and encapsulated vision for a much better result. World Egg. Description: an ostrich-sized egg, with the crystalline features, and also glows with a corresponding pair of colors. A mystery item that has no exact explanation for what it is. Soul Devourer. Description: a unique golden weapon that can change from a staff to a sword. The sword form deals physical damage whilst the staff form deals magic damage. The main function of the Soul Devourer is that it takes a portion of the user's EXP in exchange for greater damage. The damage that the Soul Devourer makes can be amplified based on how much EXP it takes. Hala's Dark Tribute. Description: a staff, image. The staff itself is usable for combat, but it won't do any better than a regular normal staff. But if the user stabs the staff on the ground, it will trigger its unique effect. Once the effect is triggered, any player within the radius of 1 kilometer around the place where the staff got stabbed on, will be dragged into a different dimension, the user included. The only way to escape that said dimension safely is for you to be the only remaining player in that place. In short, it basically makes anyone trapped into a battle royale situation. Longinus. Description: a fancy-looking spear. The user gets to select a target within his given AoE. Once the target is selected, the effect of the Longinus will activate and proceeds to delete that target from the whole Yggdrasil itself. However, once the deed is done, the user will also suffer the same treatment of getting erased from the game. The banishment is on the account data level, so a recovery from this is almost impossible. The only way to get back in Yggdrasil after this is to create a new account and start over again. Caloric Stone. Description: a glowing type of stone. An item that's classified as a material. The stone itself isn't much. To bring out its full potential, one needs to craft it into something else first. Actually, most of Yuki's OP items are in fact made from this very item. Seeds of the World Tree. Description: a small bean-looking seed. A racial change item that is used to transform into a different race. Gungnir. Description: another fancy-looking spear. The spear itself has many functions. But throughout those functions, only 2 are considered the main ones. The first one is the Graze of Omnipotence, which is the spear's main core and what makes Gungnir. Graze of Omnipotence is a type of glowing energy inside the spear and can be utilized in many ways while wielding it. It's basically a unique type of mana. Even just by holding the spear, the energy within it is already being utilized as it automatically covers the whole spear, giving it multiple buffs such as holy and light tributes in every attack. The second one of the two main function is absolution. To make it simple, while wielding Gungnir, the user won't miss avarice and generosity. Description: a pair of gauntlets, which looks like a devil's hand, while the other looks like an angel's. Has the ability to absorb experience points. In that regard, it is capable of storing them for later use whenever the wielder is ready to consume the experience points. Cryas Glyph. Description: a black orb that has a swirling dark smoke inside it. Allows the user to select a target within the given AoE upon activation. Once the target is selected, the effect of the item will then activate and trap the target in a different dimension. Once completely trapped, the target will not be able to escape that said dimension unless the user wills it. Mirror of the Sun. A shield that can defend and reflect any kind of attack, magical or physical. As long as it is a projectile, that is. However, it can only reflect an attack coming from one direction. A large scale of attack is not possible. Well, it is still reflectable, just not all of it. Hex of the Slighted Goddess. An idol of an undead goddess that endlessly emits a miasma of negative energy until it spreads and covers an entire world. This effectively becomes a plague that continuously weakens all players who has a positive affinity while simultaneously strengthening the ones that has a negative. Billion Blades. Description: a wooden training sword. To describe it more simply, Billion Blades is a free customization sword. The base form of the Billion Blades is a wooden sword, but once you get a hold of it, you will be given the privilege to change it the way you want it to be without any restrictions. You want it to have an ice element? Go for it. You want it so every time you damage an enemy they'll burn to death? It can be done. Or maybe, you want a sword that can pull an enemy towards you like a vacuum. That's also possible. The sky is literally the limit. You can customize the sword wherever and whenever you are, infinitely. Though, there's only one catch. You, the user, will have to pay gold for each time you customize the sword. And the sum of gold that you have to pay, depends on the sword you made. Basically, the crazy your sword is, the crazy your bill gets too. The end. That's all for now. Join my Patreon to read the advanced chapters. More will come as I'll try to upload more this month. www.patr-eon.com/evrabenzz. Comment. 59 comments. Vote. Chapter 46, Chapter 46. To be honest, in my opinion, without offending anyone or being condescending, and without triggering someone, I just want to say that I got nothing to say. Hi. BTW. I'm finally free from my SCHED. Work's been done, so I finally have a much more free time. Meaning, I will have a lot of loads off of my back. So what I just wanted to say is that, let's all pray that I don't jinx it and that I'll be able to write more chapters yet. Don't expect a daily upload though. My mind is high quality yet fragile. It can't be overworked or else everything it will produce is nothing but sh*t. Give it some time to refresh yet? That's all, good day. Asterisk emoticons ahead. Proceed with caution asterisk. New patch update. Contents. Mana potions. We decided to remove the mana potions in-game cause it's getting abused and misused by a lot of players. We've been getting a lot of reports lately about the spell spamming meta, that many players are not happy about. At first, we thought that putting a limit to the usage of mana potions per day might solve the problem, but after analyzing it more carefully, we deemed that this problem will continue and gets much worse and there's only one solution to end this problem. by removing it in the game. We know that this decision of ours is pretty sudden because we didn't include this in our upcoming update list. But there's a reason for this. To make up for the removal of the mana potion, and to the players that invested a huge amount in it, we decided to let the already existing mana potions be kept. Meaning, all bought mana potions before the patch will not disappear in your storage or inventory. Though the purchase of it from the store will be impossible as we removed it already from its availability. This very fact is the reason why we didn't make any announcement regarding this matter. After all, we like to avoid problems in the store because we know that waves of players would surely buy mana potions in bulk after knowing this news. Many can take this chance to get an advantage over the others, and we don't want any new problems arising from this when we just solved it. So players, make sure to use the remaining mana potions you have in your hands because that's the very last bunch of it. But if you didn't manage to get one before this patch, then, I and the whole Yggdrasil community, are very sorry for your loss. Love, admins. Powered suits. Ever since the very first year of the game, we are getting many complaints about how low-level players struggle a lot to grind and gain something due to high-leveled players that like to PK low-leveled players. Back then, we just don't have any answers for this. We admit that we don't know a solution for this. But now, we finally do. Introducing, the powered suits. With the help of this new item/equipment, any player can finally increase their combat capability without suffering any drawbacks, or the need to sacrifice their class levels. Another great thing about the powered suits is that it does not only helps low-leveled players but also helps any non-combat oriented players. Plus to all of that is that, it's a mechanized suit. So if you're someone that likes the mech genre, or came from games that have a touch of mechs in it, now you can also experience it here in Yggdrasil. Though the abilities of it will not be explained further because it's really complex. That job is now up to you, the players. All of it is yours to find out. 8 more. _new post _ free, open lock. Yggdrasil. Posted by user, May 20, 2132. Yes, to those that don't know the news yet, you read the title of this post correctly. Niflheim is now officially off limits. Well, not technically off limits since anyone can still enter, at least that's what it seems, but you can only stay there for a certain short amount of time before you get killed. Yeah, I know that I sounded like I'm just describing the Niflheim we know every day even before this, but it's different now. Before, the reason why you will be killed in Niflheim is either of these two: either you failed to PK and lost, or you get hunted down by Razel and his minions. Given the fact that Niflheim is Razel's turf. But now, none of that will happen, or need to happen, because you will just die regardless. Some of you might ask how. Well, you will die because your HP will rapidly go down to 0. Simple as that. Every second you stay there, your HP decreases by 1. No matter where you are, even in safe zone you still die. Your resistance doesn't matter. It's so absurd. You can die in the safe zone. You die in the zone where dying is supposed to be impossible. Tell me how any of this makes sense. But anyway, yeah, that's it. That's all I know as of now. Me and my friends encountered this phenomenon this morning as we hopped there. We almost died. Good thing that we immediately realized what was happening and teleport back to where we came from. After that, we tried experimenting by going back there after replenishing our HPs, just to make sure that it is not us. But yeah, it happened again. After that, we saw several players having some problems too. That's why we already stopped doing it like idiots, because we already realized what exactly is going on. Well, not exactly up to the point that we already know what's the cause of it, but at least we are 100% sure that by going to Niflheim, your HP decreases until you die. We have yet to find the reason for this happening, but I doubt that it is a glitch or a new feature in the world itself. The devs are crazy, but not that crazy. Well, I'm sorry if that's all I know, even I have some questions too, but sadly, I know nothing too. By the time I posted this, I just logged out from the game. I don't know much still, but I'll try to find more information about the Niflheim situation, and once I do, I'll update you guys here. That's all, have a nice day. Edit, news. Turns out that the poison in Niflheim doesn't harm any heteromorphic. My friend said that a friend of his friend is a high-level heteromorphic player from Niflheim, and that guy said that he doesn't suffer any of the poison stuff. That he and that guy's other friends are completely fine. In fact, they got buffs out of nowhere that made them stronger. A complete opposite to what's happening in the majority of us right now. I also saw some other posts here by the users that claim to be a heteromorphic from Niflheim, that they suffered in the same good sh*t2. That's all I gathered. For now, I'll update this post again if I find more. Edit2, news. What I said previously turns out to be somewhat wrong. Poison doesn't affect heteromorphic players. That statement. Yeah, but they do actually. It looks like the poison thing is just one of the few things that can happen while you are in Niflheim. There are many more, and all of them differ based on the type of class you got. Even heteromorphic classes are not exempted from it. Every bracket of non-heteromorphic classes seems to have different types of debuffs when they are in Niflheim. I don't know why the poison thing happened to many of us though. But yeah, sorry for scaring some of you. I promise, next time, I'll check my facts first before spitting any of this out. That's all, have a nice day. Edit3, I think that this piece of information is quite known now already given the fact that it was originally theorized and proved by a popular streamer, but since I made an incorrect statement regarding about it, I'll just correct it cause why not. So, it turns out that, not all non-heteromorphic are safe from the debuffs effects in Niflheim. Heteromorphic players with a negative alignment seems to be the only one that gets the benefit, but every player that has a somewhat positive, whether you're a heteromorphic or not, gets the hammer. Though heteromorphics are still better than non-heteromorphic players in this case cause it seems like, they get some forgiving debuffs, compared to their counterparts that is. At least that is how it is currently. Edit4, it's f***ing Razel. He's the one behind all of this. It's that f***er. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, nothing has been proven that it's actually him, but it's gotta be him. I can bet my house that it is him. There's no way that all of this is caused by another player. I'm 99.99999% sure on this one. If it's somebody, it's gotta be him. Okay, first of all, I just got this news, but all these happenings turn out to be an effect of a world-class item. This whole situation has a world item involved in it. No one knows what it is, but some world-class item holders proved it by going to Niflheim and showing that they're not suffering from any debuffs or negative effects at all. That alone, solidify this fact cause world item effects, don't affect world item holders. The first time I heard this news, it immediately clicked in my head. Everything makes sense now. All of it finally lined up. It's f***ing Razel. Okay, now for the second point why it's him. WCI are valuable items, this is undeniable, right? So why would anyone do this? It's just a waste, and why Niflheim of all the worlds? Unless, Razel is the one who did it. Niflheim is his. And by doing all of this, he'll get a huge amount of benefits cause he will drive out many players from that world. Whatever he's hiding there, will be much kept. Third point, and this is just to support my second point. According to the players from Niflheim, anyone can explore the entirety of Niflheim freely, but there are some certain areas that anyone that doesn't belong to Razel's circle, should avoid no matter what. Why? I don't know, everyone seemed to be tight-lipped about it. But overall, it's basically, if a certain area has a red mark in it, go explore somewhere else without questioning why. All players who are foolish enough to force their way in, have not been seen again in Niflheim. Again, not my words. Anyway, now, this brings us all in the final point. Given what I said in the third and second points, do you guys really believe that Razel will let someone else do this with or without his knowing? That a random dude will just plant a world-class item in his backyard? Absolutely not. I mean, come on, we all know that f***er. We all know how selfish Razel is, he's the hoarder for reason, so there's just no way that he'll let something like this to happen. If he knew that someone planted a world-class item there, he will surely hunt them down and take the WCI for himself, and use it in the same way, cause why not? I swear, Razel is the only irregularity here. I feel like Yggdrasil without him is way more peaceful. That man is f***ing insane. Anyway, that's all my points, for now. Though I hope I managed to convince you guys with these facts. I may be wrong, but for now, these are facts in my head. I'll just update this once again if I find more. Divided by 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 2.2 m 56.2 k 102 k underscore Razel 69 pushpin. Hey, I'm that guy, hahaha. Thumbs up sign 3.2k, thumbs down sign 6.4 m 430.5k. Chapter 47, Chapter 47. My name is Rumi. No, not in real life but in a game called Yggdrasil. Sigh, what can I even do about this? Currently, I'm laying on the ground, watching the same player that killed all my colleagues and friends, walk towards my position. I know that it's now my turn. I will be killed just like the others and lost some of the important items I painstakingly paid for and earned. This f***ing sucks. I can only mutter some words, that's all I'm allowed to do. I can't do anything about my current situation. I can't move due to an abnormal status, my staff has been unusable for some reason, and my MP has been fully exhausted already. I can't even cast a single first tier spell. I just look miserable. I f***ed up. No. That's not right. It's more like we f***ed up. We shouldn't have joined. God damn it. Well, we've all been enticed by the compensation, so it's not like I have someone to blame, but still. There's no use in doing that. You're just making yourself look pathetic. Said by the same player that killed my friends and colleagues as he stops in front of me. He must have heard my ranting. Chusk. I was about to talk back, but it looks like he's not even interested in having a chat with me. Kook. My neck, while I'm laying down, got suddenly pierced by a spear. Everything happened so fast that I got surprised. You suffered catastrophic damage. I was surprised. Not just by the attack but by how my HP bar reacted to the attack. Didn't know that it could reach 0 that fast. Haha. **T I could only laugh as my vision started going dark. Sigh, I just wondered. Where did the things had gone wrong? You are now dead. A few hours ago. Alright, we're now starting this strategy meeting. A player that's standing on a stage, in front of us all, declared in a loud voice. Which all of us agreed by nodding our heads. Well, it's not like we can do anything about it. This guy in front of us is the leader of the guild Omafiscos, the second-ranking guild in the whole Yggdrasil. That means, he's superior to any of us here, us who are only a member or leaders of some low-ranking clans. Especially if I were the point of comparison. I just started playing this game a month ago. Yeah, I'm still a newbie. However, there's a reason why I'm in this meeting. I'm probably a chick, but I can proudly say that compared to other newbies, I'm one of those that stood above the rest. I'm quite of a prodigy. I already spent a lot of money on this game, so I'm quite ahead of the others. Yeah, I'm addicted to this game even though I've been playing for only a month. I played a lot of similar MMORPGs, so this is not my first rodeo. That's probably the reason why I managed to handle Yggdrasil faster than the others. Obviously, I'm a member of a clan. It's a clan that consists of my real life and online friends. Yeah, the same guys that hooked me in this game. The name of the clan is Dark Horse Clan. Our clan is small and not known by many. We're above 1,500 on the overall clan ranking after all. But we might have no fame, we have at least a clear goals to achieve. That's the most important thing. Our base of operations is usually within Alfheim or Asgard, cause the terrain there is pretty good. If we are hunting heteromorphics, then Helheim is our go-to world cause the majority of places there are vast, making our hunt easier. We plan to just lay low, proceed with our goals slowly but surely, cause we know that in this game, one wrong move is all it takes for us to lose everything. But to how I and my clan got in our current situation, it happened a few days ago. At that time, I'm with my friends, doing some monster hunting on the outskirts of Alfheim, when suddenly, our clan leader messaged all of us about the invitation he just got. He showed us the content of the invitation and asked our opinion about it. Holy sh*t. These compensations. Is this real? We all reacted the same after looking at the invitation's info. The invitation is from a guild called Omifiscos, a guild we already heard about. They're pretty famous for monopolizing some dungeons in a specific area of Midgard. So basically, the contents are, that the Omifiscos are going to hunt somebody, and they're gathering some small clans that are willing to join them. All clans that will join will be compensated handsomely. At that moment, I thought, who could be this unlucky player that angered this guild so much that they are arranging this kind of thing just to hunt him or her down? But, we didn't care. All we need to do is just join, then once the hunt became successful, we'll get our reward, which includes the exact thing we currently needed. That's where our eyes are glued on. We've been hunting and grinding for the past few weeks because we needed something so bad, but up until now, we're quite unlucky. But the compensation for this invitation, for some reason, has what we want exactly. It's like they know the exact thing to make our clan say yes so easily to them. So our answer to them about whether we'll join or not is pretty obvious. And that's how we got into our current situation. We are brought in some kind of base, many clans other than us are also here, while the guild leader of Omifiscos, the demi-human looking player, is in front, discussing the plan we're going to have for this hunt. Earlier, I counted the exact number of players that are currently here, and I managed to get a number of 74 players, that's only from the other invited clan including us. I exclude the guild members cause I don't know who's who. We are going to hunt only one player, right? Then why do we need to have a plan? Even I could probably do this alone. The majority of you are probably thinking something like this, right? The guild leader said, completely reading my and my colleagues' thoughts. Based on the reactions, the others seemed to have the same line of thought as well. No one can be blamed. I mean, we are going to hunt a single player. Where could we go wrong with that? That's the reason why we joined this hunt, because it doesn't sound risky at all, that there's no way we'll fail this one. We just thought that the reason why they need this many players is to cover up the whole area where the hunt will happen so the target wouldn't be able to escape or ask for any reinforcement. But based on the guild leader's remarks, it looks like that isn't the case. You guys are here to help us, to increase the probability of success. We've been hunting this player repeatedly for many times now, and we always failed. So trust me when I say this. The guild leader paused, then leaned forward before speaking again. Take the fight seriously right off the start. After that, the guild leader gestured to someone, probably to his guild member, then a big screen appeared behind him. On the screen, a bunch of text is displayed. As I said, we've been hunting him repeatedly, so we already saw what he can do for so many times now, and the list you're seeing on the screen are the strategies we came up based on our experiences. the guild leader said as he points toward the first one on the list and begins the explanation. We on the other hand are just looking at the contents of the screen, completely dumbfounded. What are we even hunting? A raid boss? Some of the other clan members reacted. The strategies on the screen are probably similar to what you'll have whenever you're planning to fight a raid boss. But I don't know about any of that since I am still new at this game. I only have the experience of raiding small dungeons, that's all. But the guild leader had ignored their remarks and proceeded on explaining everything that was on the screen. His explanations are pretty good and clear. It looks like all of us managed to understand everything. It's just a bit disturbing to think that everything about all of this is just for a single player, but no one voiced out something like that. At least not yet. The explanation of our so-called strategy lasted for at least 30 minutes. And before ending our meeting, the guild leader asked all of us if we have any questions, and it seems like a lot of us have. You. The guild leader pointed out to one of us. It's a player from another clan. That particular player stands up and faces the guild leader. I just want to make sure that this guy, the one that we are going to hunt, is a player, right? That player said in an incredulous tone. Yes. 100% that this is a player. The guild leader said in a confident tone. After that, another player raised his hand to ask a follow-up question. Sir, forgive my rudeness, but can you tell us who exactly this player is? Because all of this is just too unreasonable for a single player. If it's another guild or clan, then we can understand, but a single player? Is your guild that weak to handle a single player? Probably not. So at least, give us an acceptable answer. 'Cause if you can't, some of us might take this as nothing but a trap to just haul our items, or if not, you guys are just simply insulting us. That particular player said in a serious tone. He might have said that he doesn't want to be rude, but his tone says otherwise. After the player said that, all the other ones seemed to agree. But the gestures of the guild leader seem confident, like he's waiting for us to ask this exact question. Fine. I'll tell you who it is. It's a guy that all of you must have heard of already. The one that we're hunting is. The guild leader paused for a moment before speaking again. He's pretty known in the community as Razel. To those who never heard of him yet, he is the current rank 1. After the guild leader said this, murmurs had started going around the room we are in. Of course, I know who that is. But in my case, I only know who that guy is because of the news about him that is currently circulating around. About how he's the perpetrator of the Niflheim issue. But other than that, I only know him as the rank 1. No more than that. I'm still new in this game after all. But while I'm in the middle of my own thoughts, a certain player raised his hand and then asked another follow-up question. Then what is the reason? It's not like once we killed him, all is finished, right? Surely, you have a bigger reason to do all this. After hearing this question, the guild leader seems to ponder for a moment. He continued pondering for seconds before answering the question. Well, I do have a motive, and it's pretty simple. That's, to kill him. The guild leader said in a casual tone. Kill him. Some player voiced out. Their mood seemed to say something like that's all. Yeah, kill him. You can just think that, he's my target. Killing him means a lot. For me. The guild leader said mysteriously, especially about the last part. He really pressed his tone on that one. I wonder what is that about. But his answer is not direct, surely not just me but all of us are starting to feel hesitant about this already. But before deciding about anything, I have a question. I want to know something too. It's been bothering me for a while now ever since I entered this building. Alright, I'll have my turn. Seeing that no one is going to ask, I tried raising my hand. Tut. But before I could even do it, a noise had caught my attention. No, it's just not me, but everyone seems to hear the same noise. New notification +1. It's the noise that the game system makes when a new notification had arrived. I looked down on my panel and checked what the notification is about, and what I saw had confused me a lot. A presence of a certain player has been announced. Who in the world would do something like this? Just after reading this, a red arrow suddenly appeared on my map, probably indicating that it wants to show me something on the map. Everyone, the time has come. Get ready. The guild leader said with a tone like he knows exactly what was going on. Get ready for what? A certain player asked, completely confused about the situation. The one that we've been planning to do. To hunt someone. The guild leader said as he controlled his game panel. Wait, what? What do you mean? Explain to us. Some of the players are even more confused as they all voiced out their frustrations. Well, this is a very unexpected situation. Even I was surprised that our prey will make the first move. After saying this, he started walking down the stage he is and then speak again. The process might be different but our goal is still the same. To kill him. His location is on your map. Follow what we planned. Once everything is positioned and once everything is done, you'll get what you joined for. That's all. Just right after the guild leader said that, he fastened his pace and started walking towards the exit of the building we were in. While he's walking, he speaks again in a commanding tone. Start preparing for the incoming battle. Once you're done, follow me outside. All of us including myself want to ask for more clarification, but before we could even voice out what we had in mind, the guild leader stopped walking just right before the exit door and looked back at us. Let me tell y'all a secret. This is the original situation. He is my target, but at the same time, I am also his target. I will only go for him even if he has companions, so that means, he should only go for me too, right? In my case, that's how it is, but for him? No. He's a greedy B***tch. Once he's done with me, he'll surely come after everyone that's within this base, that means, including you guys. He already used an item that sealed this area so no one won't be able to escape. I can, since I'm a world item holder too, but he knows that I won't do that. Also, note that if you log out, it will immediately count as you dying. So if you want a quick death and don't want to help me on this one, then be my guest. After that, he immediately goes outside, leaving us no room to retort. WTF. He just leaves like that. That F***ing guy. Everyone is frustrated. They all complained but there's no one there to hear their complaints. Watching this made me and all my colleagues question ourselves. Where the hell did we get ourselves into? But, unknown to us, the answer to our question will come in, right before our eyes. **T. And it's an answer we'll regret asking for to come. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. In a certain restaurant in the middle of Shibuya, two individuals wearing a working suit are to be seen having their lunch. They just ordered their food not so long ago so their table is still empty. The waitress who took their orders also said that it might take some time before their orders get served due to the great number of queued customers. This sounds frustrating for sure, but the current sourness in their face is not due to this very reason. Actually, they're not in this mood seconds ago, it just turned this way quickly in the span of one quick conversation. Man, there are so many people. Is this place really that great? Said the man with the red necktie while looking around the restaurant. Yeah, their food here is really good. Said the man with the blue necktie that sits on another chair across the table. Well, we'll see about that, haha. Yeah, you'll just see it for yourself soon. Both of them paused for a moment before the guy in the red necktie jolts up, looking like he just remembered something out of nowhere. Anyways, when you asked me to meet up with you earlier, you seemed to have a gloomy tone in your voice. You didn't want to tell me the reason either on the phone, so. The man with the red necktie looks at the guy with the blue necktie with a "what about now" gesture. I'm actually waiting for us to eat our food first so it won't leave a bitter taste in our mouth, but if you insist then, fine. I'll tell you now. The man in the blue necktie said with a sigh before speaking again in a more serious tone. Judging from your tone, you don't seem to know anything about the current situation in Yggdrasil. Right. When the man in the red necktie heard this, his eyebrows contracted. Looking very confused. Know why? I've been busy these past few days at work. I barely have time for sleep, let alone to be in Yggdrasil. The man in the red necktie said with a chuckle. Yeah, figured that out. Actually, I too am in the same situation, but mine's lighter I guess since I still have some few vacant moments to play. The man in a blue necktie said with a knowing smile, understanding the situation of his friend. Both of them laughed lightly after this, as they both reminisced the time when they can still play Yggdrasil without having to worry about tomorrow, then compares it to what they've become now. Sigh anyways, what about this situation I didn't know? Oh, about that, there are 3 things actually. What do you want to know first? The bad news, the very bad news, or the worst news out of the 3? The man with the blue necktie said with a teasing smile. After hearing this, the man in the red necktie looked at his friend with an expressionless face. If they're all bad news, why make me choose? Just spit it all out, goddammit. Well, they're all bad news indeed, but I don't know how to start, you know. The 3 are related to each other, so it's kinda complicated to explain, so pick your poison I guess. Sigh, alright, whatever. Just start from the bad to worst. Okay, so for the bad news. The blue necktie man paused for a moment before continuing with a serious tone in his voice. Our guild has been attacked last night and one of our bases has been destroyed. After this, even though the whole restaurant is lively with its bustling crowd, complete silence overtook the 2. What the blue necktie man said, came to the red necktie man as a shockwave that shook him to his core. It took him a few seconds to recover and finally respond. Destroyed? Completely? And just last night? The man in the blue necktie replies with a nod. And this is the least bad out of the 3 problems? Great, can't wait to hear the rest. F***ck. The man in the red necktie said in a sarcastic tone as he rolls his eyes. You know, the man in the red necktie was about to speak again but paused because a waitress came to their table, holding the food they ordered a minute ago. The waitress excused herself as she served their food on the table in front of him. This only lasted for a couple of seconds before they were once again left alone at their table. Both of them just looked at the served meals in front of them. 1, 2, 3 seconds have passed and they're doing nothing but be in a daze. Until one of them, the red necktie man, broke the ice of silence with a sigh as he looked again at his friend with an expressionless face. You know what? You're right, we should have waited for the food first cause I feel less hungry now after knowing this. Told you. After that, motion has been made as they both started to eat. So, what base it is? The man in the red necktie asked as he stuffs his mouth with a boiled spinach. He didn't even look up when he asked his friend. The newest one. The one that we put close to the newly found mine. After hearing this, he now looked up with a puzzled expression. How the hell did that happen? What are you guys doing while they're attacking? Watching? You know that base is important because of the mine there. We know that, but the man in the blue necktie tried to explain his side, but the red necktie man interrupted him with a bit of a passive aggressiveness in his tone. If you know, then why did our guild give up on that base that fast? And it's just last night. Unless you guys are doing nothing, as I said, with the strength of our guild, then it should be impossible to bring that base down in one sitting. We are the first ranking guild, are we not? It's not like that. We did what we could at the time of the attack. Even I, who's working at that time, still helped. Well, not personally, cause as I said, I'm working and therefore can't log in and play, but I still helped to some degree. It's just that we've been overwhelmed. The momentum of the attacker is just that fast that the defenders in that base, at that time, didn't manage to hold on and fell before we can even take action. Hearing this, the man in the red necktie sighed heavily in annoyance. He kinda understood the situation, but he can't help but still be pissed. He can't believe that they, the most top-ranking guild, have been dominated that easily by someone that is below them. Plus, the timing of the attack is pretty well done too, since the exact time he attacked is the exact moment when the majority of our guild members are not active. It's like, he knows our ins and outs pretty well. Of course, there's a snitch. It's not like that's news to us. The red necktie man said as he throws his hands in the air with a gesture of what others could it be. Yeah, but this time, it's different. Anyway, what bothers me more is that you've been mentioning this attacker as if he's only a single person. Don't tell me that we've been sieged by a single player. The man in the red necktie was expecting his friend to answer his question with the "of course not," but the silence that he got seemed to betray his expectation. You've gotta be kidding me. You're right, it's just a single player. And ironically, the identity of that player is actually the next bad news. The man in the red necktie puts down his chopsticks after this and gently massages his temples, looking pretty stressed. But even though he looks like this, the expression on his face seems to tell that he finally connected the dots. Let me guess. It's that bastard Razel, isn't it? I mean, he is the king of solos, so if there's a guy that's crazy enough to attack a whole guild base all by himself, and succeed, then it's gotta be him. Yup. It's him. And judging by your little connection to him, then all I can say is that the mine isn't his motive for the attack. The man in the blue necktie said mysteriously, but judging by the tone they're giving to each other, it seems that they finally have the same flow in this conversation. It's me. The man in the red necktie said as if to follow up on what the blue necktie man just said. Yup. Ck. He's such a headache. The three of us had an agreement already back then to not touch each other, and yet, he still decided to do this? Stupid. Very stupid. He's only asking to be killed when he's already in a very sweet spot. The man in the red necktie said in annoyance as he shakes his head, looking very disappointed. A short pause followed up as they decided to continue to eat their meal. But a few bites later, their conversation continues. So, what are we gonna do about it? The blue necktie man asked. What else? We fight, of course. He's the one who made the first move, so no one can blame me for responding back. The red necktie man responds while stuffing his mouth with meat. I like that choice. I thought you'll choose to just hide away from him. The blue necktie man said with a positive nod, but when the red necktie man heard this, his ears perked up. Are you seriously taking me for a coward all this time? Ck man. Why would I be scared of him? Just because he's the rank 1, doesn't mean he's invincible. True, me soloing him will be a hard fight, but him against our guild? Then that's an entirely different thing. Alright. I agree to that, chill haha. The blue necktie man said laughingly as they both resumes their eating. Anyway, does that lion bastard know this already? I'm pretty sure that once he knows about this, he'll immediately use this chance to move personally, cause I heard that Razel and he has a tilted relationship. But due to our agreement, he can only deal with Razel backhandedly. Instead of me, Razel should have attacked him first, because now, the chance of this fight becoming a 2v1 is quite huge haha. Very poor judgment of him. When the blue necktie man heard the red necktie man says this, he suddenly froze. Then slowly look up to face his friend with an indescribable expression. Why do you look like that? Did I say something wrong? Well. The blue necktie man hesitated for a moment, but due to his friend's prying gaze, he continues speaking. Actually, that's what Razel did. You're not the first one he attacked, but that lion guy. Haha, the blue necktie guy said, and laughed lightly at the end, but his laugh halted and became dead as he sees that his friend's expression suddenly turned into a frown. Don't tell me. Why yet? And funny enough, this is supposed to be the worst problem out of the three. I just forgot to tell you since I got dragged away by the momentum of our conversation. The blue necktie man said as he avoids his friend's gaze. What? That lion bastard has been done in already. Red necktie man said with a tone of disbelief. Yet. When did this happen? Why didn't I know of this? Well, it only happened very recently, like just the other day. Even I just knew this thing not so long ago. God damn it. That guy has done it now. He's f***ing crazy. Red necktie man said as he pounded lightly the table. Sigh, come to think of it, you never told me the reason why you guys made a truce to begin with. I mean, you three are supposed to be arch enemies, so it's kind of a weird thing to do. The first time you told me this, I was a bit surprised but didn't question it since I thought that it was just a plain agreement. But listening to you now, there seems to be a bigger reason. The blue necktie man asked. Hearing his friend's question, the red necktie man shook his head one last time before answering in a more calm tone. Looking as if his passive aggression earlier didn't happen. Not that big really. If Razel kills both of us, he'll gain a massive boost. A boost that will cement his rank in the whole Yggdrasil. He'll be unmatched when that time comes. That's it. But, after doing that, he'll have a status similar to that of a world enemy. Not the status of strength, but the public status of being a public enemy number one. That's why doing this is stupid. Now that he killed that lion bastard, he is an enemy for all demi-human already. He'll be unmatched once he completes his origin quest for sure, but it's only a matter of time before he loses to a ton of players that will surely come for him after. Red necktie man said while still shaking his head, but still decided to resume his eating as he begins stuffing his mouth again with some food. On the other hand, the blue necktie man seems to have a confused expression. Like something is not clear to him. Razel's situation right now is not that different though. Like, I heard that he's still being hunted by many players up until now. So I don't believe that the punishment is that grave. For him at least. The red necktie man nodded to his friend, like he was saying that he understand his take but. True. But the rewards for killing him at that moment will surely tempt many more players. The consequence of going after him is lessened too since if you are killed by him, the losses you receive after death are halved by 5% each time you are killed by him. Mind you that the loss prevention can go up to 95%. At that point, even if you are killed by him, you wouldn't worry about your losses anymore since you can probably get it back just by killing a few normal monsters. Not to mention that the item loss will not happen too if you are killed by him. Right now, many players are afraid of him because they might get spammed killed like he always does, but with these conditions, that is not possible anymore. After knowing these, would you still be afraid of him? Not anymore I guess. Yeah, that's what I thought. When that time comes, the majority of the community will surely hunt him down. And no matter how strong he is, like I said earlier, it's only a matter of time before he gets exhausted and eventually, gets killed. What he'll get in this is nothing but short-lived. He's only ruining his peaceful life in Yggdrasil. Wait, how can you be so sure of all this stuff? Did he tell it to you? No. I'm sure of it because I too have the same punishment. Albeit a little different since I'm the hero, so it's impossible for me to become an enemy in the end, but yet, I'll have a situation that is the same to his. That lion too is also the same, that's why we decided to just coexist peacefully without minding the others, cause that too can work. But now, look what he's doing. You will lose the hero class once you get killed by him, right? Yet. Just hide from him then. I can't, and you know that. He'll keep picking our bases down one by one until he destroys our guild. Many of our guild members and friends that have no idea of all this situation will suffer from this. Plus, we all built our guild with hard work, I can't let it be destroyed just because of me. After the red necktie man said that, both of them pauses again. Alright then, now what? The blue necktie man asks. Well, we stick to my original plan, we fight. We will fight him with full force all at once. This is what he wants, we will give it to him. What happens after that? The red necktie man stops talking for a moment before answering with an odd smile. We'll decide whether I'll be retiring from playing Yggdrasil or not. Hearing his friend's remark, the other party smirked. Retiring? That sounds like a big word, haha. I'm trying to find a good reason to stop playing already anyway. If I get killed by him, almost everything will be gone. I think that's a pretty good reason to retire already. And if you lived through, then the addiction continues, ha ha ha. Both of them laugh loudly, making the other customers inside the restaurant glance in their direction, causing them to cough a few more times to defuse the situation they made. On the other hand, aren't you, that lion, and Razel, the same breed? In-game I mean. Origin classes? Yeah, why? So, if that's the case, why is he the strongest? Why is he that strong? I mean, you two are strong, but you can't just rally up a whole base as he did. Is his origin class that strong compared to what you three have? Not really. In the percentage of our potentials, we three are technically equal. The reason why he's much stronger is that, well, he's a madman, that's why. That's why we call him crazy in the first place. To this, the blue necktie man just looked at him with a confused face. Well, I mean, just like in other games, those who play more, benefit more. In my case, even back then in my prime gaming days, playing 5 times a week is already a lot. But Razel? Brew. I see him playing for at least 5 hours every **ing day. I mean, who does that? What is he even? Unless he's a no-life, which is unlikely given by how much money he spends inside the game, then he shouldn't be able to do that. Ah, I get it now. Yeah. Only our potentials are equal. He and I should be able to stand toe-to-toe, I mean, that's how it's supposed to be, but we are simply outpaced by him by miles already. Honestly, Razel deserves his position more right now, given by how much effort he gave into it. There's no way for us to match him in that criteria unless we quit our jobs and just play all day, haha. Haha. He's a crazy guy indeed. After that, they both resume eating their meal while conversing more about here and there. But this time, their topic is no longer connected with the topic they have earlier. A few minutes have passed and they finally finished their meal. Alright then. Looks at the watch, time really flies fast when you're having a good conversation. The man in a blue necktie said with a laugh, and his friend responds with a chuckle of agreement. I think I need to go already, I still left some work in the office. I just sneaks out earlier after all just to meet you. Haha. The man in the red necktie said as he stands up, looking ready to leave. Oh okay. I think I'll stay here for a bit. You know, desserts. Yeah. Enjoy your desserts. I'll go ahead now. The man in the red necktie said as he starts walking toward the exits. Yeah, just remember to go online later at night for the guild meeting. The location is already on your chat box. The man in the blue necktie said as he reminded his friend. Yeah. I know. No need to tell me twice. The man in the red necktie said with a smile before he walks forward and disappears through the exit door. After that, the blue necktie man is finally left alone on the table. Seconds after, a waitress came to his table. Will you still be ordering something? The waitress said with a smile. No, I'm good, thank you. The blue necktie man immediately replies with a grateful tone. Okay, just call me if you need anything more. The waitress said before leaving to serve the other customers. After that, the blue necktie man looks out at the window and sees his friend walking away from a faraway distance already. But strangely enough, the smile on the blue necktie man's face while looking in his friend's direction has been replaced now with a rather sharp gaze. A contrast to the expression he just has a few seconds ago. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, indicating that he received a text just now. He pulls out his phone to see who texted him, but deep inside his mind, he already knows who might be the sender of the text. He navigated through his phone to access his inbox and there, he saw one unread text. He pressed it to read the text. Uncown, is he suspicious about the meeting spot you told him to go to? After reading this, he replied immediately. No, I don't think so. After that, another message came in. Uncown, alright, I'll send in the money later once the deed is done. Reading this, the blue necktie man smiled. Fair enough. After seeing that no message will come anymore, the blue necktie man finally stands up and tidies his crumpled clothes for a little bit. He then looks in the direction where his friend is walking earlier and mutters under his breath. I'm sorry, my friend. I had to do what I need to do. After that, he finally exits the restaurant too. Chapter 49, Chapter 49. Hala's Dark Tribute. Usage. Hala's Dark Tribute is not the staff itself, but what the staff can do. The staff itself is usable for combat, but it won't do any better than a regular normal staff. But if the user stabs the staff on the ground, it will trigger a unique effect called ceremony. Once the effect is triggered, any player within the radius of 1 kilometer around the place where the staff got stabbed on, will be dragged into a different dimension, the user included. That dimension is the main ground of the staff's effect. Hala's Dark Tribute is not an instant event, but a whole process. What will happen after this whole ordeal is a part of it. Hala's Dark Tribute can only be used once. It will disappear from the staff completely once the usage of the staff ends. Rules. All the players that have been dragged inside the dimension will have an status. That means, inside the dimension, in everyone's sight, everyone is an enemy. Official alliance is not possible. The usage of artifacts inside the dimension is not allowed. At the very end of the event, everyone will be able to get out of the dimension safely. Once all the players leave the dimension, the usage of the staff will end. Process. All the trapped players inside the dimension will escape the dimension at the same exact time. Inside the dimension, all players who had their HP lowered down to 1, will immediately receive a spectator mark. Players who have the spectator mark will be invisible and intangible immediately upon receiving it. Spectator players can freely go anywhere they want and can watch the other surviving players without being noticed. But, communicating and interacting with anyone is not possible by any means. Before getting out of the dimension, all players will be marked first. There are two types of markings that a certain player might get, the loser mark and the winner mark. All the players that received the spectator mark whilst inside the dimension will get the loser mark, and the player that managed to survive till the very end and be the last player standing will get the winner mark. All players who decided to quit Yggdrasil while inside the dimension will be marked loser immediately. After getting out of the dimension, every player who was marked losers will have their whole inventory be taken. Every single item, equipment, or consumables, as long as they are in that player's system, will be devoured by the staff, Hala's Dark Tribute. None will be spared. After that, they will be given a tribute status. All the devoured items will be kept inside the staff, or in its stash function to be exact. The stash function is only accessible by the player who has the winner mark. All players that have the tribute status will immediately die upon receiving the status. Their death will be counted as the winner's kill. All players that died with a tribute status will have their overall character status halved. The half will remain to that player and the other will be devoured by the Hala's Dark Tribute effect. After getting out of the dimension, the player with the winner mark will receive a Greatly Favored by the Frozen Queen title. The player with the favored status will receive a unique job title. Right now, Yuki is playing Yggdrasil, just like what he always does every single day. What a surprise! Well, he sometimes takes a break, so technically, it's not every single day, but looking at his overall playtime score, he really deserves that title more than anyone. Not that he's going for that title though. Anyway, going back to the topic of Yuki being inside the Yggdrasil. He is currently in an unknown location. Well, he knows where he is, just not where exactly. He's in a different dimension. Or the Hala's Dark Tribute's dimension to be exact. Yes, he just used that world item. A minute hasn't even passed since that happened. From an outsider's point of view, the current place he's in can be described as has a dark sky, many trees that amplify the darkness even more, very barren, very dark, very gloomy, and hills. Lots of hills. And even more dark aspects. This place is basically like a picture if you decided to lower the brightness of it by 10x, and put a strong noise effect at the top of it. That's how dark this place is. The only natural source of light here is the giant moon in the sky, which didn't help that much. If you describe the description of the place to a casual Yggdrasil player, then he or she will surely say that this must be a certain area in Helheim. But no. Just no. At the top of all that darkness, a sudden gust of wind chimed, probably from someone or something that is causing a strong movement, then suddenly stopped out of nowhere. It came from one of the hills in the area where the trees are the densest. There, a figure that is most likely the origin of that noise is to be seen. Of course, this figure is no other than Yuki himself. At the top of that hill, Yuki is now just standing, very menacingly, while silently looking from a far distance. God knows what he's looking at exactly. He's currently wearing a very dark armor, making him blend nicely in the dark surroundings. The armor he's wearing is also producing some black smoke continuously from the insides, making him look like a living shadow or a specter of some sort. Meanwhile near him, sits a humongous axe that's quite a contrast to his current nature. The axe is so big that it's even bigger than him by a couple of cms. It's that big. It also has a fiery feeling to it. Someone might argue that a sword or any bladed weapon suits him the most at the moment, cause a giant axe like this is just so crude and simply ruins the aesthetic. And weirdly enough, Yuki can agree. Normally, he actually does that because he dresses up for the looks. He is the type of guy that will spend a bunch of valuable data crystals just to change the appearance of a certain item so it can fit to his liking. But now, he kinda chooses to forget that side of him for the meantime. Even the armor he is wearing, although on a slimmer side, is definitely much bulkier than what he normally wears. This alone just shows the seriousness of Yuki's nature at the moment. Anyone who knows him can surely tell that Yuki right now means business. Right now, things such as aesthetics don't bother him anymore, as long as it gives his desired effect, he will have it. He wants destructiveness more than style. Right now, he wants to have the feeling of crushing someone with just a single swing. He wants to make the enemy feel like they're catching a falling building the moment they block his attack. It's all for the sake of upping his winning percentage in the war he's about to face. That's right. Right now, he's about to fight in a war. Or at least, his war. And his army consists of only one player, and that's him. Yet, if someone were to look at it more, it doesn't look like a war but more of a bunch of gangsters, ganging up on someone. Well, it's not like Yuki is at a disadvantage here. As long as Yuki plays his cards well, he would be able to win without a doubt. Or at least that's what he likes to tell himself. Yet it might look like a dose of hopium for others when they hear it, but the outcome is never clear yet, so it kinda isn't. He can't escape. He has no backup. He is limited by the dimensions, so his fighting style needs to be changed. He has to fight many opponents. Not to mention that all of his opponents are not easy to deal with. He will fight real-time maxed level players, and every one of them is specialized and the best at what they do. Some of them are even on the top 100 ranking in the Yggdrasil player leaderboards. There's also a special individual among his opponents. A much harder opponent to deal with compared to all of them. Like a diamond mixed with rocks. Yet, in this dimension, everyone is enemies of each other, but aside from him, all the players inside the dimension currently, are all guild members of the Trigon Guild. So it's still him vs them even with the dimension settings. But, even with all those facts, did he feel scared? Well, he didn't. He's nervous, but not scared. Because why would he? He is prepared for what is about to happen. Everything about this is part of his plan. He wanted all of this to happen. Yep. Including the beam of light that is going wild from a far distance. The beam is being fired towards the sky, making it look like a beacon. About time, Yuki muttered under his breath as if to prove that this is really a part of his plan while grabbing the giant axe beside him. All right, let's not make them wait, shall we? Yuki said with a big sigh as he arranged all of his thoughts for one last time before raising one of his hands towards the beam's direction, and saying, "Super tier magic, Starfall." After that, nothing major happened, except for a few glowing circles that appeared from the sky, forming a strange line, making the whole thing look like a picture of a star constellation. By this time, the beacon of light from afar is already gone. It was extinguished to be exact by an unknown force. What follows after this is an eerie silence. But, after exactly 1 minute, the darkened surroundings brightened up as the glowing circles in the sky finally made a reaction. Blinding lights suddenly appeared from the sky, illuminating the whole area where Yuki stands. Then immediately after that. Chapter 50, Chapter 50. Sasaki is the current rank 2 in the whole Yggdrasil. He's second to Razel when it comes to the player that has the highest overall raw stats. He's also the guild master of the Trigon Guild. The guild that is currently rank 1 and hailed by many as the strongest, largest, and most influential guild in the entirety of Yggdrasil. Aside from his IGN and rank 2, he is also known in the Yggdrasil community as the hero. Why? Because he has a positive image in the whole community, and given his position as the strongest human, if he can't be the hero, then no one else could. It's also not hidden from the public that he has the most unique job class hero. So with all those things, it's just a befitting nickname for him. Sasaki is also a veteran in the game. He's been playing Yggdrasil ever since the game was released to the public. He's someone that the community would describe as an early bird. Actually, he's one of the very few people that managed set foot on the land of Yggdrasil even before the others could. His hero class proves this because to get this class, one needs to be the very first player to enter the game with a human as his selected race. To be the very first human in short. This just shows how old he is in this game. In fact, if Sasaki could describe what his experiences are throughout the years that he played Yggdrasil in a few words, then it would be: "It was fun and there's no time when I felt sad." Yeah, some people might call BS on this one and say that it's nothing but exaggeration, but Sasaki himself could proudly say that it's the truth. He might have felt a similar emotion of being sad and disappointed throughout the years he played, for example, if he had already spent all his savings on gacha but got nothing in return. Yeah, he will be sad if that happened, but all those things are nothing but superficial. He only felt that on the surface, but deep down, he was really not affected by it. It's not comparable to the real thing is what he likes to say. So throughout the years he played Yggdrasil, he really had fun only, and never felt sad at all. He never felt sad until now, that is. And by now means, he in his current situation. Right now, he's inside the game, playing with his close friends. But even though that's the case, unlike the usual, there's no fun in it. What he felt is only pure sadness, disappointment, confusement, and many other negative emotions. Emotions that he never thought he'd feel while playing Yggdrasil. While feeling all these emotions, he glanced at one of the guys that's currently gathered around him, and asked with obvious sadness in his tone, "Why did you do this?" The player he asked is his best friend, the guy that he played with for the longest time. They even know each other personally. Compared to his other friends in Yggdrasil, he and him are much closer. So much closer in fact that Sasaki already planned to give him the role of the best man in his upcoming wedding next year. That's how high the level of their friendship is. Yet, this best friend of his, is the reason why he has all these negative emotions. He was simply betrayed by him. Few minutes ago, Sasaki just entered Yggdrasil. Well, not the main servers but just the waiting room. His tiredness, even inside the game, is pretty obvious. Well, he just got home from work. He didn't even change clothes as he immediately dived inside the game after putting away his things. He's a busy man. He still had a lot of work to do in real life, yet he still made time cause he know that what he was about to do now is quite important. Important for him, that is. Today's plan was quite simple. Meet up with his friends in the waiting room. Then they will enter inside the main servers at the same time to have their annual guild meeting. In the guild meeting, they will discuss the recently destroyed base, and come up with a plan about the current Razel situation. And that's all. Simple as that. Actually, no. It's actually not that simple. It might look like it is, but it's really not. Why? Because before they do this, they need to come up with a solution about the only thing that's holding them back. The snitch. Yes, among their circle, there's a snitch. If they won't be able to deal with this problem today, then whatever plan they manage to come up with later, will turn into dust because it will be exposed anyway. So they need this meeting to be as secretive as possible, yet informative for their whole guild. At least, that's what his friend said to him. Yes. As embarrassed as he is to admit it, he didn't make any participation when it comes to the planning. Every countermeasure for the snitch has been made by his most trusted friend. Well, he's pretty busy. He barely has time for a night of proper sleep, let alone to come up with a countermeasure plan for the snitch, so he is rightfully excused. Or at least, that's what he likes to tell himself. Anyway, the countermeasures had been created and then got implemented successfully. So, Sasaki's plan for today had been put in motion with no delay. Just as he planned, he meet up with his friends in the waiting room. Although he's a little bit behind the planned schedule, it turns out that he's not the only one who has yet to arrive. So, without any choice but to wait for them since they can't have a meeting without the rest, they waited. As they wait, they started catching up on each other. Well, for some of them, especially for Sasaki who's been away in the game for a while now, it's been a while since they saw each other. It's been a pleasant wait for all of them. A couple of minutes have passed and all the included members of the planned meeting today have finally arrived. After this, they immediately decided to dive inside the Yggdrasil to finally have their long-awaited meeting. The transition from the waiting room to the main game itself is quite fast. Almost an instant in fact. So it's not that surprising when all the reactions on their faces instantly changed from a pleasant one, to a serious ones, when they found out that the place they got teleported to, is a place they didn't know at all. They are not newbies. They've been playing Yggdrasil for so long now. Their instincts inside of the game have been sharpened up to the point of extremity. The place they're in is such an open field. Too open to their liking. Not only that, but they're also surrounded by high grounds from a far distance. The space they're standing on is also affected by a special environment that hinders their movement for a little bit. For them, they don't need to be a genius to tell that their current situation screams nothing but an ambush. They've been set up. It all dawned on them at the same time and in almost an instant. But, no matter how fast they figured the situation out, actions have been made too late as before they could even react. Notice. A world item has been activated near you. You are inside the range of a world item effect. Your skill aura of the Blessed is trying to block the effect of the world item. They can't do anything. They are caught inside the range of a world item. They didn't know its effects, but since it's a world item, they're simply doomed. That is, if Sasaki is not with them. Even though he reacted a bit late, he still managed to respond to the attack they encountered. He is still confused about the situation they're in, but he doesn't have time for that yet. The moment he received the notification about the world item, he immediately tried to block it with his skill. A huge magic circle appeared below him and his guild mates, followed by the activation of Sasaki's skill. But before he could fully erect the barrier that will block the world item's effect, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. An unknown force is trying to corrupt your skill. Your other skill auto resistance has been activated. The unknown force has higher resistance than you. Auto resistance has been cancelled. Manual resistance has been activated. After the notification, another prompt appeared in front of Sasaki. The prompt this time is like a mini-game. It's hard to explain, but just imagine the mini-game as the prompt for fixing the generators in the game Dead by Daylight. The moving line that you need to stop in the white spot, yeah that. **T. Sasaki could only curse as he immediately started resisting the corruption of his skill. However, his manual resisting skill is not an easy thing to manage. The larger the resist stats of the attacker to you, the faster the line moves in the resistance game goes. So the resist prompt in front of Sasaki right now is going pretty wild. Unless he gives his whole attention to this, he will surely fail. But as he was doing that, he suddenly felt a bad omen. No, more like, his skill gave him a bad omen in a form of a warning notification. An attack is approaching you from behind. Even his friends who are currently shielding him from any possible attack since they know Sasaki's situation, didn't notice an approaching sword on Sasaki's back. Sasaki on the other hand, instinctively dodged the attack in one swift motion. He did dodge the attack, and surprisingly, he did that while still playing the resistance game. He already knows that their attacker will do everything to distract him, but he is already prepared. He won't let anyone distract him so easily. Or at least, that's what he thought. Because when he looked in the attacker's direction, to see who it is, his eyes widened. The identity of the attacker gave him a low shock to his very core. "It's you," Sasaki muttered in a low voice as realization dawned on him. But this act made Sasaki daze for a second. And unfortunately, that second of being in a daze, is already enough for him to fail. Resistance failed. The corruption of an unknown force has been successful. You have been silenced. Immediately after the loud beep, the magic circle below all of them, the same magic circle that seems to be protecting them from the world item, shattered like glass. "I messed up. I'm sorry," Sasaki said towards his other guildmates with a dejected tone as a notification appeared in front of all of them. "The world item has affected you. Participants have been successfully selected. The ceremony of the Dark Tribute begins." After that, pure darkness enveloped their visions.
Thanks for listening.